stop me now. No one can stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringdale, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you: the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang gak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
Top 2 teams is going to take those this round. Winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror, but C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed 3rd in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured 2nd place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they could maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, BPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
23 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟสแคนที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดๆกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3 จะติดจบอันดับ 6 ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเดี๋ยวเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SCA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SCA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gua rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gua hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SCA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
이제 한국에서 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 네, 여기다 놓겠습니다.
Oh, XZY absolutely on the swivel.
It's time for Dub to shine now. Aaron Gale, are you kidding me? I mean, faced with a cold.
Level kita orang kat sini lah. So lain lah.
New Alliance might just be going down here and now. Lose flags is excellent.
ไม่มีนะไม่มีรู้สึกเป็นส่วนตัวกับทีมไหนสักทีมผม
New team? Yeah, they're kind of newcomers. We haven't really met them before. New challengers? Yeah, new challengers.
Oh, Red Force, make the Galaxy looking to try and hold them off, but it's...
Who do you think is the strongest team in Prophet?
Next Ruya.
To the northeast, but here comes Next Ruya. Right on to Nongchim. Red Force, who have tried to send back over the water.
In 2020, while the eyes of most PUBG Mobile viewers were focused on Southeast Asia as well as other regions, there was one region in particular that went under the radar, the 2020 EMEA League. Numerous teams from different regions were fighting for a spot in the 2020 PMGC. Among them, the teams from the EU region were the most dazzling. Kanina Power, which had previously won 3rd place in the 2020 PMWL West League, managed to break through and eventually won 6th place in the 2020 PMGC. Class Dilge Athletics from Turkey also successfully took 8th place. For the entire EU region, this was a great start, and in the future, the EU region would grow into an even stronger region. The EU region seems to have endless potential. They always have a number of astonishingly talented newcomers. in the 2021 PMWI, in addition to the veteran team Kanina Power taking second place, the newly reorganized team in 2021, Next Ria,
Xenox in the smokes, the solo by themselves,
surprisingly won third place.
The EU region seems to just have endless potential. There's always a number of astonishingly talented newcomers coming up through the ranks, developing their skills, and in 2021 at the PMWI, you had some of the veterans there for sure. Kanina Power taking second place, an incredible performance coming through from them to get that second place. But not only that, you had the reorganized team for Next Ruya in 2021 who won PMPL Turkey. They came first in their region and then were invited on the back of that to the PMWI West to take third place. So these new talents working as this new roster at the time, a phenomenal resurgence there, and there's so much more left in the pipeline, I'm sure, for this region. I'm really excited for what the future has, and I can't wait to see what they've got.
In the 2021 PMGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. First of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the Grand Finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like S2G and Next Ria finished 4th and 6th respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit. Now they just needed an opportunity.
2021 yılında Dünya Şampiyonası istediğimiz gibi başlamıştı. Çünkü West aşamasında 3 takımımızı birden ilk 6'ya sokmayı başardık ve büyük finallere 3 takımımızı göndermiştik. S2G 4. olarak buraya katılma hakkı kazanmıştı ve kadrosunda Rip7, Timber, Kalse, Sylas gibi isimler vardı. Büyük finallerde ne yapacağını çok fazla kestiremiyorduk temsilcilerimizin, çünkü dünyadaki takımların iyi performansları söz konusuydu. Büyük finallerde temsilcimiz S2G 4. olmayı başardı, Nexuya 6. olmayı başardı. Maalesef Fenerbahçe ilk 8'in dışarısında kalmıştı. Ama bu takımın ileride çok iyi şeyler vaat ettiği konusunda herkes hemfikirdi.
Next, let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC. At a time when everyone was focusing on whether Nova could win 3 consecutive championships, a team that was not originally a favorite to win was about to become the focus on the stage. S2G performed consistently in the first 2 days of competition, always maintaining a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds. And in the last round, S2G secured the championship with 15 elimination points.
Champion of 2022, it is S2G!
They finally broke through and made history for the EU region.
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. S2G kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takıma yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis ile birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine 2 takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Fireflux. Maalesef 2 takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren S2G sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Fireflux için işler iyi gitmemişti. 3. gün geldiğinde S2G güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams. First of all, G Gladiators won first place at the 2023 PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Regional Championships and third place in the 2023 PMWI. Veteran teams like Next Ria and Kanina Power have been performing better and better this year and successfully qualified for the 2023 PMGC. Subsequently, hot recent teams like Mad Bulls, BRA Esports, Major Pride, Melise Esports, Demorte, among others from EU, have also successfully gotten a spot in PMGC. They all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023. There are many questions surrounding PMGC. Will S2G successfully defend their championship? Will another EU team lift the trophy? Could it even be a team unexpected to win it all? Let's witness it together in Turkey.
It's do or die. Today, the last day here for Group Yellow 2023 PMGC. Tashmani on ground with me from one of the teams here, TQ. One of the teams have shown significant growth throughout the week. But before that, we have to know that this day, today, is one last push to see which teams will be getting a direct ticket to Turkey and which teams go home. Now, for you, Raze, let's talk a little bit about the last 3 days. Your team, significant growth. Day 1, 15th place. Day 2, hop to 11th place. And yesterday, a huge push all the way till 5th place, which is like honestly a big jump. How did you guys manage that?
El primer día en la posición 15, el segundo en 11 y ahora están en la quinta. La verdad que ha sido una mejoría excelente. ¿Cómo hicieron para alcanzar todo esto?
Pues mantuvimos la misma mentalidad del mismo juego. Pues al día siguiente no nos podría ir peor, así que salimos a comer a todo el mundo y acá estamos.
We tried to keep our head in the game. On the second day, we couldn't do any worse than the first day, so that we really went for it, and it shows.
I love that. I love that you guys kept the head in the game. I love that you guys have this, I would say, huge mindset when it comes to growth. So let's talk a little bit about Team Queso here. Like, I think for you guys have been very focused on getting into the center of the circle yesterday, which was like a big improvement from day 1. So whether or not you guys are blessed by the circle, I mean, are you guys like blessed by good circles, or are you guys blessed by good rotations?
Hemos visto que trabaja mucho en el centro del círculo, ¿no? Se pregunta ella si ha sido más buena fortuna o realmente vuestras rotaciones se focalizan en ese centro del círculo.
Son las rotaciones y hoy mantendremos el mismo juego.
It's been our rotations that have allowed us to get there, and we are planning to maintain the same gameplay today.
The same gameplay today. That means we're going to be seeing more of TQ playing in the middle of the circle one more time today.
O sea que vamos a seguir viéndolos en el centro del círculo hoy.
Sí, nos van a seguir viendo.
Yes, you're sure to see us in the middle of the circle today.
That is a really ballsy play, I have to say, because getting to the middle of the circle is already hard. Maintaining the position is even harder. So, last question. Let's talk a little bit about what you can expect here. So obviously you guys are in 5th place. A huge chance for you guys to get direct ticket all the way to Turkey. So out of all the teams today, which team might throw a wrench into your plans of getting into that top 3? And why?
Ya están ahí en la quinta posición, tienen una muy buena chance de llegar a los top 3, ¿no? ¿Y cuáles son los equipos que puede arruinarles el plan?
Los equipos que nos podrían arruinar sería BTR y 4MB, ya que están en el top 2 y top 3 y ese es el top que buscamos.
It could be BTR or 4MV because they are in 2nd and 3rd position, and those are the slots that we'll be gunning for.
Exactly. So, last question for you guys. What do you want to say to your fans at home?
¿Algún mensaje para la afición en casa?
Le mando un saludo a mi mamá, a mi familia y un saludo para toda Latam.
Say hi to my mom, my family, and of course for the entire of Latin America.
There we go. Entirely of Latin America. Hope on their shoulders. For now, the question is, which teams get a direct ticket to Turkey? Which teams go to survival stage? And which teams go home? For that, I'm going to toss it to our panelists to unbox this. And we'll see you guys in a little while.
Couldn't have done worse than day 1. They had nowhere to go except up, as you heard Reyes talk about it from Team Queso, and talking about their sweet rotations. But you know what? I don't know if all of us would necessarily agree with that, unless you count them rotating to the center of the zone and then the zone kind of blessing them quite a bit here. But welcome back, everyone, to the final day of Group Yellow at PMGC, the Global Championship 2023. I'm your host, Jason Kappen, joined by, I'd say, decent-looking man in the middle, Seven Worlds Gaming. Of course, Cameron always looks fantastic there on the end. How you doing, Cameron?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much, Jason. You're looking kind of cute yourself.
I try. You know, sometimes I clean up good. I finally got a razor, was able to, you know, trim up the beard a little bit, look cute. But we're going to talk about Seven, because it's all about Cameron and I looking the best here on the desk. Seven, okay, I guess we can ask you something.
How good do we look? How good do we look, Seven? Tell us.
You look good. You look good. Jason, you should start dyeing the beard, though.
I mean, to be fair, all you can see is my chin from down there when we're standing next to each other, so maybe I should dye it. But obviously, we're about to head into our final day of games. But like always, as we kick off our day, I got some sponsors to bring your way. So let's start things off with the Infinix GT10 Pro, born for professional gamers and men with gray in their beard. Seven. though I still am quite trash when it comes to the game. But either way, beyond that, on your phone, you can actually check out TikTok and look for PMGC 2023 on this one and see some behind-the-scenes stuff. Not to mention, big shout-out to Sir Cloud. It has been doing a lot of interviews backstage. If you haven't checked him out over on Instagram, a little bit of a, not a sponsor for the show, but make sure you guys check that out because he's been doing some very good stuff. We also have the Frost Festival currently going on in the game for you guys as well, where you guys can update PUBG Mobile and immerse yourself in a completely fresh experience with snowmen, with snowboards. You're gonna have a great time, so make sure you guys check that out. On top of that, we also do have, it's a gala, it's a popularity annual gala. I call it a little bit of a competition because I like to see who can win out in 1v1s, but the 2023 popularity annual gala is live, and you guys can check this out from November 15th to December 15th. Players will go through 10 1v1 rounds to be able to compete to become the first ever champion. For outstanding players, of course, they get some exclusive rewards that they can showcase and show off to their friends. And if you don't have any friends, you can show off to your enemies, as they're unfortunately not going to be able to have one of those lovely things for themselves. And beyond that as well, last but not least, the Pagani collaboration is now live in PUBG Mobile. You guys can rev up your engine with the iconic Pagani Imola and Zonda R models, give and run over your enemies, because I hear they're even more efficient at that, though you might have a little bit of blood and guts in the grill. But you don't want to obviously make the car too dirty or ding it up too bad, so make sure you guys take care of that bad boy. But let's finally start to talk about the day here, as we are all done. You two just get to sit there, relax, get to chill, just get to smile, look pretty for the camera. I have a lot of other responsibilities to do, but Cameron, at least, you know, it was hard because I couldn't take my eyes off you.
What can I say? It's part of the job, and you do such a good job at it.
It's what they hired me for, you know. Take a look at the schedule for you guys, and of course the format for today. This is, well, the last day of all groups, pretty much. After this, we're going to be having teams head over into the survival stage, where they'll play out 6 matches a day across the 22nd through 24th, and the top 16 teams from that will get into probably one of the most grueling competitions yet. The last chance stage, where only 5 teams get through out of 16 to make it into the Grand Finals, where obviously another 9 teams are already waiting from the groups. This is tough, man. I mean, obviously we'd love to qualify here, but some teams need to be realistic and just kind of think to themselves, we're not getting top 3, but we got to stay out of bottom 5 here, 7.
Yeah, and I think some of those teams are going to definitely be DRS, De Muerte. I mean, they're currently the only teams that I can think possibly have a chance at even making it to the top 11. And then you have some of the other teams that are currently in the top 11 that cannot be comfortable, right? I'm looking at Vampire Esports, 3 chicken dinners, and they're currently being talked about possibly not even making to survival stage. We need to see more consistency out of these teams, because yesterday, I mean, we had 11th place, which was Team Queso, and then 12th place at the start of the day, which was Rook. End up getting 55 points in one day, so I know a lot of these teams towards the bottom are going to be bringing it.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Cameron, we haven't really seen consistency too much out of any one team in particular, at least any domination out of one team in particular, unless you want to count Major Pride, who have been honestly performing extremely well. But today, there really is a chance for quite a few different teams to either break out of the bottom 5 or still technically break through in the top 3. But it looks like, as we heard from Reyes, Major Pride's not going to be touched. It's the other 2 spots from BTR and For Miracle that are the focus of some other teams.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the raw numbers themselves, most of these teams are pretty close to the general pockets of the teams surrounding them, as you can see on your screen, just points-wise. I don't think any team is safe. Even technically, Weibo isn't safe in points, because looking back on the previous 2 groups, the 11th, 12th cutoff has been around 120 points. So if disaster strikes, the majority of these teams could potentially find themselves in that danger zone, in that position. Queso is not safe. I don't even think Weibo is safe. D+ isn't really safe. And because we've seen so many teams have like a good performance and then right back down to a poor follow-up after that, it's really hard to call who really is going to be in this bottom 5.
Yeah, and Cameron, on that note, right, Weibo have 23 points to break in the top 3, but they're also only 24 points ahead of 11th place. Like, that's kind of how close things kind of are for them and kind of how the gaps have developed. So it really could go either way. But as you mentioned, 7, Rook, a massive step up from day 2 to day 3, able to take up 5 additional placings, not to mention almost double the points they got between the days.
Yeah, this is what I was hinting at. I'm hoping that some of the other teams that are currently towards the bottom, trying to secure this spot into survival stage, or some of them trying to make it to actual top 3, are going to be having some good performances. And talking about Weibo, the thing that where I see a chance them being able to actually pass for Miracle is going to be Miramar, because if they continue to be consistent, for Miracle Vibes has not been consistent at all when it comes down to Miramar. You can see a comparison here between the Group Yellow BTR and for Miracle. The consistency, you can see it. Ilims, they're pretty much around the same. It comes down to the placement points, and that's something that we need to start seeing today, actually, from Bigatron, because the Ilims have not been that strong, especially yesterday. We saw a big drop off from Lapart. He only ended up getting 7 eliminations when he used to getting 15 or 11.
And we should just also remind people that that graphic was just between Lapart and Doc, actually the top performers from each team. So the top performers pretty much playing pretty similar between the two, which is kind of surprising. But then again, for Miracle yesterday just looked so damn strong. But when it comes to teams, obviously with Nox, I mean, Major Pride, I wouldn't be surprised if Nomi had like almost half of those knocks, to be honest, with the off angles he's taking and the success he's having at those off angles, Cameron.
Yeah, I'll be honest though, I think our current top 3 are going to be the top 3 that we send at the end of this, because Weibo Gaming especially, the closest team, the only one that has like a realistic chance, unless Queso continues to pop off, continues to get those circles, unless D+ continues to just increase their trajectory tenfold at this point. The only reason why I don't really believe in Weibo all that much is that their 2 wins, they've had to have high ground to try and force domination on the rest of the lobby. And it hasn't been like 3 high grounds that they can just farm onto everyone, but it does mean that their win condition is still somewhat limited. We have yet to see them have a really solid round coming from the edge, pushing in through multiple different teams that we saw BTR on day 1 do to an amazing degree, that we see for Miracle Vibes continue to lean into. So there's a diversity in these teams above them that I think is the one reason why I think Weibo Gaming is going to be like right below them, but still just not able to get it over the line by the end of the day.
Yeah, and for them, it could come down to the end of the day, because Weibo has been able to outperform when it comes down to Miramar, especially for Miracle. For Miracle's only been averaging, I think it is 2 Ilims and not even 1 placement point every single time we go to Miramar. And then when you switch that to Weibo, they've been able to average almost 5 Ilims and 2 more placement points than them. So if for some reason we do end up being very, very close in regards to the points, when it comes down to Miramar, that's the chance where Weibo could be able to strike and take that 3rd place.
Well, we still have to remember that there's going to be 3 Erangels and only 2 Miramars, and at least for Miracle, they have looked damn good when it comes to Erangel, especially yesterday with the positions we saw Doc play, as you saw there on top of the bridge. But of course, the way they were able to capitalize off of Major Pride's transition away from that gas station later on. But Weibo, as we were talking about them, I mean, they are the top performer when it comes to Sandhawk, but again, the downside for that is you only play it once a day, man. Like, yeah, you might be the best performer on it, but you're not going to get the majority of your points from this map.
Yeah, you also only played it 3 times, so, you know, the sample size is what it is. I think Weibo Gaming, they're not a disaster on Sandhawk, but because we've only played it so few times, we haven't seen all that many positions on the overall map being played just yet. Who knows if Weibo are going to be able to pull out those numbers again.
So what I'm looking forward to, though, when we come to Sandhawk in particular, obviously with 3 Angus to follow up with and the 2 Miramars to close it out, is, of course, that Paradise Resort. D+ up against Genesis. Genesis currently are sitting in 14th place with 63 points. They need 33 points to get out of the bottom 5. For me, it's almost just don't drop Paradise. Don't challenge D+ again, because they got absolutely destroyed yesterday when they went there, or if they do, they need to play a little bit more cautious.
I think for this team, with their where they currently are in the overall leaderboard, I think more than likely they are going to be able to hot drop again against D+. And I expect D+ to see the same aggressiveness that we're able to see yesterday. We saw a big step up out of them. I'm actually enjoying the way they've been able to transform. And I think today we're kind of hinting at, and we're joking about, today we might end up seeing D+ final form, where they are able to be aggressive, and they're also able to use their knowledge and their rotations to make a push towards that top 3. As you were saying, Cam, they would have to make an outstanding performance here today to even make it to top 3, but they do have a chance.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about like that hot drop on Paradise, right, from D+ and Genesis. I don't want Genesis to hot drop. I don't know if they prepped any other drop position, especially because Sandhawk is so small. You're basically going to be dropping against anyone else. I think that if they do commit to Paradise, they need to commit to that fight. That's the real thing. They can't. I am actually going to disagree with you, Jason. I don't think they can play safe or conservative, because a hot drop like this is one that you need to be able to get over with really, really quickly. They need to have a game plan going on into it. They need to punch the first chance that they get, because they can't be wasting time waiting around when they should be looting, should be rotating, and after having sent D+ back to the lobby. At least is what the plan should be.
See, that's where I'm kind of like, there needs to be a certain amount of points that they would need to be behind to potentially get out of bottom 5 for me to think differently. Because they're, what, I said like 30-something points away?
Yeah.
You have one bad game, that could turn into like 40-something points, and that makes your average points per game insanely more difficult. Whereas if they were like 50, 60 points behind, it's like, okay, well, you got nothing to lose. You might as well go crazy and try to pull something off. But they're kind of teetering. I'm kind of like with you and with me at the same time. They're kind of teetering on that point of like, should they get aggressive and go for it and try to get the points? Or do they need to play passive and try to hope to get on later into the game and then hope teams like Sem9 don't perform well, which, as you've seen, Sem9 can still do decently here, 7.
Yeah, Sem9 to pull out a win every once in a while.
Yeah, and going back with GE, the reason why I kind of want them to be aggressive is because they haven't had really any big pop-up performances. Yes, they have had 3rd place finishes and 4th place finishes with 8 Ilms, but it's very, very scarce. So at this point, I just want to see them be able to at least try to put up some points.
The funny thing about them
down.
is that they have 49 limbs, right? Influence, or sorry, actually, okay. I had a really good point, and then I realized I was looking at placements for the teams. But we don't need to talk about that. I thought they had more limbs than some of the teams in the front page, but that's not true. Let's see what's going to happen, though, as we're going to drop in ourselves over to Sandhawk with John Allen and Zute.
The last Sandhawk of this group. We are waiting to see what those hot drops, or lack thereof potentially, have in store for us over in that Paradise Resort position. We are going to be getting into it very, very shortly. But yeah, they're all talking about the right sort of stuff. We're looking at those bubbles. We're looking at the 11th place teams. We're looking at the teams maybe looking to push up to that top spot as well.
Yeah, the bubble is close both ways, right? Jason mentioned it earlier. 4th place team, Weibo Gaming, sitting at 120. They're 23 points away from breaking into the top 3, but they're also just 24 points ahead of the 12th place team, I think. Or no, in the 11th place team. So it could go either way for so many of these teams in the middle of the pack. One huge game, you find yourself with the chance at making it in top 3, and a couple bad games, some other teams ladder up, all of a sudden you're looking at potentially being in the bottom 5 and being eliminated straight out.
Certainly don't want to be down there in the doldrums. Over Sandhawk we go. Plane path pretty chill, as it normally is on Sandhawk. It's very unlikely that you get a plane path on Sandhawk that really actually cuts out many teams at all, so going to be pretty chill to start things off. Of course, we are keeping our eyes on Paradise Resort, on that hot drop between Genesis and Team Plus that happened yesterday. Well, in general has been happening, but only really popped off yesterday, as well as Bigatron's relocation.
Also BTR.
To be on that trifecta compound and northeast of boot camp last time, or if they're going to go back to their original position.
Yeah, not this time. They tried to do something tricky yesterday against Influence Rage. It didn't work out. Looks like they are reverting back to what they've been doing the first 2 days. So no real drops or hot drops right now. Looks like D+ did indeed get Paradise to themselves. Genesis having to pull off somewhere else, especially with the tournament lives on the line. So that's a good adjustment to be made. And, well, looks like everyone has spread out pretty evenly. No scraps, no brawls to start off Sandhawk like we've seen the past couple of days. And it is the last day. And with the bubbles being so close every which way, teams are playing a lot safer. And I like this first zone. This is going to be a tricky one for many of the teams.
I'm looking at Gap, and the observers have rightly just switched over to this. He was separate from the rest of Weibo. With the adjustment from Genesis, it has kind of split him off from the rest of the team. He's just going to go up to the coastline and swim across because he knows that that bridge position is occupied, spotted those parachutes, doesn't even waste any time looting because he's got literally nothing on board right now, just that knife on his back, just trying to get across to regroup. And with the Northern Circle, hut in, super valuable for Weibo.
Yeah, and definitely valuing his life over maybe cutting the time short a little bit to start looting. So he didn't take the bridge. He didn't want to risk, two bullets, no helmet to the head, and he's knocked and he's going to be finished. So he'll take the safer rotation, the slower rotation, going for that swim. Especially with this zone, right? It is so important to have 4 up when you're in the circle, especially with the position like Weibo Gaming. And same with Genesis. They altered their drop spot and they definitely got a little bit circle blessed for it. Question is, will the circle go east or west of that river? That is yet to be determined.
Have to wait just a little bit longer. It's kind of nasty, right? Because there's not that many safe crossing options when you get later into this circle. It's probably not a terrible idea to keep a boat in the fold for this first circle, but even then, teams are going to be crunched up to the coast, so they're going to spot those boat rotations as well. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be really, really hard to make that decision, make that call as to which side you go for.
Yeah, and another big thing to consider is Genesis's position. That area with the hills around the small mini lake, it could put out so much suppressive fire, but then it's so dangerous to hold as a singular team. You see here on the screen right now. I think in the first zone, Genesis should definitely do as much as they can to keep teams away, to create a buffer zone. And if they do it well enough, everyone's going to get stopped, you know, just before crossing over that hill, and they'll end up fighting each other. And then Genesis can condense a little bit to play safer. But with a zone like this, teams are really fast with that rotation, and Rook have already cut in right in front of Genesis. They took the compounds that Genesis would be relying on to stay safe as they're playing on top of the hills.
Influence Rage have also moved up there as well, trying to make space for themselves. They're a lot closer to the coastline, but Rook have managed to grab that compound and not really take too much damage for it. So Genesis, as you say, keeping those hills, but Brute Force now starting to move in along that northern coastline. So Genesis under a lot of pressure to hold it out.
Yeah, I think Genesis should just condense to the dock compounds on the north side. It's still a decent spot, honestly, in a zone like this. I wasn't expecting teams to rotate this flash. Both Influence Rage and Rook just headed straight towards that center area. As you can see here, Genesis taking some shots over that way. So Rook find themselves in a nice position right now. They could have the crossing over to Hot 10 if necessary, and, well, if the circle shifts east, they're pretty much in the dead center of it.
Try and keep that under control. Don't overextend yourself. They are a little bit split, you're right. Maybe regrouping down south could be an idea for them. I think Brute Force might make that a little bit tricky, though. In the meantime, over on the west, leaving from Ruins fairly quickly as well, it's Vampire. They have scouted out over that western bridge to the northwest island, currently moving on the west coast up past Camp Alpha, or heading that direction at the moment. Team Queso split across this northwest island still, across this area, so potential to spot out this Vampire rotation or potentially come into contact with it as well.
Yeah, taking a check on some of the top teams or teams to really look out for this match. Major Pride all the way on the east side and the southeast, very far from the zone. They're just going to elect to take this slow and hope the zone shifts to the eastern side and not to the western island. But if it does, they can still rotate through the south of boot camp because they're coming in so late they have that option available to them. BTR is on that western island just south of Hot 10. Near one of the compounds. Yeah, you can see right here Team Queso with eyes set on top of them. Queso should be okay, or not Queso, BTR should be okay here. Even if one of them get knocked, it would be a very hard point for Queso to confirm from this high ground.
Carlos, though, going to make that crossing, and Spray for Reyes not quite connecting on for the knock, but it's not going to matter. BTR going to get ahead of them. BNS, in the meantime, Bino Storm versus IHC. IHC have already lost a player. We saw that flush just go through on our screens there. Demo takes a nade as well, a little bit of damage. The rest of IHC seemingly too far away to give any backup to Demo's location. I'm not entirely sure exactly where they are. Perhaps they're going to have to roll in a little bit later, but IHC play on with 3.
Yeah, IHC's downfall this entire series so far is just losing 1 to 2 players very early on, which can easily be avoided if, you know, you just play a bit tighter, play a bit safer. But I feel like that's not the only thing that's been plaguing IHC. They're trying to make it out of that bottom 5 right now. And with a rough first game like this, sitting in 15th place, yeah, it's not going to be looking too great for them. For Miracle Vibes, the team we haven't really mentioned yet as far as their position, I don't think, is they're south of boot camp, southwest of boot camp at the Trifecta compound where the 2 riverways meet. So they're keeping their option open on going west or east, depending on the second circle shift. But I have a feeling we're not going to see a decisive second circle shift. I think it's going to be a shift where it still kind of keeps that limbo between, do you prioritize the west island or the east main island?
They have to make a decision, but they are hedging their bets right now for a stage 2 shift. It kind of decides over on the east
I would
side.
go
There
east.
is still that
Yeah.
west edge. Yeah, if you're for Miracle Vibes right now, you do go to the east side, but it still hasn't fully confirmed. We
That
did
is
actually
true.
see, I mean, even back in European regionals, right, in the European Championship, we saw
a finish on that island in the middle of the river that's at the south side of this zone as well. So it doesn't even have to decide east or west in the end of it. It's still a little bit of a gamble either way, but we'll have to wait and see where these next stages continue to close, because it is still a little bit undecided.
Yeah, this is very tricky for the teams that have yet to commit to a certain side. Vibes can take the warehouses north of boot camp and control that ridgeline, so then they could swim west or stay on the east. I think that might be what they do. They're going to wait for that third circle. BTR, they're heavily committed on the west side. Same with Queso and Weibo Gaming. This is a better shift for Major Pride, I guess, because it did go over east, and they are currently in the Paradise Resort.
Duarte behind DRS right now, both of them playing late in the blue zone. You've got Sem9 over on the east near Quarry doing the same thing, but in a completely different location. DRS moving across this bridge now, which will let Duarte move a little bit closer. As we hop on over to the northwest island, BTR have moved up. This is the compound we saw them break towards that Reyes wasn't quite able to stop them from getting on in. At the range he was, he just didn't have the spray downs onto them, unfortunately. And so BTR playing a little bit closer to the coastline. Might make Team Queso's life a little bit hard, but we'll have to wait and see. Dino Storm in the meantime have been spotted. IHC, they're playing with 3, but they still got guns in their hands, and Godless going to give BNS a run for their money, taking a little bit of a toll on their progression. 3 players now left for Dino Storm.
Looks like IHC got some revenge from earlier. It was Bino Storm that took down one of their players. Now they trade it right back. Bino Storm does get ahead of them, however, so most likely the circle centers up. IHC will have to go through them and multiple other squads. So I'm taking a look at the mini-map. Not too much movement has been made in that second circle shift. It's mostly the teams just on the far outside forced to move a little bit closer. SDRS picks up one member of Demorte, and Weibo Gaming getting into slight engagement with Vampire on that northwest side near Hatin.
Maybe a little bit of a scrap developing there. For the time being, though, it's a little bit arm's distance, not really too much popping off. And Vampire did take a knock, but it hasn't really seen much more than that for the moment. So we'll have to wait and see if that can get picked back up, because Ravenclaw's a little bit split from the rest of the team. However, it seems like he has cover. Demuerte, though, could be a third party if they keep on going up this hillside.
Definitely want to pop some first aids here before they continue driving. They are wary of the fact that they are getting closer to potential enemy targets, as that is the case. Heading into the third circle, I'm thinking it's going to pull east. Queso just lost a player. BTR playing very patient. That solo player on the foothills definitely not making himself known until he could get that knock and point. So Queso will lose a player, thinking that hilltop was clear. And the circle centers up. This does favor the east much more. Rook, I mean, that one rotation we saw very early on, they are very happy with how the circles have played out.
And not only that, Genesis are probably pretty all right with this, to be honest. I mean, the teams over on the east, Brute Force, have been there for a long, long time. They're not really making any big moves at the moment. There might be a little bit of trouble from Brute Force now that they're right on the edge of the circle, but that area over on that north side, nice and safe for the time being. No one taking those hills. Demuerte suffering, trying to cross his PPR. They're just going to stop them there, as are Rook over on the other side of the bridge. It's a really, really difficult rotation from this western side now. There's about 5 or 6 teams just stopping you almost dead in your tracks as you try and make this progression. So a really, really tough time for Demuerte. I don't blame them for going down here, to be honest.
Did I just catch a Queso player sending it across the bridge? I think so. Yeah, one of the Queso players just sent it across the bridge. Don't know how far he's going to get. Sem9 gets a solo player into the shack. That's a pretty good position considering just how isolated it is within the center of circle. The Queso player has made it to the end of the bridge, probably hopped into one of the empty trucks. As you can see, 3 pink dots on the bridge. I think each Queso player is just playing inside one of the open back trucks on the bridge there. Pretty good heads-up rotation, I'd say, for Queso to utilize that. It is a last-ditch attempt pretty much, but nowhere else is really open.
And they get ahead of BTR. They take that top of the bridge, and it's fairly central on the circle, likely to be in for the next zone. We'll have to see if they do get that shift in their favor. Vampire managed to get Ravenclaw back up earlier, and now they're continuing to duel it out with Weibo in Hartin. The res just about to finish for Schweppes to bring him back up to 4, but Sook has a nade. If he pops it in the right place, this could be devastating. The first one in through, Sook pushed back off the angle, but then he's not quite connecting, and Vampire stay alive as 4. Ming is forwards with another nade in hand. A lot of utility being thrown on him by Weibo, but Vampire give ground. They allow those nades to pop, they allow that utility to be spent, and Weibo don't get too much value for it.
Yeah, Weibo did manage to push Vampire back, so it gives them a little more ground to push upwards in. But when it's still a 4v4 with smokes and many angles and nades, it doesn't really come down to who's got more pressure. It just comes down to who can hit the first nade before anything really expands, as Sook finds that nade. Sook's so good with his grenades, as we saw on Miramar the other day. He gets the opening, but Weibo Gaming, we've seen them lose 4v2s. Okay, so even with this slight advantage, Weibo Gaming still have to play this very carefully and correctly, as Gap pushes up by himself, it looks like. It doesn't matter, Gap is good for it. Picks up a quick 2 Elim points. That's Vampire out. Weibo Gaming picking up 4 points. BTR now getting into a brawl with DRS. BTR, 2 members knocked, only 2 up. One's on the low ground. So right now it's just a solo up here trying to fend everyone off.
He's super low as well, has to give away on the player they have right up in the front there. Satalis trying to stay alive, gets a heal started, rules the last to stand for DRS. The nade takes him down low. The heal went through as well. Satalis can resurge up this hillside now. His teammate at his back, regrouped on through, and that's DRS out. But 2 players eliminated coming through for BTR.
But wait a second, BTR's up to 6 eliminations. So they picked up the 4 from DRS, they picked up 1 from Queso, and somewhere else they got another point. But BTR and BTR fashion leading the charge in Elim points in this match. With 2 players left, they could get more. That circle pulls up to the northwest. It keeps Weibo Gaming in zone. This could be a big game for Weibo Gaming now, as BTR is rotating in. Queso barely in the circle, I think, with that 1 player, Pappy Potro.
I believe that BTR have actually subbed out Yuhai, if I'm not mistaken. Caught that during the fight. They are playing Boysil now for this map, for Sanok. We'll see if that predicts. But one of their players moving on forwards to the bridge to play underneath Team Queso, as you say, in that bridge position, gonna have to leave. Major Pride on that southeast side, kind of getting forced away from this one. Influence Rage just a little bit ahead of them, but Influence Rage gonna have to leave, trying to move into these hillsides with Genesis. And honestly, they have been so untouched on this northern side. No one's been trying to push this aggression towards them. Might pay off, because Brute Force right now taking a fight rather with Vino Storm, who are playing as 3. Brute Force, 1 knock on the forward position. They're not having the greatest of time getting down this hillside. BNS going very low on Divine, taking a knock onto Nagon as well. Just Nanakuni on the backlines.
Brute Force holding a nice split here. Doing a good job at taking down Bino Storm, but the nades are coming back, and now Brute Force all of a sudden just down to the 1 singular member. I like to see Genesis, with all this commotion, maybe get a little bit greedier, look a little more aggressive, peek their heads out a little more, because they could third-party this, and they need the points. Genesis is down in 15th, and there is that gap on the very low end of things to break into the survival placements of the top 11. So Genesis, I respect the fact that they keep 4 alive, but this is a lot of opportunities being given away in the form of Elim points.
BNS continue to put pressure forwards. Finally, they're handled, but Brute Force have lost a lot of players. Unfortunately, there's a knock across the way towards Genesis. That is a massive pickup, and Ichi needs to get this res as fast as possible because the zone's just shrunk up to them. Genesis have this in the palm of their hand, but they need to convert here if they want that chance that you highlighted, getting up to that top 11 spot.
Circle goes north. Weibo Gaming could sneak up here if Genesis is too preoccupied looking on the outside. Influence Rage trying to make their chance in at the top 5, or not the top 5, the top 3 after they lost it so disastrously yesterday. Up to 2 elimination points, 3 players up. Major Pride, first place team. The circles here just did not do them any favors, however.
Potro spotted hopping out by Pusher from Rook, who've been holding in this compound for a long, long time. Major Pride are eliminated on the southeast side in the meantime. Influence Rage, they've lost their player, so they are playing as 3 as well. Nobody else really with a presence except for Weibo Gaming. keep your eyes on those guys. They are looking to swim across. Genesis going to try and stop them from getting out of the water. They've got their work cut out for them. Rook is doing a lot of the work on the south side in the meantime, guarding out everybody trying to move up north.
Forced to switch to the pistol there, ran out of ammo in the M4. Rook made a very fast rotation, so I'm not surprised that certain players are low on ammo. His teammate just dropped him some 5-6 there. So good teamwork. As Queso playing spoiler now, the last player on the bridge, used up his meds. He gets the knock and, oh, doesn't confirm the point, and I think they'll get that revive as well. Weibo Gaming sneaks up to the north. They are finally spotted by the Rook player, as Rook has to push towards Weibo Gaming. One of the players of Weibo Gaming down to 1 HP. It is Sook. He's still alive. You may not see his HP bar, but he is still alive, and he could potentially get a smoke down from his teammate and get on the land and first aid too. Genesis finally dealing with everything on the east pretty much, should turn their attention towards Weibo Gaming.
Not a lot of threat from the south side with Influence Rage, almost certainly going down here. They are out in the blue zone, really struggling up into the rock. A lot of their players being felled in the process of that maneuver. Not going to have the greatest of speed. It looks like they're going to break forwards with 2 of their players. We're down to 5 teams remaining now as Furia Full de Muerte has, I think, admirably survived from the disastrous set of rotations they had a little bit earlier on, crashing straight on into that bridge and going down very, very low. So getting up into top 5, hey, you take those, especially when you're in 13th place. Remember, this is a team looking to chase for that bubble, looking to chase for that 96-point position. Federal similarly trying to keep his team away from it. And Influence Rage are going to be able to ladder up to 5th place there with 4 eliminations. So it's not the best game, but it is, once more, consistent. Back to form that we saw from the first 2 days.
Yeah, consistent for this one. Yesterday, they started with a consistent Sandhawk game, and then everything fell apart as, if he could get a 2-for-1, this would be very bad for Weibo Gaming. It looks like these players are starting to line up a little bit here. Sook better be careful not to peek out from the same angle as his teammate. Rook, this is their last member, so this is why he is taking his time. He won't go for the knock if it's not a confirmed point, because otherwise he gives away his position, and then he's surely to be taken out. He doesn't have that zone. Zone is closing. Furia just trying to stay alive underwater right now. He is boosted up, so he's gaining some HP, but also taking some drown damage. The zone is not going to be covering him either, so he will be in the next circle, so he can maybe sit there for a little while longer, and here comes the push out of the solo of Rook.
Shot. There's Ring actually going down to the play zone out in the water. That's a really bad pickup, and Rami steps forwards. A lot of players from Weibo fall, and immediately they're just swept aside. With the player down out in the water, they don't stay alive. Rami, sure, gets maybe a point extra there, but de Muerte are in 2nd place off the back of this. Somehow they've managed to ladder up. They don't have any eliminations. Furia swimming on through. He was in the buggy. Now he's going to try and make landfall. Genesis are a little bit split, so it's not impossible, but Smile should be able to spot this as he jumps into the water. Ichi is there as well, but Smile's seen him. They're just setting up a crossfire. I don't think they've picked it out there, but Furia
he got it.
Tagged, and Smile picks up the point. Genesis close it down. The circle does go to them time and time and time again, but they hold out the north side. Brute Force couldn't push in from the east. Rook couldn't move in from the south. And that's just how it goes. Genesis able to pick up a lot of points. This team from Myanmar trying to stay alive in the tournament. They had 63 points at the start of this match. The bubble was at 96. They'll have put a dent in it with that one.
Yeah, losing that hot drop fight in Paradise Resort against D+ was a blessing in disguise. That forced them to find an alternate drop spot, and that alternate drop spot led them to the chicken dinner here, pretty much. Of course, you know, they played their splits very well. They chose the north side. They condensed up. They didn't try to spread out too much to do, you know, take up too much territory. Kept all 4 up to make sure they secure that chicken dinner in the end. And I was saying, you know, they could have gotten more eliminations if they played a little more aggressive early on, but I think playing passive there until the very end, keeping all 4, got them the elims that they might have been looking for regardless. So great game out of Genesis. Weibo Gaming, you know, that was the 4th place team. I think they should be happy with the points they got, but it did look like there was a chance they could have gotten at least 2nd. They got dismantled all at the same time, and nade from Rook, one of the players spouting out the swimmer in the north in the form of Ming, and then all of a sudden, they were gone.
Just were nowhere to be seen. I'm not entirely sure if Ming got spotted and was just had to stay underneath the water and drowned there, or had to stay right towards the edge. But either way, to fall out. Weibo Gaming, though, they did stay alive pretty late. They had a gap to chase before, and I think they managed to get up to about 11 points that match as well, from the points that they were able to get for placements and eliminations. And with the top 3 teams not doing super well, that is going to close the gap somewhat. Hopefully, they'll be able to keep that chase alive for the rest of today. Rook staying alive quite late as well, getting a lot of points on board. So good news for them. But in the end, it's Genesis, who are down towards the bottom of the tables, able to get a chicken dinner and a couple of elims to boot.
Well, as soon as the plane went across Sandhawk and we had all the teams drop, I guess we got our answer. But Genesis' game plan was in this match. They said, hell no, we won't go back to Paradise. And it works out for them. They get themselves a chicken dinner. They get themselves a buttload of points they desperately needed. And this is the start to potentially Genesis getting out of that bottom 5 for gentlemen.
Big, potentially, I think is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that statement, because it's a good number of points, 9 eliminations, 19 points total. They held on in a very, conservatively, which is what you were asking for, Jason, right? But with the hole that they've been in so far, they're going to need to continue to put up these numbers, put up these points. And I can guarantee they're not going to be put in the same situations that they were this game, where they could just wait and farm teams running from the blue across the bridge, from the water, and all of that.
Hey, they had a great rotation, okay?
Yeah, 2 feet to the north.
We'll take a look at the rest.
They need to look out for is Weibo. They were able to outperform 4MB. It's kind of expected, considering we saw Weibo being one of those top performers there here in Sandhawk. But as you guys were saying earlier, it's going to come down to the Erangel. What performances are we going to be seeing out of this team? Especially yesterday, what we saw out of For Miracle. I'm expecting to see more consistency out of them. That big question mark for me is still going to be later in the day. And Team Queso getting unlucky there with the rotation to the bridge.
Well, let's just really quickly here. Genesis 14th place with that victory, 19 points. They didn't move in the leaderboards. They're still 14th place.
Yeah.
However, 14 points behind getting into the bubble, getting into the survival stage. So putting themselves, not the biggest of games they could have pulled off, but gives them that more realistic chance now with 5 matches left to go.
Yeah, definitely good that it happened now, to give them a little bit of motivation, a little bit of a fire under them to continue to push. Because even if they pick up, 6, 7, 8 points a match the next few matches, then we're cooking with gas, right? I want to look at DMR though, because that's a team that on the very first day we were a little excited for. They had a couple of nice rounds, but then over the past couple of days we didn't really talk about it too much, but they've been slipping into the bottom 5. They had a decent round for themselves, right? Getting themselves 6 points, putting themselves now above DRS for sure, and potentially close as well to be challenging Sem9.
Yeah, but they have a lot of work ahead of them, I feel like, kind of replicate that day 1 performance here, 7. They were, I think, top 5, if I'm not mistaken, and I even said, I am quite surprised to see Duarte do this well, but you know what? That kind of fell off really quickly here, as they still have a long ways to go. But as we make our move on to Erangel now, finally, our 3 Erangels back-to-back. For Miracle, if they want to hold top 3, I think is what we've been discussing before, they got to do well these next 3 matches, because Miramar hasn't been favoring them too well.
Yeah, and I think we all, at least I speak for myself, I'm expecting them to be able to do really well here, unless they don't get favored by any circles. Even when they don't get favored by any circles, their rotations have been able to be proven to actually work on their favor. We saw what they were able to do yesterday out of the bridge. Yes, it was a great play by the player that was on top, but it was what they did after that that really propelled them to even be in contention right now within those top 3. The other team I'm going to be keeping an eye on that we saw there on the top performers is going to be Vampire Esports. They did not have a great start here in Sandhawk, and as we saw some of those teams starting to climb that leaderboard, GE didn't really get a chance to move on the leaderboard like you were saying, Jason, but they closed the gap. And for Vampire Esports, they haven't really been winning any fights when they need to win them. Yes, they are able to get those chicken dinners, but we need to see some consistency. I would be shocked if for some reason at the end of the day, Vampire Esports are still there within that 11th place with 3 chicken dinners. Very consistent.
You remember day 1 before we went on air, I said to both of you, I don't think Vampire are going to qualify to Grand Finals, top 3. And you guys, at least one of you, I'm not going to say who, was kind of surprised to hear that, but I never thought that Vampire wouldn't make it into the survival stage at least. And they are barely holding on, being 2 points ahead of the team in 11th place.
Yeah, it's just looking at the performances, looking at the history of the past 3 days, they're the same. If you take away their 3 wins, they've had 7 placement points over all other games. If you take the eliminations from those wins as well, the elimination numbers drop significantly too. I can't count them in, but I also can't count them out because of the 3 wins. It's
well, a lot of teams for us to keep our eyes on, and a lot for you guys to keep your eyes on, like the Game Awards, where PUBG Mobile has been nominated as the best esports game. So make sure you guys head over and go vote for us to be the one. Voting's going on December 7th. And remember, if you take a picture of you actually committing to your vote, and you send that on over to 7 Worlds Gaming, we send you some UC, a Potentia, Infinix GT10 Pro, or a Pagani of your choosing. 7.
Sanda.
You're just so gracious, man. You're just so giving. You're so generous.
That's Sanda's. So good looking. I'm trying to get it too.
I don't know if you can
maybe
put
today
something so good looking with something not so good looking and have it still be good.
Hey, at least I fit in it, so I'm good.
That's fair. That's fair. I can't really fit in most sports cars for being too tall, and Cameron can't go in most sports cars because he's too handsome. It's just kind of, we all have our demons, unfortunately.
I'm also tall.
But
What happened to that?
I mean, tall. You're like barely 6 foot.
I am solidly 6. Like right there at 6. And not a
It's like 5'11".
Not a dating app 6. Actually, legitimately 6.
Got you.
How dare you?
Well, as we do head into this, maybe we should talk about the fact that Bigatron as well, as John pointed out, Yuhai not playing. I think that's an interesting change-up considering Yuhai hasn't been horrible, but I'm curious about the decision to actually change things around for the team.
I think it could be the pressure's starting to get to him, because even going back to day 1, I actually saw a lot of social media posts trying to encourage him, letting him know that, yeah, you're going to be able to do better in the next couple matches and in the next couple days, and he hasn't really been able to put up that performance. I mean, we kind of shifted our focus right to Lepar, which has been able to put up some great performances. Jan Foss as well with his off angles whenever the team does end up fighting. Is this going to be able to benefit him? We did end up seeing BTR getting a lot more elims, at least here in the first Sandhawk. Maybe we'll start seeing a lot more elims out of them. It comes down to how they're going to be taking on those fights, and if we're going to continue to see the fights that we saw BTR take in day 1, which were super set, and they were ready for everything.
Yeah. I mean, BTR were still in the top Erangel performers. Granted, a lot of that is elevated from day 1. But
I mean, imagine a world where you're top 3 right now, and you bench a player or like change a player because he doesn't think he's playing that well. Like that, what? That doesn't really make sense to me, to be honest. But I think maybe there's the potential angle as well of like getting another player reps in case they need to use him in the Grand Finals, get him some experience, get him a little bit acclimated to the lobby. I'm not sure of all the reasons around this, but it is kind of weird for me to believe that, yeah, we're only 2nd place right now. That's not good enough. Yuhai, you were going to trade you out for someone else. Like, what?
Yeah, it could be
shows
something
that they want to go for that 1st place, no?
I think it actually shows that there's got to be something internal going on. Either like Yuhai requesting to take a day off, take a break because of some stress or whatever it is, or maybe comms are starting to degrade because of arguments within the teams. Because changing a player out going for 1st instead of maintaining 2nd, because like the goal is to maintain top 3. So I'm actually on the Jason camp here on this one. It is an odd change if it is a strategic one, not a chemistry one.
Did you hear that, Simon? He's on the Jason camp for once. I never have people get in my camp. No, I was going to someone to say something about that. Okay. I mean, obviously, we're just a few moments away from what Erangel will entail, but I'm kind of excited, like, thinking about the future as well, thinking about all the teams who are going to be participating in the Grand Finals. Like, the fact is, you have Loops, Alpha 7, Stalwart coming in from the first group, Group Green. That just blows my mind. Like, those 3 teams going head-to-head alone, obviously with their invited teams looking for S2G to maintain potentially a back-to-back win, especially in front of their home crowd in Turkey. That's going to be tough. And honestly, I don't know if I'm confident in seeing them potentially pull off a back-to-back year victory, considering this year's been a little bit shaky for them. And honestly, the competition has probably been the strongest it's ever been at a PMGC.
Yeah. Plus, all the reps the direct invites are a weird thing, right? Because sure, you get to skip stages, but you're not going to get the same reps to warm up and stuff. And we've seen, look at day 1, it was Bigatron just wiping everyone. And then day 2, day 3, because of the reps, because of the experience of getting their feet under them and getting their fingers warm, their fingies warm, the teams are starting to contest them. Bigatron isn't running away with things. So, you know, we'll see what the direct invite teams look like come the Grand Finals, if they've had a chance to really embed themselves in, or if they're going to need an on-ramp time, and if that on-ramp time is going to be the reason why they aren't able to really shoot for the #1 position.
Nongshim. I'm actually very intrigued to see how Nongshim Red Force is going to be doing in the Grand Finals. What we saw out of them, especially last week, their quick adaptiveness to whatever was going on within the map. They didn't really have to wait that long. Like for the next day, we usually talk about teams being able to have to wait a day for them to be able to adapt. This team was able to adapt on the spot, and I think that's going to benefit them in a big way come Grand Finals.
I don't know, I find them interesting because thinking about like an international scale of playing against teams of this caliber, for them to have that kind of performance in their group with, again, the teams they're up against, and then to potentially go into the Grand Finals and kind of replicate that performance, that would be probably one of the biggest standout performances we've ever seen out of a team ever in PUBG Mobile.
I could see it happening.
Do you disagree?
No, I think they're going to be able to adapt. I don't know if it's going to be good enough for them to be able to get first place because, as you mentioned, like there is so many top-heavy teams. Yeah. And even from this group, we've been able to see Major Pride being able to do the same thing that Nonshin was able to do last week as well. And I think that's why Major Pride is currently in that first place. So it comes down to... And also, we don't know who's going to be qualifying from survival stage and last chance, and we've seen those teams be hungry as well. I mean, last year, what was it? Inco Gaming, they ended up qualifying to Grand Finals from last chance. And that team ended up performing pretty well, at least on the first couple days, taking points away from some of the teams there at the top.
Yeah, I actually think the qualifying through, this has been said before, I'm pretty sure, but I think qualifying through last chance through survival is going to be more difficult than qualifying top 3 from these groups, even if there are 5 slots, because one, it's top 5 out of half the games played, so you really can't make any mistakes. Plus, we're already seeing how many top-level teams are just failing to make it into the top 3 of their groups, and that's only going to condense even further when we hit survival, when we hit last chance. So I think for the teams right now, like Weibo, like Rook, who both had good games previously, still a little bit of a gap away from the top 3 here, like I think this is like arguably their better chance right now, despite that gap, to just try and go for it, throw some Hail Marys into the play, really make something happen. But from what we've seen, we haven't seen Major Pride, we haven't seen Bigatron, we haven't seen For Miracle Vibes really slip and fall and give any inclination that they would give room for a team like Weibo, for a team like Rook to have the opportunity to get themselves into the top 3.
I mean, even thinking ahead, actually, in my mind, I'd say you almost, I'm probably gonna get met with a lot of disagreement here, it's almost but it's almost better to qualify through the last chance, because just the amount of reps you get in, like at least for regions where you're not used to playing on international scales like this, I feel like you learn so much from those extra games that you're going to get to play. Obviously, yes, I know the pressure is more difficult, it's a lot harder of a route to qualify, but I feel like a team that comes in from that just has so many reps under their belt going into the Grand Finals. You're going to be able to transition a lot easier and be able to adapt your gameplay a lot easier because you've been able to play out so many additional matches.
Yeah, if you could somehow guarantee that you would qualify, if you could make a pact with some, you know, supernatural individual, if you could, if you could like sacrifice a goat or something, right? And guarantee that you're gonna qualify through last chance, then yes, that team would arguably have a strong advantage. But the chances of doing that are so low, I personally wouldn't take the risk.
I think it comes down to some teams as well. Like some teams, it definitely benefits them that I see what you're trying to go with. Some teams definitely benefit that they keep on getting reps. They don't have to sit out and just watch. And there's some other teams that the pressure just gets too much to them. And we have seen that in the past, that the pressure just gets a little bit too much to a certain team or maybe a player, and they don't end up performing where they need to actually perform.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Obviously, qualifying off the group stage is going to be way better than qualifying through last chance, but we'll see how things are going to work out here as things are ready to go, as we're going to head into our first airing of the day, our first of 3. There's only 5 matches left to go until we can crown our 3 champions to head into the Grand Finals. Let's see who it might be with John Allen and Zute.
We've had our dose of Sandhawk, thank you very much. Genesis departing from their hot drop over in Paradise Resort and being paid out for it. A great start to their day. Their chase for that bubble is on, but it's not uncompeted for. It is, of course, plenty of other teams looking to chase alongside them. With Genesis racking on up a couple points, it's Muerte, DRS close by on those tables. And of course, you can't forget that 3rd place bubble chase as well. With BTR swapping some stuff out, they are looking to try and close down that top 3 spot in their player roster shift. We'll see if they're able to do so. Vampire, kind of a tricky spot right now, close to that bubble at the bottom as well, Zute.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricky spots, and the Dust was talking about BTR switching out one of their players, even though they are coming into today in second place. They were throwing some theories around. If I had to throw one out, it's that Yuhai or Superboy hasn't been performing up to par with the rest of the team members. The reason why I say that is because if you can recall the past 3 days, we mentioned Gen Force a lot. We've mentioned Lepar, he popped off one day. And of course, like, all the players were mentioned quite a bit, but Superboy, other than the fact of him being Yuhai, wasn't really, you know, we didn't really shine a big spotlight on him. And so I think it might be the case of there were certain situations where Yuhai was put into the position to shine, like he had to clutch up or he had a, you know, entry in, whatever the case might be, and it didn't work out. So now they're feeling like, okay, what if we try out our sub player who probably is just as high as a caliber as the rest of the team. So curious to see how the rest of the day plays out, and we'll see if BTR keeps that change, because if things start falling apart, they should put Superboy right back in. And well, as for top 4 elims, he's up there in the top 4. So I'm not sure what the case was with subbing out Superboy there.
Anybody knows the answer? Hit me up in the DMs. I'll read that one. Have to verify it, of course. Can't be going spouting some nonsense there. And they have actually maintained that substitution, so they are not playing Superboy, aka Yuhai, in this match either. We just saw that circle pop, and that is a big southwest shift. It's over towards Primorsk, and Vampire are going to be happy about that. They need to try and maintain control of that southwest peninsula, but this is the sort of circle that they could do very well on.
Definitely so. Southwest, we've also had the circle with this group before, so teams should be somewhat familiar with how teams will play here. We did get a very skewed playing path on the east, and that has always led to some issues in the early game, as you can see here. Some players dropping for vehicles, not getting them. Other players getting the vehicles and looking, you know, to hunt down maybe the solos that dropped around. Suk picked up the M4. It looked like he was looking around just for a slight second, didn't spot anyone. So he's going to go back. Effect does have to be a little bit careful here. Yeah, Suk's Spidey senses are blaring right now. And oh, really?
Oh.
I couldn't even catch Effect, and we could see through the trees and stuff. I don't know how Suk caught that one, but I mean, he's a pro, and I'm no longer a pro by any means. So I mean, that's why he's still here competing. Great pickup point for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, he tried to bring out the knife there, tried to allow Suk to close the distance, but he's too smart for that. He knows that if you stand far away from someone with a knife, they can't get you. It's a secret. I'll drop that bit of knowledge for you there, Zute. The knife has a limited range, and that's its main weakness. Otherwise, it's a great weapon.
I do believe you could throw it too, though. There, you could throw pans, so I would think you could be able to throw knives. As there were hot drops elsewhere too. Scraps happening here. IHC lost a player early on to Sem9. I caught one of the IHC players looting bunker with Sem9 there, so. Yeah, I'm not too surprised. It is a little bit of a scrap fight. And Sem9, one of the teams right on the bubble in 96 points, 11th place. So that 1 point is going to be quite valuable for them as well.
They'll have to get a little bit on the distance if they want to get to this next circle fast, though. So they need to make sure they make good time. IHC losing players early, it just seems to be a recurring trend for them.
Yes.
Especially on Erangel, which is unfortunate, and it can't be the sort of thing that you see for a team looking to qualify, and I feel like it's been shown through the points now. 65 points on the board for them. At this stage, I think it's very unlikely, especially if they continue to lose players like this, that they're going to be able to make that gap close. Even though it's possible, it just seems a little bit too far out of the realms of possibility that they will be able to step up in that fashion if they're still making these same mistakes right now.
Yeah, I mean, if they're still making the same mistake at step 1, right, maybe they keep all 4 up, but that just means there's more potential mistakes that happen later on that they haven't experienced yet. If you're playing majority of the tournament as a 3-man, you'll never figure out the mistakes that you'll have as a 4-man into the late game, which will more than likely arise once again. So IHC's chances of, you know, making that top 11 is really small, just based on the certain mistake of losing a player early game every single time. Teams are starting to rotate in now from that east side, as we do have that far western shift, like we mentioned, DRS, Demorte. There's still a bit of ways from the circle, but rotations are definitely being done. Influence Rage doing the same as well, coming in from the north, as their loot spot was Yasnaya.
Yeah, they are circling on through. They look plenty looted for now. Moving over closer to Georgia Pole, moving to the east side of Everest, starting to move along the compounds that line the foothills of it, but D+ are also in that vicinity. It looks like they might be able to either divert or stop dead the Influence Rage rotation from that northern side. DRS close to IHC. They continue to have a little bit of beef here on this rotation, but looks like they are going to extricate themselves from one another. Neither team wanting to stop. You see that quite a lot in these open field positions where two teams rotate from different parts of the mountains that surround them. They see each other, they're close by. You just can't pull up and stop in the open like that. You know someone's going to take those shots at you and you're going down. So you just have to wave and say goodbye. We'll see you later.
Yeah, also that's a common rotation path for all the teams following and behind you. So you stop there, another team's coming behind you, and they're more than likely going to take you down. As Demorte is here rotating, BTR taking the same path, everyone pretty much taking this path, because no one's going to stop here really to camp out rotations. It's just barren lands, there's no real high ground there to get a nice position to camp rotations. And plus with the circle this far west, I don't think anyone wants to stop. Everyone does want to get more central, as Influence Rage does find their spot in Quarry. However, some of the Vampire squad is set up here in a 2-2 split, north and south of Quarry being locked down.
Nice area to control for Vampire. They moved up from Primorsk. Nice and timely position. They've got a lot of cover, but a lot of teams have moved into this area. With the Gatka fields being such a prominent feature of the north side of the circle, teams are deciding whether or not to stay behind it or to cross. And at the moment, almost every single team has opted to cross and move further down south to the western side here, to the areas around that swamp, around the north side of Quarry as well. The hills there providing sanctuary for quite a few teams now.
Ooh, Weibo Gaming catching a knock from BTR, and BTR being BTR, they're gonna go aggressive here. I think Sook was confirmed too, so they confirmed that point. BTR looking like they're backing off just a little bit. Of course, Weibo Gaming is gonna leave that fight immediately. I think everyone in the lobby knows BTR is just on another form of aggression level. So if your player is lost to BTR, you better disengage fast, because they're not gonna sit around and just, you know, pop shots back and forth, especially after they get the first one.
It's essentially, unless you're right there to immediately get the res and then run, you are going to have a bad time in the BTR sidelines. It's been interesting to watch their playstyle develop. I mean, we saw that when they are able to fall back to that aggressive playstyle, it just works out fairly convincingly, but it's being given those opportunities that I think has started to diminish as time has gone on in this group, right? The first day, obviously, a blinder of a day, an incredible day. The best day I think we've seen over the course of this group stage as well. But when they have teams around them starting to tighten up their flanks, starting to figure out how to stop that aggression, becomes a lot harder for BTR to extract as many points as they did there. But they are still keeping up pace, of course, still in that top 3, and very much in the contest for this top spot as well.
Definitely so. Circle shifts south. Weibo Gaming, who lost a player, gets the new central of the zone at the warehouse. Of course, that's a position you can't really hold even as a 4-man team. You'll get other teams out crash in, and you're forced to kind of share the area. We'll see if any other teams decide to crash there, as we do have the Vibes team that we saw was shooting was actually southeast, not even across a bridge. I thought that was on the main island, but Vibes has not crossed over just yet. Queso actually looking to set up a bridge camp, and that's a pretty smart idea. If you're nowhere close to central zone, as Queso, you may as well bridge camp and maybe pick up some points before rotating in.
Ooh, Influence Rage have spotted one of the angles for Vampire. Remember, Vampire holding a crucial set of positions around the top of the ridge lines that are surrounding the quarry area. So the fact that they've lost a player on that north side, you can just see that knock just on the left-hand side of the minimap in the top right. Could be really unfortunate. Tony K goes down as well. Influence Rage having a good time to start things off. Federal confirms the flush. Players on the inside having a tough time against Stone, though, who's laying up 1 and 2 as well. Tries to go for the third, but he's not going to have the backup needed. And Vampire being pulled all the way down to 1 player now. That is a really, really tough spot. Influence Rage can start to get these reses as well. A really great position now for Influence Rage off the back of taking it from Vampire.
Yeah, Vampire doing a kind of a really bad split, 2-2 north and south. I know sightlines are there, but you have to expect a 4-man team to pull up potentially like Influence Rage did. So that split not working out there for Vampire. They're going to suffer the losses down to 2. They go. BTR. Oh, BTR actually never got that point onto Weibo Gaming. They got the knock, but it was stolen away by another team because BTR still have 0 elim points.
They are still, as you say, on that 0-pointer. Major Pride, no players alive right now, so both BTR and For Miracle Vibes with a chance to push on up, but For Miracle Vibes still locked, embroiled in this scrap on the south side across the bridge to the military island. Looks like they are winning it out, but slowly trying to keep this pressure onto Beano Storm. Team Queso have disengaged from the bridge hold, so they do have that path available to them now. They don't have to stay here, but they might just want the points.
Yeah, I think when you've lost out on rotations, you just go for the camp if there's elim points. And Vibes has a huge advantage there. They've got all the angles. They have priority to leave if things should get a little hairy down there. So Vibes taking their time. They got a knock earlier too, so they have the man advantage. It's a 4v3. Next circle going to shift out here as we head into the next one, and it centers right on up once again.
Right to the mouth of the quarry area. The hills of the east that the Megatron hold right now are a great set of sightlines to control their flank as well as take a good foothold into these next set of circles. Maybe they'll have one of their big old games that we love to see from Bigatron. Miracle Vibes continue the pressure. Fine outside in the blue zone. Does get that heal off at stage 2, so you can res and bandage and get that first aid off before the blue zone takes you back down. Stage 3 zone now. That will be made a little bit harder, but still possible.
Ooh, East reloading right there. I think just missed the chance, but the nades are good. As Vibes finally getting a bit more aggressive. Yeah, I'm surprised Vibes was camping this out so passively even after the first knock. But Nanakuni with some nice shots. Looks like answering right back. Baron should be able to get that first aid off. The blue zone is ticking, but I think all the players were fully boosted, knowing that they are going to be camping here. And with the blue zone doing way more damage with the new shift, I think it is time for Vibes to reconsider and go ahead and leave this position. Yeah, they will. They're going to have to rotate in from the east side. East side pretty clear. It's just Queso on the far eastern edge. Other than that, there's BTR a little bit ahead, but they actually don't have too many options in the east coming in, so Vibes might run into some opposition that they're forced to take.
Yeah, with BTR holding a 2-2 split right now in the hills and down to the compound to the south side of their position, it's really that hillside to the east that sits along that line of trees, but unfortunately the hillside kind of just runs out as you go further west into that location. So you don't have a great amount of cover. It's going to be difficult. I think they might just opt to take the fight with Team Queso after they heal up a bit.
So either take the fight with Queso or just stall out and wait for the next circle and then really gun for a hard rotation. It's one of those two options. Because if they take a fight on the edge now, the circle is going to shift and most likely go elsewhere. So maybe they just forego the fight, eat a little bit of blue, as little as they can eat, and then go for a hard rotation. We'll see what the Vibes team do shortly here as Sem9 still trying to find a spot in the zone. They will find that compound on the northeast. It is unoccupied as East goes down right there to Queso. So the fight will be erupting now.
Queso get the opening knock onto Doc. They haven't got the flush position yet, but they want to change that very quickly. They move straight on up immediately. Artur's very close to Baron on the off angle, potentially able to ambush from the blue zone here for Miracle Vibes. With 3 players, 2 of them active. Artur's more worried about the players on the hillside towards the down player, but the pan eating a couple of bullets, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. They can still get that res, and that's what they're looking for, to play up as 3. Artur steps a little bit too close and does get burned for it.
Yeah, Queso getting a little overzealous with that opening knock. Not realizing the setup that Vibes did have coming in. And Vibes with another nade, too. Now that's 2 knock for the side of Queso. This was looking good. Now it is the complete opposite. With the new zone shift shifting away, I think Vibes is definitely going to just prioritize these points and take the fight rather than leaving this. Bino Storm coming in from the backside, eating so much blue that the blue zone is just taking away at their members one by one. And the Vibes team, one of the players heading north, maybe to deal with Bino Storm. Where's the southern player right there? Kieso gets a full reset, so Vibes getting a little bit distracted, I think.
There was only one player from Bino Storm. I don't know if they noticed that two of the players fell out the back because the blue zone is now claiming them. Nanokuni is super, super low. For Miracle Vibes, maybe over-committing and overestimating the position on that north edge, giving Team Queso that gap to get that reset that you talked about. They're not going to disengage. They're going to try and look to get ahead of it. I mean, the hillside is still there. It does start to go down, but it is going to be available. However, the circle goes all the way out to the west. And if Vampire had 4 players here, they would be in a phenomenal position. That was taken away from them earlier.
Queso driving towards into Demorte. Demorte with a really nice spot. This is not in the circle, but I like how they use this position to push everyone else away from their backsides before going in, because they have a spot inside the circle that they can secure from these compounds. So a nice little buffer zone for them to utilize, and Queso will be the ones to meet their demise here. There's only one player up from Queso. No, 2 up, but they're not in much of a position to fight back.
Bino Storm ran all of their meds dry trying to survive the blue zone over on that rotation from the southeast side, and so didn't have anything left. We're hopping on over to Genesis, who are clashing at the moment with DRS on the northwest side, and it looks like that fight has just concluded with DRS going down, so Genesis able to hold out on that position with all 4 of their players alive. We'll see if they can pick anything up. Team Queso go down. Only the 2 eliminations this match, which means their chase towards the top 3 again cut short from that southeast side. De Muerte stay alive on the south coast.
New circle is about to shift here. BTR still has yet to really move into the zone. They've had a nice firm control on the east side, but they might be the next team to get into engagement before the next circle even pops up here. They're really close to Sem9 on the northeast. Might see some knocks happen between those two very soon. Morte edging on the southeast after they cleared out their backsides. They will meet some resistance as they are rotating in here.
Brute Force, 2 players as the vanguard right now. Neo's in the buggy still. Trying to claim some position on the hills to the south right now. Seemingly, De Muerte just rolling straight on in to the opening of the quarry. It's a very, very difficult position to leave. If you can hold it down, if you can get into cover, you're a little bit safer, but the teams on that high ground that Vampire and Influence Rage currently hold, they just have such great sightlines towards you. It's so tough to make it work.
Next circle pops out here. It goes down to the south. That does force Genesis to push in and Influence Rage. They just have to move over east a little bit. We might see a fight break out between Rook and Influence Rage, as both of those teams are on the high ground of the quarry side. And honestly, whoever controls Rook's position into the next circle will be in a much, much favorable spot than everyone else.
Vampire trying to get across now. 2 players do make it to the warehouse, but there's already occupation in tow here. IHC, 3 players alive, but only Schweppes now in action. Has a low HP bar as well, eaten a lot of damage already. Repositioning, or certainly looking to. Nades cooking in the meantime. Schweppes does have cover for the time being. No one on this broadside to the warehouse, but certainly teams will be starting to get interested. They'll hear the shots. They'll start to swim around. There's blood in the water, but Schweppes just has to disengage, and Vampire now only the 1 player alive, despite the circle going all the way down to their area of the map.
BTR mounting a push onto D+ now. BTR too high, too low. Looking for some nade openings here. If one of their players at the wall does get knocked, they'll be forced to kind of push in for a closer fight, and trying to hop across the wall in the smoke. Being sneaky here, Forrest catches that one out, gets a quick knock. Question is, does D+ now decide to aggress onto the outside wall with this open confirmation? Forrest, that's a good nade. It could find the second player here any second now. He didn't really cook it. I am expecting an explosion.
That's a stunner.
Not sure where it went, but no connections.
Over the back, there was a stunner. Satalis does get an answer onto Osal. Gets that flush as well as he hops out for D+. A little bit overcommitting to try and get that flush. which is unfortunate, but can't be too bold there. Forrest actually, I think, popped out. No, he is just still on this corner. A lovely posted nade there from Boyser, but not quite able to get the first knock. There is a nade on the backline. It's the third party. SCM9 moving in from the north side, and Genfos on the high ground for BTR is dispatched. This is the worst case scenario for BTR. They don't have the inside of the compound, and SEM9 are looking to push down south, take their control from the high ground. They have done that with Genfos. They need to speed things up or retreat and try and reclaim the high ground on the hill.
Yeah, I think SEM9 should look to get a little aggressive here, but they're not. Maybe it's because the circle is about to shift, and with them being on the edge of the zone and on the high ground, they're probably just going to prioritize their next fight if it's needed down here at the warehouses. So they're going to wait for the circle to pop. Influence Rage moved closer into the zone, but it seems like they lost quite a few players. Yeah, they're down to 2, and now the fight is breaking up between D+ and BTR. Fabian gets a knock on the outside. There's only 2 up for D+. Same for BTR. It's going to be this 2v2. Smokes come into play here. Vision obscured. Fabian finds the crucial knock, however, leaving BTR down to a solo.
Only the one player now for BTR. D+ on 2. They have the inside of the warehouse as well. SEM9 have that high ground still. And BTR, they just slow down a little bit. We were expecting a little bit more aggression on this map. That's what we wanted from them. But they just slow down. They stop that aggression. They stop that push. And it comes back to bite them in a very crucial position out on the east side. Now they'll have to try their hand with, I think, 2 players are going to survive that for BTR. They'll be lucky if they can keep those alive. You can see that fight continuing over in this compound, but Tam has now moved down the hill, and Lapart trying to play around the girders here. Spots a player jumping on through, and as DBS hops around the side, Lapart lands 1, but they're going to be able to crawl that back on through. Fabian stays alive for the time being, but that has allowed Satalis to move on in over the wall, potentially give them a little bit of trouble, but Forrest is there, and he tears straight on through the BTR fall.
Nice play out of Forrest there, remaining patient in the smoke. Weibo Gaming, cameras finally back on them. We saw them lose 1 player way earlier in the match, but they've kept 3 up. However, they are facing a 3v4 situation against the Genesis team now. Mernat is knocked. He should be getting revived. Zone is closing in. I don't know if Weibo Gaming can make it into the next zone, so they can maybe just force the fight more with Genesis since they already got that knock. But they're letting that revive come through. SEM9. Oh, man. And from distance, Brute Force in a great position. We haven't even mentioned their position. They've got the zone on the south, the high grounds, and they also sent 2 players earlier onto the high ground for Quarry because they could afford to do that. They have sightlines on everything.
They certainly do. This area when teams have to leave Quarry, kind of got it out by Rook, who are on that east point of the Quarry. All of these teams crunched in on that north side. I think it's only going to be 1, maybe 2, if they're lucky, teams getting away from this position. And at that point, Brute Force has so much control. How do you get past it? I just don't see it happening. Schweppes can't make it happen anymore. IHC finally taken down. Actually, that was really quite close because IHC had taken a knock as well. So Schweppes might have been able to get a little bit further. Genesis starting to scrap it out with Weibo and on the losing end of this trade right now. But Gap still has his work cut out. Close range, a player from Genesis trying to go on through. Ichi goes down. Only the 1 player now remaining, and he's on the upstairs. Bernat super low, but he's got the DBS. Goes for 1, but an immediate save to keep the team alive was 3 for Weibo.
Yeah, the forward position out of Weibo Gaming was a great spot for them to fall back to. It's not in the next zone, but a much better fight advantage there from that tower. IHC now sneaking up here. They got to be careful, though, because on the high ground, if a team does peek over, IHC is exposed. Zayol takes some shots, kind of gives away the position, giving Weibo Gaming a heads up as to how close the enemies are. The nades from Garlas should be good, should do some damage here.
To tap them on down the hill. The blue zone's going to force them to crest the ridge. The smoke was there in time, and an answering volley removes that threat. Forces a reposition from Seoul, but a nade to answer. Gap goes down. They have got onto the ridge line now, and they need to get this res fast if they want to keep him back up. Waimao doesn't have a nade to put in towards Demuerte. They're playing 2 players on the ground floor. Not entirely sure that Waimao knows he's there, but he certainly does now. Moving up close with the DBS, hopping on through, finds the first knock, doesn't take too much damage, steps in and looks for the, gets close and personal with Demuerte, and they will fall in the face of Weibo.
He should not have won that, but he did. He gets the zone 2 on that edge. That is a crucial spot. We're into the top 4. The next circle favors them that way. I think right now, best they can hope for is a 2nd place because Brute Force is about to force everyone to cower in fear with the superior positioning, the high ground on the southern hill. Rook is up there at the top, but man, it's just not much that they can work with. The second he peeks his head open, all eyes will be on them.
Said it was going to be one, maybe two teams leaving from this northwest side, but with Brute Force moving into position, it might not even be that many. They have absolutely dominated from this south edge. A lot of points already accrued as well. They've got 19 smokes. Like, what can you do against this roster? Nobody has the utility to handle them. Sem9 may be able to get an off angle, may be able to get a cheeky peek if they are lucky, but Pusher is spotted for Rook, the last player to stand. Looks like it might be all curtains for them. They know exactly where he is. There's a nade cooking for Prepod. Just going to put it over these sandbags, and that should be it for Pusher. Not quite going to find the knock just yet. Prepod. DPS pushes up, and that's Pusher down. Rook is handled now. Weibo. We're going to try and take Prepod down in the meantime. Hang on a minute, the backlines. They've been harried. 4 Brute Force in the meantime on the south side. Looks like they have lost 2 as their major core is a little bit exposed here, but Mikiao tries to roll up. Mind is there. Only Neos is down. There was 1 res enacted. The heals are starting to come through. Only the 1 player forward or SCM9. And Weibo are looking to ladder up because of that player's position. Good result for Weibo. They weren't able to win out the previous game. Unlikely that they win out here, but they make it up to second place. They've taken a lot of fights, and they should be able to put some decent points and a big dent again into that gap towards the bubble. It wasn't that big before, but with 4 Miracle Vibes going down fairly early, feels like they could have done a little bit more as well here.
Weibo Gaming really salvaged this match too, in my opinion. They lost a player very early on, and they were forced to just rotate into here. An area and quarry that is a cluster, so hard to make it out of quarry alive, but they did. They just made it out alive into second place, which isn't too bad either. Brute Force, meanwhile, on the south side, not having any part of that quarry action, just third party from distance. They controlled the south very well, though, against Queso and a few other teams that tried to go down there. And with the way the zones played out, Brute Force comes out on top.
And that south edge, nobody could leave for a quarry. You're right, it was just such a death trap, and that's what I was talking about when I saw I think it was Major Pride send on into the middle, or maybe one of the other teams. You go in there, it's so difficult to get out once you've already committed to the inside of quarry, more so probably even than places like Pachinki, places like these urban environments, right? It's just such a difficult place to leave, and that's exactly what comes through. The circle does give it a little bit of an advantage as well, so Brute Force able to capitalize.
Yeah, I love how Brute Force also, with so much control on the south, they actually sent 2 players up into the quarry top side because they have pure sightlines there. As they're, I think they're saying something along the lines of block out the haters. Like, I can't hear you guys. I don't know what that is, but a big chicken dinner win for them. I am very curious as to where that puts them on the leaderboard, right? They were kind of in the middle of the pack. Does that put them in a striking distance of the top 3 now? Or do they still have quite a long ways to go? We'll see in a little bit.
Yeah, we do have a little bit more to go. Weibo Gaming putting up those points. I mean, it is a pretty big result there. Also, again, Major Pride, Bigatron, 4 Miracle Vibes not having the best of matches. Again, it was a difficult circle. I feel like we've seen 2 very difficult circles at the start of today, which is kind of giving a little bit more excitement into that one. I'm also thinking about how Vampire weren't really able to capitalize on a circle that should have been to their advantage. They kind of had the pick of the litter when it came to positions, but they stayed on that split for too long.
I think one thing that some of the top teams are struggling with, particularly just because it's the last day, is because all of the other teams, they're all on the bubbles of either making a potential chance at top 3 in the final days or potentially dropping out. So that kind of prompts every team in this lobby right now to be a little bit more decisive or maybe more aggressive with the decisions. And the top teams are having a little bit of a problem with it.
See if they're able to pick up the pieces. We'll head back over to the desk.
Well, I'm kind of worried about definitely the bottom of the table at the moment as things are just getting shook up constantly. Obviously, Genesis here not able to close things out, not able to fend up against Weibo. But for them, they're trying to climb the leaderboard, and Vampire, they've fallen, I believe, to 11th place. So a lot of teams shifting around and potentially dancing in and out of making it to the survival stage. Whereas the top, Weibo's like, you know what, we're still trying to contend for top 3, and they might be able to do so here, especially with 4 Miracle going out so early. But gentlemen, we did have Brute Force, a team we hardly really talked about yesterday, able to get themselves a close and able to get themselves a little bit safer to maintain a survival stage finish.
Yeah, I mean, with that southern shift, right, they found themselves with a really, really solid position just to be able to farm all the refugees coming out of Quarry, which is a really difficult place for anyone to leave just by the nature of the commitment into the low ground and then funneling out through one single direction. So they, I don't know how many of those eliminations were quote-unquote stolen, but I imagine a good number were. But hey, you're not going to turn that down. Still 22 points is 22 points. They're going to love that one, going to put them away from that bottom 5.
And I'm impressed with the way Weibo's been able to win those fights. I mean, they won a fight against Major Pride, IHC, then Muerte being able to push their way out. That circle didn't favor them, but for them to clutch up those points, 12 points, is going to put them even closer, and it might actually push them into top 3. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there when we end up showing the overall. And then Rook, they've been quietly consistent now back-to-back days here, being able to at least secure those 6 points. If this team continues like this, and honestly, Major Pride, BTR haven't really been able to get that many points, especially Major Pride the last 2 matches, and BTR here in the last match. Anything can happen there when we go to first place, and look how close.
There it is. There it is. Weibo actually did it. They have overtaken For Miracle vibes. I said at the start of the show, I didn't think Weibo could do it because of like what seemed to me very stark requirements for solid games. But like they're pulling out like not even salvage games, but like they are doing what we saw Nongshim do last week, at least so far within the first 2 rounds of just really solid rounds. They're not going to be winning them, but they're going to be going home with a bunch of eliminations and a good number of placement points every single time. And with the laps that we've seen from For Miracle and even Bigatron, who are still only 2 points ahead of Weibo, there's a chance for even further adjustment here at the top.
I mean, there's a legitimate chance that Major Pride, Bigatron don't make it into the Grand Finals, at least within this stage alone, because we could see For Miracle show up. I mean, there's what, 4 points separating first and 4th place, and then we have that drop off into 5th. Any one of these 4 teams could unfortunately be having to go a much longer route to make it through. But then again, gotta look down towards the bottom of the table here. VPE, they're in 11th place at 100 points to Morte right behind them, only 7 points behind at 93. There's still a chance Vampire could not make it, so there's a lot to watch at the top, there's a lot to watch towards the bottom. And then obviously the middle of the pack teams, if they want to break through top 3, well, they're going to need to have at least 2 chicken dinners on the day at this rate.
Yeah, which is very unlikely, especially for those teams. But for Vampire Esports, I'm getting even more concerned because, especially there towards the end, Schweppes, the gameplay out of some of these players that we expect a lot out of is just not there. Being able to peek out when he knew that the player was going to be peeking him, just little mistakes here and there that are costing the team a lot. And especially with this circle, we were talking about it too when we saw it. It was like, okay, Vampire Esports should be able to make huge leaps with the current circle that they have. They didn't end up doing. They ended up getting blinded like Camus currently is by some of those teams that were fighting with them.
I don't know what that was. Oh god, it's
got
so
flashback.
awful. Yeah, jeez.
You know, flashbangs happen in and out of game. For you guys who are watching, though, one way to deal with those flashbangs in games is get yourself an Infinix GT10 Pro. It's born for professional players, can help you take your game to the next level. And while you're using that sweet little device, you can check out TikTok with the tag PMGC 2023 for anything behind the scene. Hopefully we have some interviews up and obviously some content for you guys to enjoy. And of course, if you post anything about this event, make sure you use that hashtag PMGC 2023. We also have the Frost Festival currently going on at the moment. You guys can pick this up, go download it, get into the game right away because you have so many awesome little features. You can snowboard, you can turn people into snowmen, and if you ever want to build a snowman, well, this is your opportunity to do so if you're a Frozen fan. We also have the annual popularity gala going on as well. We're going to have 10 rounds for players to participate in, and if you do well, you can get some exclusive rewards that you can show off to all your friends and potentially your enemies, because let's be honest, there's always more enemies out in the world than there are friends. That sounds really grim. We also have the mechanic collaboration going on in game as well. You can pick up one of the sweet little vehicles, the Amola or the Zonda R, run over your enemies like we've seen happen so many times today, and not to mention maybe even carry your teammates to victory. But we do have to head to a short break here. We get things ready to go for our second airing of the day. It's going to only be our 3rd match, so we're getting to the halfway point here for our final day at PMGC 2023 Group Yellow, and we'll see you guys in a bit. And we are back here for our third match of the day. It's our second air and go. And we've already had some teams make the moves. Weibo, Cameron, you were saying before we even came on air today, saying that that's the only team you think has a possibility to get into top 3. And they've done it just 2 matches in.
Yeah.
Question for you and them is, can they maintain this performance and continue to hold on now to a top 3?
I mean, it's really close, right? For Miracle could easily bounce back from 2 very disappointing rounds. We've seen them be one of the scrappiest teams here, and they're definitely one of the highest performing of the scrappy teams. So there's always a chance, no matter what situation that they're in, that they're going to be able to grind a couple of points out.
Okay, well, Seven, you just sit there and look pretty, because it's time to head to our commentators, who also look, I guess, kind of handsome themselves. It's John Allen and Zute to drop us in.
6'1", by the way, looking pretty good today. We are going on in. That's what I say anyway. Don't let anyone tell you any different. They are lying. It's slander. I don't believe them. But I tell you what isn't lying is that Weibo have managed to breach that gap, right? Breach that bubble, which is a really, really impressive feat to be able to get back up into the top 3. I don't think we've seen them there since the first day.
Yeah, you might be right about that. I know there was just a big gap between them and the top 3 for the longest of times. It was like the entire tournament pretty much, and finally they managed to do it. But that also just goes to show how strongly the top 3 teams are, well, top 4 now with Vibes dropping down in terms of, just consistently getting those points, be it like here in this match, maybe the next match. So I think it's going to be a slugfest for top 1, because top 1 at 153, 4th place at 149. All 4 of the teams in the top 4 can get a banger of a game, and then they just shoot right ahead. But then it can be quickly answered once again by another one of the teams in that top 4. Who is it going to be this match, last match? It was definitely Weibo Gaming that stood out to me. But I think BTR, or more importantly, I think Major Pride, it's about time for them to show up today.
They certainly do need to put a little bit of pace on the board. Those top 4 teams really, really tightly packed right now. See if any separation can start to be extracted from these games as they start to run dry. 21st match out of the 24 game set that we have for these teams. So not that many opportunities now. It's less about consistency, more about your ceiling, more about the ability to put up those big numbers right towards the end. I'm sure a lot of teams are maybe looking to reconfigure, try and readjust moving into these later games. A lot of teams at risk as well. Dropouts starting to come on through. Are we going to see IHC lose players at the start? We'll have to wait and see.
Ooh, one thing I also would kind of hate to mention is Influence Rage. They are at 113 right now. 11th place, 100. That is a fall from grace. I think at one point we were saying Influence Rage is, well, not a shoe-in for top 3, but they were looking so good that dropping out of the top 3 was only a maybe. Now, dropping out of the entire tournament, now that's become the new maybe.
It's kind of unfortunate. It's not the sort of question that you want to be asking yourself this late into the day. It's got to weigh pretty heavily on the mind. Vampire over in Zaki. Hopefully that one starts to get on the move there, because that looks like a very still player for Newsy. Not too sure what's going on there. Hopefully
looks like
figures that
he
out.
might just be readjusting his hands. Maybe the player model, he's moving. The gyroscope is working. He's holding his phone. Maybe stretching his wrist out in the other hand. That might be the case. And I mean, they're all the way in Jarky. Surely he doesn't have to be ready for action anytime soon, right? That would be a tragedy if a team goes up there and takes them out. As we're going back to the player cam, so I think there might be a little bit of a remake happening here.
Yeah, it seems like there might be a bit of an issue, I imagine, on the Vampire side there. And to be fair, they do want exactly the right conditions for themselves right now, because they are right towards the bottom on that bubble, making sure that they've got that power to keep alive in this tournament really, really important. Make sure you're in the best situation for it. The circle was pretty chill, to be honest. I mean, it was a nice plane path, southwest to northeast. Sorry, the other way around, southeast to northwest. And the circle wasn't too dramatic to either side of the map, so it was going to be a pretty good time. Didn't have the river as a major feature. Obviously, those north-south divides can be a little bit tricky, but they weren't going to have to make some of those difficult decisions just yet.
Yeah, you know what? It's the final day, so easy circle for a team, for all the teams participating. We're not going to have that. Not in the final day. And I mean, Sandhawk, that first game, Northwest Circle or Northwest Island, or the main island, that kept all the way through. And then the game we just had hard shift down to the southeast, and it was a quarry zone. These are all extremely difficult circles for any teams to kind of navigate through. So with that third game, or the third game that we almost had with an easy zone, I think the circle gods were like, nah, we're not happy with it. We're gonna get a remake, throw in something difficult for them.
Yeah, just make it a little bit harder. You gotta change things up every now and again. Looks like Major Pride sorting something out, getting back into the lobby. Obviously, all the players need to get rejoined as fast as possible. See if we can get in. D+, they're zoned in. Look at them. They are ready to go constantly. Just having a little chat, making sure they are stratted up. A little bit more chill over in the Genesis camp, though. They are having a...
They were happy with the first win today.
That's true. They haven't managed to breach that gap just yet, though. 100 points is currently the bubble. In previous weeks, we've seen it over towards the... Well, it was 116 in the first week in Group Green. In Group Red, it was 123. So if you're over that 120-point barrier, you're looking okay. You really want to be over that 130-point barrier. That's where it starts to feel a little bit safer. And right now, there's only 4 teams above 130 points. It's the top 4 teams, right? They're all within 4 points of each other. 153, 151, 2 teams on 149, right? That tiebreaker's got to feel pretty bad right now for 4 Miracle Vibes, given the chicken dinner count is the main tiebreaker at this stage. Can you imagine losing a direct qualification spot to a tiebreaker? That must be really, really tough.
It could happen. And if it, honestly, if it's not the direct qualification spot, with the points that close in the top 4, it could be a tiebreaker for second place. It could even come to a tiebreaker for first place. Like, ooh, and that's prize money difference right there. And at the end of the day, the teams are fighting for pride and that good old prize moolah. So we'll see if it does come down to a tiebreaker for any of those positions. But a tiebreaker falling out of direct qualification, that is got to be the worst feeling.
It would be pretty rough. I feel like it's got to be one of the worst spots to be in. Coming in 4th on these stages is probably one of the most disappointing results for a team. I mean, obviously, other than not qualifying at all, but just missing out on that 3rd place spot on that direct grand final qualification. I would hate it. I would absolutely hate it. It's like players are getting their headphones back on. Taking a look at BTR, and you can see, again, playing without Superboy, but still keeping their pace on that 2nd place position. Not quite safe just yet, though. Not quite in with the money. I'm loving the jackets, though, from Bigatron. I've always admired their design when it comes to their gear.
It seems like they got a lot of colors. Just the other day, they were in full black, which kind of threw me off for a second, because they're, you know, the Bigatron red villains or red aliens, and then they just come out with a full black jersey. So, I mean, they got all the colorways for whatever, you know, their mood is. But I think the important thing is they have different sets of clothing for each day, so they're not wearing the same thing from day 1 to day number 4.
Yeah, that's got to be looking good if you want to play good. You know, that's part of it. You got to make sure that you're dripped out. Vampire, I'm interested in the Vampire gear, because right now that black T-shirt with the red logo, it looks cool, but I feel like some of their old gear has been flashier. You know, they've had that two-tone orange and black jersey. I think we saw Sertani wearing that the other day.
Sertani knows what's up. He's like, he knows. This is the cool one. I'm wearing this.
he's ready for it, you know? He's ready for the drip. He knows what they need over in Kuala Lumpur. Unfortunately, though, the rest of the team kind of not living up to that drip at this stage with the 100-point score that they've managed to achieve. As I said, you want to be up towards that 130 points if you want to be safe, so they're going to need some good performances for the rest of the matches.
And I'm hoping they make it through to the survival stage. I think this is a team that kind of I wouldn't say deserves a second chance, because you only deserve a second chance if you qualify to the the survival stage. But I think if they make it to the survival stage, they could really get another chance at showing us, why they were the back-to-back PMWI winners. And maybe, give them a little bit of a week's break, and then they'll come back strong as ever. Sertani, the coach could maybe fix some things up within the squad, and we might see a whole different Vampire squad and maybe a resurrected Vampire squad. As Plane Path is out on your screen now, way over to the east side, north to south, be a little bit of a stretch to the west. Good decent amount of vehicle spawns though, going from east to west, so teams shouldn't be in too much trouble, but every time we have said that, we've seen at least one player go down on these vehicle scraps.
Could always happen, you never know, especially with IHC in the lobby. Over on that north side, it looks like there's not too many teams. Oh, hey, look, they keep losing players. If they keep losing players early, I'm going to keep bringing it up. I just say what I see. That's the whole job, right?
I mean, you're not wrong. Call it as it is. IHC has indeed been losing players very early on, almost in every type of situation, and we kind of. I'm not even going to say it's kind of the same circle. This is a completely different circle. We're keeping the rivers in play. It could go north, and if it does go north, that river is going to stay in play. This is a more difficult zone than the previous one during the remake, but I think teams prefer this much more than that quarry one we had.
Let's take a look at that backup drop of Vampire as well, because Milta Power currently their target. We've seen them in Primorsk, we saw them last match go for Zaki. That's generally their backup drop, but obviously with the plane path far on this east side, over to Milta Power on that split. They'll be looking for loot over on the east coast this time. So another team taking up residence there is going to make things a little bit tougher to move through that area. Major Pride seem to have read into this a little bit. They're breaking west very, very fast, over through those gap fields, trying to get past Pachinki. Taking down the tires on a vehicle, so ganking anyone who tries to fill in behind them.
That's always a good idea. And this one, a bit further away from where teams have dropped, so a bit safer to stop and pick up for himself. So Major Pride, they do a quick drop kind of west of farm just for vehicles to go further west for their rotation and loot. And I think due to plane path that last match, one of the Major Pride players got caught out by Sook, if you can recall. And I don't even know how Sook saw the player at the very last second, but this is not going to be the case this time. Major Pride will be able to play with a 4-man team.
Nobody taking a scrap just yet. Everyone has survived the initial drop. Duarte a little bit close to Sem9, but that's really not too close at all. With Duarte playing closer to Lipovka, Sem9 playing on that mansion shelter split on the east side. IHC have made it all the way to George Pole. They're going to loot through the crates. They could even pick as far as South George, but I don't imagine you're going to need to. The amount of loot available here should be plenty for all four of them. No one really close by either, and unlikely for teams to break out that way as well, given how the circle has fallen. Playing Georgia Pole, it gives you actually quite a lot of options in terms of going north or south of the river as well. It's a nice place to cross. It gives you directions, it gives you routes in and options when it comes to moving east, and you can wait for that second zone potentially even and make your decision to go north or south then.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to wait for that second zone. There's a few locations not dead center, but center right now for this first circle that'll still give you the option of north or south, and depending on the waterways. So I think that position is going to be the one that's mainly going to be looking to be taken by teams on the first zone. But everywhere else on the map is kind of just like, you just wait for the second circle. A lot of you keep your options open, whether it be a hard shift to any direction here. And that's typically the way Erangel works until you get a military base or even that quarry zone. With that quarry zone, we saw a lot of teams rotate in fast towards the central spot.
D+. All up in the garage, playing on the southeast side of Roshok right now, close to Genesis. They do like to drop near each other, don't they? Genesis obviously diverting their attention from Paradise Resort on Sanhok. This time around, they're going to have their neighbors back in tow. Sem9 from the east side, leaving that mansion shelter split, starting to head a little bit further west towards... It looks like they're going to draw short on this compound on the junction and try and figure out where they want to go from there. It's a little bit far to the edge of the circle for such an early rotation. They might look to get a little bit closer for the time being. Not going to go out and play terrain. It looks like we're more focused on compounds this time around.
Yeah, this is just one of those spots that you could stay safe in and wait for the second circle, which is what a lot of teams will do. D+, the team that is playing in one of the positions I mentioned, that is very centered, that keeps that option still open without too much problem. So it's good to see them get that position. As I'm looking at the minimap, D+ are once again very split 2-2. I don't know if it's the players driving off for a quick loot and then regrouping, or they're looking to hold a 2-2. So around the school and that juncture near the bridge, as BTR doing a little bit of a bridge camp here. 4 players in 1 vehicle. Maybe they were just looking for vehicles, as 2 of them shot down to 1 HP. That could be very bad. And one of them does get knocked out. Lepar is out, and he is on top of the hill. He will get confirmed.
Call that one the silver platter hill, because that was absolutely delivered to them. BNS going to roll through, maybe even look for a crash here. I mean, you've taken down a player, BTR suffering, you know they're going to have to heal a little bit. Maybe go for that crash, see if they take that aggression. That's right, it is BTR. But then again, when are you going to find a better opportunity? BNS, frankly, have nothing to lose. They might as well just go for it. Genesis lose a player to brute force as they try and break towards the north side of the river. It's not going to be super easy for them. And Prepod is there.
A lot of quick scraps coming out here on the fringes of the circle. This is nowhere center, so it looks like so many teams wanting to just play the option, or instead finding the option is the contested place in a lot of these zones. IHC taking a look at brute force. They heard the shots ring out earlier onto Genesis, so they get a little bit of a heads up in terms of there could be people in front of them. Mine with some really long distance shots there, tagging up the other player just a little bit. Stone goes down to Beano Storm. Beano Storm goes from BTR towards the east side into Vampire. So whether they're looking for these fights or it just so happens to be there, they're getting these points.
Shot and a knock. BNS, they are turning up so far on this rotation, I suppose.
Yeah.
But with
I feel like
points, like what do you?
I feel like they're trying to. I feel like they're trying to run away from fights, because they drove into BTR and they just went the exact opposite way. They went all the way east to do a wide wrapping rotation to avoid fights, but then they run into Vampire and find themselves another point. Maybe they should look for these fights instead and just, you know, head straight towards teams, because they're starting off with 2 points, which is probably a better start than most of their matches.
They're just going to go around, take 1 point from every single team in the lobby, try and get it done that way. Totalis, though, wants some points of his own for BTR. They are going to continue to play near the bridge. They have allowed a couple of players from 4 Miracle Vibes to get through. There is still one on that south coast. You can see they've left the backstop of the convoy on the other side. Bigatron might be looking to chase. We know that this is what they like to do, right? They take that knock, they go fast. They are playing as 3, though, remember, after that scrap with BNS, so maybe that aggression is tempered. They are going to disengage. They turn away and instead are going to head towards the circle as it shrinks to the south side of this river.
Yeah, this could be a potential school ending once again. Last time we had a school zone, it ended just a little bit west of school, if I remember correctly. Yeah, west of school.
Pride is now.
Yeah, north of Pachinki. That's where Vampire won a huge game, but Vampire this time coming in from the eastern side. I don't think they're going to be able to get to that position. A lot of teams condensing now. This second circle, a much more prime indicator as to what kind of ending this game might be. Demo just, well, I mean, he lost the wheel, so he can't go much further. So he was going to try and crash and take a fight, but instead he will go down to Weibo Gaming.
I don't count this as early game for IHC, so I feel like losing a player here doesn't add to their tally right now.
I think it does.
Losing players early. I don't know.
This is still early game. This is Circle 2. Circle 2 just popped. If you're losing players now, this is still early game. This is still a clear-cut mistake.
I'm just trying to be nice. I'm just trying to be nice. Look, I've given them a lot of grief, so I feel like I've got to throw them a bone sometimes. But maybe you're right.
I'll be the one. I'll be the one to call it out.
You could be the rotter this time around. But yeah, losing another player, it's not ideal. They didn't have the information to roll up to that building in the way that they did. He hops out, doesn't get through, and doesn't have the backup.
Yeah, IHC just continuing to make similar mistakes here. It is an upgrade from losing 2 players off drop. but you know, you fix that mistake, the next mistake is losing a player off early game rotation, and that is exactly what happened. Bino Storm wrapped all the way to the northeast. We'll see if they can pick up another point here. No, the opposite's going to happen. Divine might be the one to lose his life here as Demorte pick up a point now onto Bino Storm.
A lot of trades back and forth. Nobody going down below 3 players just yet, so only little scraps being found early on. The winner overall right now is Bino Storm, of course, with those 2 points that they've been able to accrue. Teams with 4 players alive, probably a little bit happier even than that with their position right now.
Weibo Gaming playing a risky 2-2 split. I'm definitely hoping that condenses in the next zone if it does shift onto either position. Meanwhile, teams are set up now, waiting for the third shift. All the teams on the edge rotating around are pretty much just looking for a bit more information and more or less waiting for the circle shift. BTR on the south, Vibes also on the south. Those are 2 of your top 4 teams. Weibo Gaming kind of more centered up right there.
Trying to play that 2-2 split for Weibo. Skid out there for Sem9 as they're close to that south hold position for DRS. 4 players there together trying to take control of these buildings. It's working out for the time being. Circle right on top of the north split for Weibo. They might look to regroup off that 2-2 now.
Please regroup here. As D+ also looking to regroup. So D+ was also holding a split between School and that junction north at the bridge. And yeah, I think both teams know, okay, we can't do no more 2-2s. We are grouping up, and look at this grouping here at the School apartments. I mean, this spot is good because the zone is kind of more shifted to the east of these apartment buildings, so you want to control the eastern apartment buildings because you still have a way to leave if the circle leaves you. So both, or all 3 of these positions already locked in and taken by respective teams.
Yeah, 3 full 4 teams as well. Genesis, sorry, well, they're technically a 3, so not 3 full 4 teams. And it will be Genesis, Vampire, taking shots out their way. Vampire on the outside here. Team Queso on the inside, and Major Pride taking that southmost building.
Yeah.
So a lot of density of players there, and very central as well, meaning that we're likely to see them, well, either survive very late or all go out at once.
Yeah, it's going to be tough if any one of those teams loses the zone, but that shouldn't, not in the next zone. They are so centered up here that they should catch the edge of it at worst. We'll see where it goes. Teams on the northern side, Influence Rage, Rook coming in from the northern side as well, and then northwest we do have Brute Force and Rozak. The 2 teams towards the south that we have to keep an eye on, Vibes and BTR. Vibes in the southeast, BTR hard towards the south on Potato Hill.
For Miracle Vibes, they've lost east to Milky Way. Gets away from it, Demuerte, not wanting the trouble. That wide split for Demuerte not going to be super favorable for them to take a scrap with the team pushing in as a unit, even if they are only 3. Rook crossing the bridge, getting over to the compound now with D+. They regrouped, remember, D+, which is great news because this crash now can be defended against. For Rook, they are up and into 2 of the buildings. They're up and into the side of the compound, and nade over the top of the building onto the roof. Doesn't quite find the knock, though.
Yannick with the SLR. Don't think he was the one to knock Malloy way up there. It's probably an IHC player, as IHC is much closer to Demorte. Yeah, IHC might have caught the knock here. Demorte will get the revive, though. No real issues to be had here. All the teams just prepped and waiting for stage 4 to pop out, and we will soon see that. Oh, Brute Force, one of their players getting caught on that north side next to one of the Rook players. This might get tricky here on the next circle shift. And he is going to peek out and take some shots. No connections, though, and he gets hit instead, and it goes north. It goes north. Weibo Gaming in a great spot. D+, and everyone else included in the strong compounds.
I'm looking at IHC as well, and their position out on the east side. If they had all 4 players alive, I feel like I'd be fairly confident in their position right now. But Demuerte might look to take it from them. For Miracle Vibes might sweep through if Demuerte overextend and keep their hold for too long. You've always got Influence Rage on that north side as well, who are potentially looking to give you grief, but likely that Influence Rage can hold out for now. Demuerte and For Miracle Vibes seemingly clashing over on the east side.
Yeah. Big rotations out of Vibes, for Miracle Vibes and BTR. BTR wrapping in from the southwest. They're going all the way west, so maybe looking to breach in through Rozhok. We'll see if it happens. As now the Vibes team taking some pot shots towards Demorte. Demorte has such a strong position within zone, though. If they can keep all 4 up, that player almost goes down. But if they just can rotate up to this hilltop, Sky Hill, they're good. There's a little dip up there. We saw one of their players getting revived, and that should be the next position Demorte takes. I don't know what's giving them so much trouble of just getting up there. As the Vibes player rotating off, that is a knocked passenger in the car. That is a newer feature, and getting full sent here. Yeah, this is where Demorte should have been together as a 4-man team. Not sure why it took them so long to get up there. DRS instead is going to take that position right from underneath them.
That is a really difficult position now for Demorte. The nades to answer. A lot of damage was sent back towards DRS, to be fair. I think the vehicle might have actually been exploded in their face. They take down the player from Demorte, but there's still 2 in the wings, and here comes Sem9. They're sending all the way from the south. They did not have priority on this rotation, but they've heard all this commotion. For Miracle Vibes, don't slow them down. They've been taken down a peg or 2 in the meantime. They are going to be only playing on as 3, and Sem9 have capitalized. DRS are out. Demorte have outlasted them, which I don't think I would have expected. And now Sem9 have leapfrogged both of these sets of rotations.
Yeah, that spot is heavily contested right now. And I think Demorte, after losing the 2 players, does stay alive. Oh, Major Pride in a very interesting spot. I haven't seen this spot used in a long time. Almost forgot about it, but there is a little bit of a ditch right there that you could just stay alive in. That's I used to call these things pocket rotations. It's these obscure spots on the map that work out really well towards the later stages of the game when there's so much chaos around you that the team that has full advantage on you can't really capitalize on it because there's so many teams close by. We'll see if Major Pride could last long in that position. It is prone to nades, and we saw some going their way.
IHC, though, only 3 players as well, so the team that's closest by to them can't really take too many risks. You know, you peek out, you get knocked and flushed, you're down to 2, and you're basically out of the running for that position. You need to have that strength to hold from the south side. Team Queso, not satisfied with their own building. They are down to 3, want to take the fight to Genesis. Remember, Major Pride were the 3rd team in that location, so they've just gone and sent all the way up to that location that you were just talking about. Now Team Queso want to try and sweep through these apartment buildings, try to take care of Genesis, but Big Milo is down, immediately looking to get flushed by Smile, who's not wasting any time in getting that one done. A retreat as well as the rest of Team Queso, the only 2 players remaining, getting swarmed on now by Genesis. They are moving on through, likely to get the flush. Can there be any retribution coming on through for the last player of Team Queso? Reyes, or rather ascends up the stairs, gets 1 on the knock with the DBS, looks for the flush, tries to hold the corner, but it's not going to work.
Yeah, it does his best, gets that singular knock. I think he was trying to go for a point confirmation. Not getting that, he goes out. Sem9 now getting pushed by 4 Miracle Vibes on the south side, but they have to worry about Demorte. Demorte with only 2 could just third party from the high ground shooting down. As Vibes did lose a player, they're down to 2. Sem9's getting a reset back up to 4. Sem9 in a great position, because outside of Vibes, I don't think anyone else is going to really look to fight them, but they're going to drive right in. Almost gets the re-knock with the vehicle, just misses it slightly, whips around, tries to go for the 180, and that is 4 Miracle Vibes out. They are the 4th place team. They wanted to tie back up, or at least pass Weibo Gaming. That is not the case. Weibo Gaming sitting in a great position. Major Pride are knocked out, so that spot did not afford them the safety they were looking for.
Ooh, saving the teammate there, but there's an off angle. Who's that coming on through? It's Vampire to maybe take another knock and a flush over towards Bigatron, but Boysil able to stay alive and will be able to get the res. They'll be able to get a little bit of healing done now. Vampire as 3 will have to leave this location, but they've spotted Bigatron, who are going to have to move first.
Yeah, Bigatron down to 3. Very low HP. They should have the meds here. But I think everyone's going to be looking their way as they rotate in, including Vampire. Vampire doesn't have the zone, but they'll be the last ones that need to move out, and they can actually move up towards Weibo Gaming. There's a little bit of a ridge hillside that they're more than likely going to look at moving towards. And BTR, on the other hand, they're going to have to drive quite a further distance, throwing a lot of smokes down, using all the util that they can. Are they going to full send towards a shack?
They're
or
trying
maybe
to get the
towards
car
Weibo
out.
Gaming.
They're trying to get the car out in the first place. I mean, the one that Satalis is in right now is smoking
Yeah.
a lot. you can't really cross the open in that. It will just burst up. You will go down. But the other car that they have is tilted on its side. It's wedged.
Oh. If you're not getting in the car, I'm leaving. And that's going to be the play. Oh, it's going to stop short. Get some more info. Throw some more smokes. I like this. They're taking their time. A lot of teams panic and just drive straight off. And yeah, that's a good move. And also, this little stall allows for them to move when Vampire just got one of their players knocked.
Bino Storm were taking those shots out from Nanokuni and Razzie towards the Vampire position. They can get res here, but Bigatron, with their smoking vehicle, going to have to try and take some from an opponent's position. Rook and D+, they've been here for quite a while now in the same compound, and finally the engagement is starting to happen. Fabian goes down first, Root moving as a duo, but one of their players gets traded off. Nolbu up the top of the stairs, trying to find something from the attic. There's a player on the outside as well, but he spotted a sliver of the player downstairs, and Default will go down to the DBS. Yet again, Rook trying to move on through, but they've only got one more player active on the inside here. D+ have all three and a nade to seal the deal. D+ handled that really quite well there. I liked how they were able to do that, but hopping back on over to Vampire, they're still in danger.
Looks like BTR is going to take that fight with Vampire. They lost one towards the side of Vampire. It was Satar that went down. Vampire is still with 3 up, and Vampire actually took out the Eastern team of Bino Storm. So managing both sides quite well. They're getting close, though, BTR, with that nade. It could spell disaster. Ravenclaw's going to be ready to answer with a nade back, but not in time as the one falls right in front of his face. He's going to fall back a little bit as BTR closes ground, but Genforce goes down.
That caught him. I didn't think it was going to go far enough, but it did. Another one over to the back for Ravenclaw. Only boy still now left standing in the dirt right now. Takes a spray and goes wide. Thinks that the player's going to track into the smoke, but is spotted. And Vampire pick up another point, but there's an off angle. Sem9 are here still. And they have found 1 and 2 over towards Vampire. Low HP, but in response, there is a volley to try and keep them in this one. But they're in the low ground. They are in an exposed angle. Mikyao can't quite take the shots out this direction just yet. But can Vampire get back to their feet? Because they do not have the best of supplies right now. There's smoke cover, and that is it.
Yeah, they're pretty much done for. Weibo Gaming is going to find Schweppes soon enough. And Sem9, they need to worry about getting into the zone because they do have Influence Rage next to them that they will be needing to take a fight with. Yeah, here's that fight. So far, it was 2 holding off Influence Rage, but finally Kenny goes down. Good trade by Tem with the nade. Influence Rage only has 3, only 1 elimination point as well. The rest of Sem9 coming here to regroup. Probably going to be able to get that revive, and they should push on over into Influence Rage.
Weibo taking shots out towards Vampire in the meantime. Sem9 now established here, but still that knock has stuck. They are looking for that res. Brute Force in the meantime, they are in that dip that Major Pride were in, but got taken down in. On that northern side, having to fend off against D+. It's been a little bit of a scrap over on that far side, but maybe a disengage coming through from Sem9 here.
Yeah, Sem9, they're going to elect to play a little bit slower and more patient. This team has never really come off as an aggressive team, and I think with 4 players up, they don't feel pressured to make a hasty call or hasty play, so they're going to regroup, and if they find another 1 or 2 openings, then they'll look to get aggressive and finish out the team to the north of them. Brute Force playing in that divot that Major Pride was in earlier. I think Major Pride probably went out to nade, and Alex used the last of his nades to get that position eradicated. So now Alex went, oh, Alex still has 2 nades. So I'm not quite too sure what exactly took out this side of Major Pride, but they're out with 0 points.
Brute Force, this is the second game where they've had a decent result. They put themselves into a position to strike towards the top 3 with that last chicken dinner. Now they're in a good spot on the northwest side. If they can survive under the purview of IHC, they're in for a good scoring game. But not only that, Weibo are still deep into this game. They've got a lot of eliminations, and they are looking to take the top spot. I think with the placement points that they're going to get from this match, they might have already done it. But the bigger story, I think, for me, is that Brute Force are right around the corner of getting in that conversation for the top 3. A massive result if they can pull it off here.
Yeah, Brute Force, one of the teams in the middle of the pack, right? And we said if you get 1 win, all of a sudden, you're in contention for that top 3. You're a possibility, and that possibility is being made true right now by Brute Force. You see that gap, though. They still have a little bit of a gap to close as Influence Rage got the upper hand now onto Sem9. Sem9, Yeah, I think they're just a little bit too passive. They had the advantage, they had things in their favor, but they let Influence Rage crawl back into this fight. To get that trade, however, Sem9, it's a 2v2. Influence Rage, a much more aggressive team, and that aggression is going to award them with 1, with 2, with the squad wipe, and the reset back up to their third player. IHC looking to third party this. Can they make it over in time? It looks like it. The nades are getting close. The shots are good. Influence Rage should be taken out here, and that is Influence Rage out the lobby. Top 3 teams left: IHC, Weibo Gaming, and the likes of Brute Force.
This is really big if Brute Force can pick up more points here. But IHC, you look at a farm the lobby at this point. Goodness me, they are starting to extract their toll. I'll take it back. I feel like Demo going down early, it's worked out for them this time around. I don't quite know how that makes sense, but seemingly they've made it happen. They have got the buildings, the only team with hard cover really to surround them. However, they are a little bit lent towards the edge. And Alex with the K9 looking for some headshots here.
Talk about super long range and super close range. K9 DBS, no in between here.
That's what your teammates are for.
Yeah, I don't know if this was set up on purpose, but a huge nade onto Brute Force. Do they have more to throw? I mean, if one can land in, the other surely can as well. And with that knock, I think IHC is really focused on Brute Force now, allowing Weibo Game a little bit of space to breathe. And a great knock from Weibo Gaming, Gap. And the thing is, IHC knows where that knock is. They know none of them got knocked, and the only possible knock is probably towards Brute Force. So with only one player up from Brute Force, I think both teams looking that way to secure themselves a guaranteed second place position.
Mind got the heal off there, maybe looking for this res. IHC have not crossed the road just yet, but they are moving that way. Ziol turns back to the building. It looks like Weibo might actually be slowing down that push. Ado did get res, and now the breakdown to try and go for the backlines here. Brute Force very low on utility here. Only the 3 smokes in hand. The rest of the team's far more decked out for this one. They've had to expend a couple as well to get these reses. So they are very much down on their luck, but they've got 22 HEs, so maybe there is something they can do, especially if Weibo get forced out here.
Ooh. Some nice bolt action going on here in the very late stages. Sook says, I got one too. Who's got the better aim? They're not in the zone though. If you look at the top right, 13 meters from the zone. So that rock is in the zone. Actually, is it? You can see Sook looking at that rock and marking it. You can tell how far it is and if it's in the next circle or not. But that shack, they will have to leave it. Smoke's being prepped. Brute Force still in the circle at that divot though.
But can you all hide behind that angle, especially with IHC having that backstop high ground that Godless holds? You can't make that push before Godless gets down. And Alex has such a bead on this. With that K9, they do need to be careful. Fortunately, if he misses, they're basically across already, right? With that K9, that's the disadvantage you have against something like an M4, where they can just constantly keep that laser on your crossing.
So that rock does give them cover from IHC, but with 3 players back there, one of their butts might be sticking out to the side of Brute Force. Either way, if they could survive here, heading into stage 9, the last zone where everything is blue, who's got to move first? Which team is more central? It looks kind of like an even spacing throughout. Maybe Weibo Gaming has to be the first team to move out though. No, maybe actually Brute Force. And we are heading into the final zone.
They have got a little bit more terrain cover up to their left here, but IHC definitely have the closest to the center position right now. It's really down to Brute Force and Weibo as to who can find a pick, who can find a spot that they're looking for. Remember the nade utility that still exists in the Brute Force side. They can move forwards. If they can nade out to Alex, it could be good, but he has nades of his own, and he lobs them on through. Brute Force should be going down here. I don't see any way that they make it further than third place. Another burst in the air there for Godless. Finds another knock. Just the one player now left standing, and you've got to imagine just one more nade seals the deal. Neos is there, but Weibo is starting to make their break as well. Can't quite find the angle. It was close, but not quite all the way. Gap has to break out, and with 3 players of IHC gonna be rolling on through. It doesn't matter that they lost a player earlier. Can Gap find something miraculous here as they march on forwards?
That's 1 point. Oh, that's 2! No, that's...
may be able to turn it around for Weibo. He's moving forwards. He's got that first aid. Only the 1, though. But the high ground for Godless is there. He is going to have to leave. How long do these smokes last? Gap up to the tree. He knows that he's there as well. The flush confirmed. Can Sook get res? Oh my goodness me. Gap 1v3 is what looks to be an impossible task. And Weibo take it away just at the moment of defeat. The jaws don't close tight enough, and IHC have it torn away from them.
Wow. Both teams really needed the points, honestly. IHC needs it to survive. Weibo Gaming needs it to secure that first place down. What a fight. IHC getting way too overzealous, and I was calling it out behind you. That's one, no, that's two. And then I realized, no, that could be the potential chicken dinner even. And they get it. They not just get those 2 points right there. They get the third point and a whole nother chicken dinner. What a huge game from Weibo Gaming. I will say they were circle blessed. I will have to say that because they got that compound and they held it down the whole way through. But still, that win, that 1v3, well done out of Weibo Gaming. And they're clutching it out when it counts on the final day.
Absolutely terminating right towards the end there. And remember how close that top pack was, right? And with BTR not doing super strong, I mean, they got quite a few eliminations, sure. With Major Pride going down a little bit earlier as well, with Formerical Vibes not having the greatest of games, this is a big opening. I think Weibo Gaming will have been able to jump up there and maybe take that top spot with actually quite a decent gap. With that elimination count that they're able to get. I'm also really interested in what IHC have been able to do, but actually probably more importantly, what Brute Force were able to earn this match, right? That is a massive, massive issue if they're able to jump up towards that top 3 contestation.
Yeah, so Weibo Gaming taking an absolute huge win. Taking a look at the stat pages here. Yeah, IHC keep losing that one player very early into the match. They were only a full squad for 9 minutes, and hey, they were a full squad till the very end. Can Gap win the 1v4? I don't think so, but I mean, he won the 1v3. Who knows, man? Gap really clutched it out there. Influence Rage made it towards that late game, not with too many elim points though, but I think Influence Rage at this point are just looking to stay alive.
Call it the skill gap, but it is going to be Weibo taking home the chicken dinner.
I don't know, man. Watching that game, I don't know if we thought that Weibo would have had a chance to win that with IHG's position that they have, with Brute Force off to their side as well. But Seven and Cameron, somehow they pull it off, especially at that 1v3 at the end. But for Weibo, at the end of the day, that should be a first place finish at the moment for them, with only 3 matches left to go.
Yeah. It should be, and they played that out so well. They, in no chance, maybe earlier on they ended up getting circle placed, but they didn't really do much with it. It's what happened there towards the end. We're trying to figure out what could possibly go their way for them to even get a chance at winning this match, and Brute Force pretty much had to get eliminated, and that worked out perfect because IHC ended up helping them out, and then the way that they were able to just clutch it up there at the end. IHC, to be honest, they absolutely threw that round. They should have waited. They got a little bit too eager to go get those elims, but Weibo, 20 points. This is what I've been wanting to see out of them, and this team usually tends to perform even better in Miramar. So I don't see, if they do end up in first place, I don't see them losing that first place.
Yeah, this is looking very, very scary now. We were coming into today, and I know I was the one that was saying this, but like, I'm sure you guys saw it as well. These guys, this was a really good team, but they weren't like hitting that top level so often. They got third place, second place, first place in a row. Absolutely great performance when a lot of other teams, especially in the top position, don't seem to be playing at their best. Looking at Formerical Vibes, only 1 point. They have had rough games so far. 0 placement points, 1 elimination point for 2 Erangels in a row, and this is when Formerical are supposed to be showing up before going into Miramar. I don't know if it's the pressure of it being the final day and them trying to hold on to the top 3 position, but this is a completely different team, and that is the perfect opportunity for Weibo to then strike ahead, get to the top 3, and now, as you say, Seven, likely into first place.
I mean, if we're going to call out Formerical, let's also call out Major Pride, who have had a massive fall-off today as well. They looked so consistent over the last 3 days, but they've been non-existent now, and they've been constantly punished in the beginning, losing at least, 1 player, and here not really netting much of anything. Also, Brute Force, I kind of feel for him there. They had 22 nades and 4 smokes. They had the nades to completely destroy every compound ever, but they didn't have the distance they needed to be able to pull that off. And there you go, Weibo taking first place at 169 points.
Nice. I think we're looking at the first place. I honestly don't see them being passed by BTR, by Major Pride, or by 4MB with the way they've been playing, and also with those two Miramar still eluding. and the way they've been winning those fights too, I feel like everybody in Weibo's team is currently playing very, very confident. We got to give some credit to Brute Force because this team has made a comeback. At one point, I think at the beginning of the day, we were talking about how they could possibly not even be in the top 11. Well, guess what? Now this team is trying to make themselves within the top 3, and if for some reason Major Pride and 4MB continue to play the way they have been, I could see a Brute Force maybe clinching up that 3rd place.
Yeah, they would probably have to get a win under their belt, but again, whenever you talk about a team climbing up, especially when it goes to the end of the line like we are now at the final day, it's not just you performing well, it's the teams ahead of you performing poorly, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Major Pride, from 4Miracle, so it is definitely possible.
I mean, even Influence Rage, we've been constantly talking about how they were starting off the event at the end of day 1 at, what, 3rd place?
Yeah.
And they end up falling extremely low in the rankings. At least now they're back on the front page and they're holding on steady with the performance in that last match. But there still is a chance they could potentially fall off. But again, every match that goes on from here on out with only 3 left to go, as long as they have just an okay performance, they should be maintaining that position. Whereas if you look at towards the bottom, Genesis started off the day extremely strong with that victory. We had some high hopes for them, but the performances in the last 2 matches for them, unfortunately, means I'm not sure they're going to quite make it, which is going to make Vampire a little bit more happy. Still to see them with 3 chicken dinners, 40 placement points, 10 placement points out of, what, 21 matches now?
Yeah, something like that.
That's rough, man. But obviously, they still have a chance to turn things around. But Weibo, I don't know what it is about this team. Day 1, I was like, okay, it's another Tiamba. But I can't really say that anymore. They're turning into a 6-2-8.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I like that. I like the comparison because the players have been able to win those gunfights, and that's something that some of the other teams haven't been able to do. Let's focus a little bit more on 4Miracle. What has gone wrong with them? They're still continuing to play that edge of circle. They're just not winning those gunfights like we were able to see yesterday. I feel like yesterday we got a little bit blinded by that amazing Erangel that they ended up having. The player on top of the bridge being able to surprise Vampire Esports.
Yeah.
We really haven't been able to see any of that because they haven't put themselves in those type of locations, on those type of situations, either too slow at rotating, getting into too many fights outside the circle. And 4Miracle, if they continue on this way, remember, this team does not perform well in Miramar, at least based on the previous days. It could get a lot worse for them.
Listen, they're just not playing well from the edge. They're not jumping on opportunities like they were yesterday. They look scared.
Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to jump on to our commentators. I don't know how that works out, but it's going to be John and Zute to take us into our final Herringel of the group.
I've told you before, Jason, you've got to stop jumping on people. It's just not polite. We are going to be getting into this 3rd and final Erangel of Group Yellow. The final one for these teams to prove themselves here on the grassy pastures. There is still all to play for, all across the tables as well, because very few teams are safe and very few teams are out of the question for jumping up into a higher placing spot.
Yeah, with Weibo Gaming getting a huge win right there. Their 1st place is not secured by any means, but that does kind of leave the room open more so for a fight for the 2nd and 3rd place positions now. There's that 4th place team that's right there, on the cusp. Well, with Brute Force getting another decent game, they're sitting a little bit further down in 5th, but that gap has closed enough where with 3 games left, this could be a new contender or a new team in the top 3 before the end of the day even.
Would be such a shakeup. I feel like we've had so many shakeups to the top 3 over in Group Yellow, and a lot of people, rightly so, have looked at this group as a group of death, as a very, very difficult group, and I feel like that is being borne out in the results for this stage. I mean, we've had, I think, the biggest shifts out of the top 3 at the end of each day has always just been a surprise as to who's in at the next one. It's been great to see so far.
Yeah, it's been almost everyone that wasn't, or not everyone, but so many teams not in that top 3 initially have all had a taste of it, or they're getting closer to it. And out of Group Yellow, I feel like this lobby has forced the teams that, or maybe a little more inexperienced compared to, the heavy hitters. It kind of forced them to really adapt and either, succeed or crash and burn. And I think one of the teams that we really saw that, be able to achieve that was Major Pride. They shot up in the rankings really fast, kind of almost out of nowhere, but very consistently. And now, this team of Brute Force looking to maybe do the same.
Brute Force did finish day 1 in the top 3, remember? They were 2nd place to BTR. And then they kind of just dropped off after that. They didn't really perform at the same level. Teams started to overtake them, going down. I think they remained on the front page for quite a while in the top 8, but they did actually even fall off there. I'm just looking back at all these standings as they come on through. I mean, they finished yesterday, for instance, in 9th place, and now they are really starting to step up. So, Brute Force engaging the thrusters, probably at the right time to do so, and it's a hard Southwest circle again. Are Vampire going to be able to do something this time? We'll have to wait and see.
I'll tell you what they're not going to do. They're not going to do a 2-2 split going into Circle 3.
I hope not.
Or I better not see another one of those 2-2 splits out of Vampire. And this is a team that kind of is still fighting for their tournament lives right now. So we'll see how they adapt. You do see Major Pride there getting a nice drop also towards that southwest. I think in the previous game with this circle, they had to rotate in from the east and they lost a player early on. This time they'll keep 4 up. Last game they kept 4 up, but it didn't work out too well for them. Maybe this might be their game?
Could be. You never know. Have to see how the cookie crumbles. We've seen stranger things happen this group as well. So who will be able to take this final Erangel? That will certainly be a question weighing heavily on the minds of everyone involved. Weibo with a chance to maintain that top spot. Major Pride, they also are dropping around this sort of area, right? On this southwest edge, they play the Gatka split. Right now, they are looking to loot out. Not too much threat around the area. You've got IHC and Rook to the north coming from George Pole, but we'll see what position they look to take up. I imagine they're going to coalesce down towards the south because Vampire are currently still on that 2-2 split to start. I wonder how they'll maintain that, but Major Pride certainly with an opportunity to pull off something great here as well.
Yeah, another adjustment I want to see coming into this game specifically because it's that same circle is for Miracle Vibes. Last time they tried to cross the bridge really late, ended up getting bridge camp. This time they should know better and maybe look for a faster rotation towards the east side and not get bridge camp by Team Queso once again. But Queso, on the other hand, didn't have too great of a game doing that either. So maybe Queso's going to adapt and leave that bridge. We'll see a lot of changes, though, coming into this game with the same, almost the same exact circle. Or it might shift in a way where Circle 2 just makes it a completely different game.
To see. I mean, it was the first Erangel today that fell down towards the mouth of Quarry. Brute Force were able to get that chicken dinner all the way on the south side. Once more, Brute Force are up in Severny and likely to come through to the circle late, trying to play on that edge and steamroll their way in. 138 points puts their gap to the bubble at, what is that? That's got to be 15 points, I think, up to 3rd place of Major Pride. So that is what they are looking to close. See if they can keep ahead of For Miracle Vibes, who are similarly looking to jump up over Major Pride or over Bigatron or even over Weibo Gaming, because those throws can change very, very quickly at the top.
Definitely so. 1st place by far not secured from anyone. 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, even 5th place, you know, statistically can move up into that position. Of course, it's just going to take that one chicken dinner and then another great game to follow. And with 3 games left to go. Well, 2 more after this one, but it is doable for any of the top 5 here. Taking a look at the map, Queso has rotated in. They are no longer going to do that bridge camp. It wasn't worth their while. They weren't able to execute it too cleanly, so bridge won't be camped. Does the Vibes team know that, though? We'll see later on as D+, Genesis, and Major Pride rotating in.
Taking shots out to D+. D+ sat fairly confident right now in a 7th place. Unlikely that they jump up to 3rd, so they are just looking to secure their position right now. You just need 3 or 4 point games, to be honest, for the remaining 3 matches. That's all you're going to be looking to find for D+, to make sure that you're in there. Of course, laddering up for money, always a good idea. Always good to have a little bit extra of that prize pool, but you'll take getting on to that survival stage. Of course, in the end, only 5 teams from that survival stage can make it through. So it is still a very, very tough race because you're going to be facing off against 24 teams, or well, I guess facing off against 23 teams being the 24th team. But 24 teams will be playing in that survival stage to get to the last chance stage where only 5 teams make it into those grand finals. So there's still so many more competitors waiting in the wings.
Yeah, it is definitely a grind, and so many strong teams barely made that top 3 will be the teams that you're looking to face. So many strong competitors still too, even though the toughest of the bunch have qualified directly in. Dumorte rotating in from the eastern side, sitting in 12th place. They really want that 11th place spot out of Vampire, but Vampire are definitely going to try and fight tooth and nail for it. 10 points separating the two as Weibo Gaming picks up a quick point here out in the fields. Okay. And traded though as Weibo Gaming. He has to do the reload. He doesn't confirm the point. Is a save there? It is.
Just going to come on through. Gap able to clutch it out yet again for
Wow.
Weibo Gaming. The guy's turning up today. He wants to play some PUBG Mobile. I'll tell you that much. 2 points now found for Weibo Gaming. They're up to 171.
YML should definitely be giving Gap a fist bump or a hug right now. If I were him, I'd put down my phone and just like pat him on the shoulder, like, "Hey man, you saved me." Genesis, though, I think he got nervous. I think it was the nerves. He got the reload. He tried to look around for it, and then he heard the car coming, and he hesitated. And at the end of the day, he didn't do either of the tasks at hand, which was to confirm the point or get his second knock. And Genesis are down to 2 players sitting in 13th place. That is not good.
Far from ideal. 91 points. They got close within striking distance with a couple of good games. To your players, far from the best result. Major Pride take a couple of shots from Weibo themselves as well as teams start to descend. Vampire are still on this 2-2 split. I'm sorry to inform you, Zute. They are still holding a position down to Primorsk as well as Quarry as teams start to flow in around them.
It's a different 2-2 split. I'm just looking at it, trying to process it. I guess they're thinking maybe if there's a super hard shift down to the south, because the other two are, like you mentioned, outside of Primorsk on the hill. The zone, though, could very easily not go anywhere there. But, I mean, this is the first circle. We're still in stage 1. I feel like so much has happened that we could be in stage 3. But, no, this is stage 1, so 2-2 in stage 1 is fine. Last time, I think they lost their players coming into, like, maybe stage 3 even. Maybe stage 2, but coming into stage 2, I don't want to see that split from any teams out here, unless if they're on the outskirts of the zones. Let's see where the circle goes. Vibes hasn't rotated yet, and with a circle shift like this, things are going to get very compact. If they want to cross the bridge, they should do so now, or even go into the blue zone and wrap back around.
I mean, the compound that Genesis are looking to sit in right now, really, really strong, trying to play around that central area. Weibo as well with the north side of the hill there. There's a compound just to the south of where Weimau sits as well, where most of them are taking up occupancy. Those are some really, really strong central positions. Also, the compounds where Duarte currently hold. If Sem9 don't take it from them, or if BTR waiting in the wings don't take it even further on that one, they might try and stay in that tree line to the south.
Crash onto the Wizard Tower. D+ mounting a defense here. Doing a little bit of a split. They're grouping up now. They already opened up the fight with 2, but one of their players goes down. Here comes a reinforcement. Should be good. 3v1 situation. And Brute Force, their last player, already has turned tail and ran away. Brute Force needs every good game they can get. And with a bad game here, well, they just have to rely on 4 Miracle Vibes or Major Pride to get a donut, get it 0 to give them another chance in the next 2 matches.
And to be fair, Major Pride have only earned 3 points today, so it's not out of the question that they do exactly that. In fact, they're under fire right now from D+ themselves, so maybe they'll be nice and fair in their impact on the tables towards the teams vying for that 3rd place spot, because Brute Force unlikely to be able to jump all the way up, but that 15-point gap is definitely surmountable. But when you go down in 16th place with 0 eliminations, it's going to be made a lot harder. Rook looking to be the ones to take this one down. And yeah, that's going to be the closer for Brute Force. So they're only going to have 2 entries and no more Arangel for them.
Yeah, 2 more chances to get into the top 3. And right now, it's more so a question of what's 4 Miracle Vibes and Major Pride going to do. Because if they get even somewhat of an okay game, like just 3-4 points, that gap is just looking too impossible, in my opinion, to bridge in 2 games. That's a chicken dinner and then another big one. And that's assuming the team you're trying to catch up to gets 0s in both of the next 2 games. We'll see what happens, though, as there's still a lot at stake here. 4 Miracle Vibes has not rotated across. They're still on Military Island. They're just going to wait, I guess. Not sure what their plan is. Major Pride loses one.
Maybe they're fearing the bridge cap that they suffered from last time again. And now probably that fear has actually forced that prophecy to come true, right? Because now Bigatron hold the mouth of the bridge where Team Queso were before.
I think they're hoping the circle shifts off of the bridge entirely and they'll just rotate in from the blue. Because otherwise, if you were going to rotate in, you just take the blue zone before it starts hurting a lot and wrap east. With a zone shift like that, BTR will give up the bridge. Some teams might even elect to stay there, but BTR, a more aggressive team, is going to go straight shot towards the center, which is a good idea. That's urban environment. That's where BTR shines the most. So I think they're happy to take a crash fight. We'll see if that crash fight does happen or if they will just get an open position, and they do. Nice rotation out of BTR here, driving past a few teams.
Team Queso actually fully regrouped. They had a 2-2 split on that south side near Ferry Pier, and they just went to that western position. They knew that DRS were close by. They saw Bigatron coming through as well. There's no chance that you stick around for too long there. You don't want to get involved. Big Milo actually sending out to the coastline and holding over towards the pier. So might have a cheeky little off angle. And to be fair, with a circle like this, having a position over towards the beach could be pretty valuable. Question is, can the rest of Team Queso hold down their position out further west?
A questionable split, but Team Queso, Big Milo, the man himself, known for these wild, crazy splits. We'll see if it pays off this time around, as Weibo Gaming will full send into this position. Yeah, so I don't think this split's going to work out, but if Big Milo can do anything about it, he will. He gets 2 players right out the car. All right, sorry I doubted your name, Big Milo. That's going to shut me up real quick.
I feel like Big Milo is such an all-or-nothing player for the roster, right, for Team Queso. He either is stunning and pulls off players like that, or just goes down on an off angle where he should have regrouped a lot earlier on to just lying in the floor and someone spotting him. It's kind of all or nothing. And to be fair, that means that sometimes you get things to happen like that. And Weibo Gaming losing 2 of their players and another one getting knocked is great news for teams like BTR, Major Pride, and even for Miracle Vibes, because it means they are much more within striking distance. It's just a question of capitalization on this scoreline, on this match opportunity.
Yeah. Weibo Gaming with a very, I wouldn't even call that risky rotation, because with the way the zone shifted, you wouldn't expect anybody to be there. Any full teams would take the better areas, right, all around. So it just did not work out. Big Milo just knows better, and he gets the better end of that. D+ coming in from the west side now.
D+ have had a big impact so far on this lobby. Rook may be the next to feel that. He already took down Brute Force earlier on. They challenge out for another. There's an off angle. Osal established over towards Pusher. Finds the shot. Repositions with the vehicle. And now the rest of D+ going to move over the hillside. Rook looking to maybe disengage or maybe try and leapfrog this area. Straight through the middle. Goes over his teammate to look for players. Trying for the knock on his teammate, but it's going to go 1-for-1 on the trade. DBS is though ringing out for Nolbu. It's back. It's 4th. But in the end, it's D+ to keep things on the level. And Rook will fall. And now the circle shifts out to the east side. They'll have to look to get on in there for the time being. D+ sit all the way out on the west. They have a long way to go.
D+ has been playing better and better day by day. And I think that's honestly because they stopped doing those 2-2 splits and keeping 4 up together close by. That new circle towards the east. The Vibes team did make it in from that northeastern side, and here comes Vampire on the west edge into D+. They heard a lot of commotion. They thought they could third party a weaker team here, but it's D+ with all 4 up, and it looks like they're winning the fight, but it's being traded back and forth. It is just Ravenclaw versus the 2 players of D+. 1v2 situation, low HP. He didn't really stand a chance there. And D+, not only do they get a full reset, they get 4 more points tallied to their name, up to 12 elimination points. If they could keep this pace going and end the game in a podium finish, their name could be up there for the top 3. It depends on how well the top 3 does, though.
I mean, they are all the way out in the west, but 12 eliminations this early on, and having all 4 players alive, you're right, it is a big opportunity. DNS, in the meantime, taking on Major Pride, who have already lost Dino, right enough and into effect. Can they get a knock with the Bucky in the response? But no, they can't quite find anything. Bino Storm going to send Nomi running away, tail between the legs for Major Pride. A big gap now forming on the bubble, a chance for Miracle Vibes to do well. I just want to wrap back onto the potential for D+. They're all the way out on the west. they don't really have that great of a position. But also another factor in the circle is someone who does have the position, Demuerte. 12th place team right now. Vampire out on 107. 10 points gap for them between Demuerte. Demuerte in this central position have a big expected point value for this play. They have all 4 players alive. They just need to find something, find some eliminations in the middle.
Yeah, a lot going on near the possible top 3 and the top 11 on the bottom half of things. Demuerte, like you highlighted, in a great position. This is a great opportunity for them to pass up Vampire as they're knocked out. Sook here, the last one up for Weibo Gaming, causing some troubles now for Team Queso. And yeah, I guess that 3-1 split is exactly for a situation like this. If it hard shifts towards the east and you lose that compound, all the other compounds in the circle east side, very difficult to drive into to fight. And the Pier's probably your backup. And having Big Milo there already, well, that backup is a sure shot for Queso.
Little boy spotted, and Fabian wastes no time. Immediately taking him down. Forest tries to capitalize on the chaos and move in, but he goes down. The good thing is that D+ have coordinated this. Kioski, though, opens up on the ground floor, and D+ might have met their match in Influence Rage. Tries to go around the edge now. Last player to stand on the inside. Osal needs to keep it down, but there's 2 players on the in. He goes up the stairs, gives them the old switcheroo, and they've changed places. Osal now has the top ground, but he has a low HP bar spraying onto the staircase. Needs to try swap the weapons, but they're both low and needs to get that reload on through. A first aid kit is available, has all 4 of them in his back pocket, but can't quite find it. Nade sent on up, opening, closing the door, flapping it shut, making them wonder, is he on the inside, is he on the out? The nades over the top imply that they think that he's on the outside, but he's hunkered down for now. 2 players, 2-2 split for Influence Rage on the scrap.
D+, the possible miracle run might be stopped short here. 2 versus 4 situation. I don't think they stand a chance. Influence Rage here getting this circle as well. They're definitely not going to try and give it away for free. D+ is still up with 2 though. Oh, getting shot from the backside. Third party from distance potentially. Osal forced to push down again, and now he's in nade. In range of nades, but a quick whip around.
Fabian
catches a player.
Fabian was there. He had that sideswipe angle. Look at the angle he got. He spotted Kioski trying to move on forwards. He was, in fact, the player who got the knock onto Kioski, and Influence Rage really struggling to get up these stairs, allowing him through in the midst of all that chaos, seemingly coming back to bite them. And Nade being cooked again. Wants to put it all the way to the ground floor here. Can he get value? Not quite able to tag it on, but Fabian is still waiting in the wings and making trouble.
Influence Rage really just trying to isolate one player, but the crossfire is good enough. He's hopped out the outside. That nade could be good. It catches another player. D+ being such a nuisance right now for Influence Rage. And I know they have the numbers advantage, but they're so scared to throw it all away by grouping up and just hard pushing that they're playing so careful, giving so much space to D+, but finally they take care of that player. But hold on, what is this? That must be a third-party angle. I think, yeah, Nomi gets a knock on Kioski.
And Law as well. 2 players now down for Influence Rage. In a crazy turn of events, Nomi actually has a decent central position. Last player alive for Major Pride. We said that their game was going to be a little bit cramped, but now they have a potential to keep laddering up to maybe steal away a couple of points here. D+ have gone down, but with 13 eliminations already, they've put up a mega performance here. I don't think we'd say that they have had a bad game in by any stretch of the imagination, even with the 1 player they have left, and Fabian is still going.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad game whatsoever, but they need an amazing game right now because they're 6th place. The elimination points haven't been counted just yet, but that gap is quite large. They need more than those 13 points, in my opinion. There's 2 games left, and you can't rely on the other teams to not get points here. So as a solo, he's got a long ways to go still, in my opinion. We'll see where that leads him to. But Demuerte on the other half of the tables in 12th place, they just need 10 points to tie with Vampire. Vampire are already eliminated, and Demuerte with 4 up in a great position on this hilltop. They should look to convert.
Demuerte do lose the tiebreaker. Vampire, of course, having 3 chicken dinners so far in this tournament, despite being in 11th place, which means that Demuerte do need to get 11 points this match in order to take over that 11th place bubble spot. 3 eliminations in a central position found means that they are down to only needing a couple less points. That's 8 more points that they're going to need to earn this match. From eliminations, from placements, doesn't matter. Nomi Okay, he's playing pretty sneaky right now. We'll know that DRS are right next door, but I don't think they spotted him. This bush is such great cover, and you don't really expect a player to be there. I wonder if he went in on foot as well.
Yeah, if there's no buggy or vehicle around the area, they'll have no inclination of checking their surroundings.
They fully controlled him.
Yeah, a 5-man squad right here at center zone. That's scary for all the teams to deal with. And center zone, it centers up. BTR on the southeast side now having to move in. One of their players does get knocked. Influence Rage, I think, did take care of the D+ player, as I don't see a name over that side. BNS to the north. And, oh, a team we can't forget about. 4 Miracle Vibes on the northeast. 4 players up. They have to push their way in. This is the 4th place team. They're looking to pick up some points. And Nomi's trying to stay alive right now to hold that 3rd place position.
Yeah, major pride. With those 2 eliminations, put them 5 points ahead, and 4 Miracle Vibes taken 1 away. So it's a 4-point difference right now. With BTR potentially going down soon as well, there is still more change in the air right now. Beano Storm finally getting eliminated in the meantime. That central area, the fact that Nomi has a full team bodyguarding him is kind of crazy. All 4 of those DRS players just giving him so much security. Like, who can get there? He doesn't step up. It's going to take another team going in and just nading out that position whilst they're fighting DRS.
Yeah, by accident, right? So, Nomi, he's only going to go down to a stray nade. And, oh, man, I don't think I've ever seen this happen before, but we've seen a lot of crazy things here. This is definitely one of them. BTR did make it in the zone. I was going to count them out, but they're going to survive with the solo for now. Can they ladder up any placements, though? 8 teams still left. That is still quite a few teams left to drop out before the bigger placement points come in.
DRS have taken a knock, so that's 1 point of Nomi's stronghold eliminated. So they are down to 3. De Muerte, they have 4 points now on the board. Just needing a couple more now. Mikiel might be the 5th that they're able to earn. 8 teams now remaining, so the placement points are starting to be earned for these players. Mikiel does take the shot and actually gets Corker down. Furia with the challenge up by the tree, and it's Malloy to put the final bullet through there. Corker can get res, and De Muerte can ladder on up and keep on going.
Another nade catching a DRS player. DRS taking a lot of casualties to these nades. Might even get confirmed too, as that nade drops him down to 1 HP. Nomi just far enough from the grenades not to catch a stray. And Nomi's definitely keeping track of how... Oh my gosh.
He's done this circle twice now. He's just nearly clipping the ankles on Nomi.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. It's top 6 for Nomi. Goodness me. 4 Miracle Vibes have overtaken them, though, on the elimination count, so they do need to outlast. It's very crucial.
Yeah, but with 4 players up, I think 4 Miracle Vibes is going to make it towards the late game. De Muerte, the other 4-man team, also on the eastern side. So these 2 teams could definitely clash. IHC more in their sightlines, however. IHC also working with, 3 members, sorry. I thought they were at 4 for a second. As Influence Rage taking casualties now, running into zone.
Trying to move in on this west edge. IHC have the higher ground on them right now. They are not as close to the center. 2 players from DRS and a snake in the grass in the wings. Another knock sent over towards Influence Rage on the west point, and now it's just Lil Boy at the back for Influence Rage, for 1 player to survive. Nomi stays in on the north edge. 4 Miracle Vibes might look to push past this. I mean, it's not out of the question that Nomi gets top 3 here. He's turned.
This could definitely...
He's looking for something. Okay,
he's moving.
Back to position.
Yeah, he's finally moving his camera around. But let's see, with this type of circle, yeah, I think 4 Miracle Vibes is more than likely going to take this fight with De Muerte. Yeah, they're going to wrap around here. This gives IHC a huge opportunity to make a lot of grounds and push in, maybe even third party from distance, because sightlines are there. De Muerte and 4 Miracle Vibes locked in now into this 4v4, and a back-to-back nade out of 4 Miracle Vibes gets 2 of the side of De Muerte.
Really good pick up there, over the top, a flash shot to Furia. The rest of the backlines are nearly finding Malloy, just with the nades from 4 Miracle Vibes. They want to roll in, they know the damage is tagged on. Corker is back up, and Milky Way, the only full HP representative. Malloy stuck that first aid, does have his health bar a little bit more replenished here, but 4 Miracle Vibes rolling up to the ridgeline now. Malloy has a squat cut out, Milky Way with the backup. Corker healed up as well now with the UMP, trying to get the spray down, but East is able to win out the first duel. Milky Way takes a tick of damage. The nade over to the back doesn't find much. much either. And now 4 Miracle Vibes have this under control. Corker and Milky Way being backed off, but Seoul strikes from the backlines. East goes down.
East doing so good right there at 1 HP, still being proactive, picking out shots. He does get knocked down like he called out, but no thirst, so I think he's crawled down to safety, and this fight with Demorte has pushed him back far enough for them to get a safe revive. 9 elims now for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. This team is looking so strong right now, and just when they really need it most, about to be knocked out of the top 3, that is not going to be the case in this match. Demorte falls back. 2 players alive, 5 elims. That's a decent game. They should look for more, though, to pass up Vampire.
4 Miracle Vibes could potentially actually jump up to first place with a good game here with a chicken dinner. There is a possibility. I think it's 171 is the mark that Weibo Gaming sit at right now, which gives them a 21-point match. They're already up to 9 eliminations. If they can find more than that, if they can find 2 more eliminations and the chicken dinner here, they are in with a good time. Little boy has moved close. Oh dear, he's right next to Nomi. Nomi will know that this is happening. He's going to run. Maybe they're going to hit the same bush.
No. Oh, Nomi, yeah, forced to spring up. Gets low boy. And DRS drops down to 1 at perfect timing, so now Nomi doesn't even have to worry about a duo, just the solo. Killer YT has a grenade, though. He heard something crazy there. He heard some shots, but he's taken out by the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, and that's another team gone. Nomi into the top 3. Major Pride holding strong, top 3, and I don't think any of the other teams really realized what just happened, because DRS was the one that was closest to it, if to know anything.
My voice hasn't squeaked like that in over a decade, Zute. I'll tell you that much. Goodness me. Nomi throwing out the curveballs here. It might not be a race between 4 Miracle Vibes and Major Pride for that 3rd place spot. Bigatron might now be under the axe here to get chopped, as they didn't have a massive game. If Nomi, he managed to get the extra point, right, with the elimination, he's now up in 3rd place. If he ladders up to 2nd, he adds those 6 points to the tally. I'm not sure on the exact differences right now between these rosters, but it is still going to be all to play for going into the Miramars.
Definitely so. And with IHC with 3 players is just enough players for them to try and actually make a decisive play, which means 4 Miracle Vibes is all going to be focused this way. He could easily sneak in with his 2nd place. This is Circle Stage 8, though. And with the pace of how this is happening, I think it's going to come down to a complete blue zone. But Nomi can sneak in behind.
This is another good game from IHC as well, remember. They're up to 3rd place guaranteed. I haven't tracked their eliminations into this final circle, but they're 3rd place here. They've been in a couple of scraps as well. With 3 players, they have a very high point scoring potential for this match. Potential to jump up to join Demuerte and Vampire on that bubble. I didn't see if Demuerte were able to make that gap either, but certainly going to be an interesting table to look at once we finish this match.
Yeah, the top side getting shuffled, and the bottom side at the bubble getting shuffled a little bit here. Every match is so good. All the teams that really need to fight something are pulling out all the stops right on the very last day. Circle 9, it is closing slowly but surely. Can Nomi time his crawl in at the most opportune time to at least secure the 2nd place? A run over onto onto 4 Miracle Vibes. That brings it down to a 3v3. This is good for Nomi.
A swift turn back as well. 3 versus 2 for Miracle Vibes. Now just down to the 2 players. They're a little bit isolated. If he can step up, if he can crawl in, he might have that shot. If IHC lose a player or 2 here as well, could change things up here. Nomi, nade, over the top, over towards Doc. They must think this is from an off angle. IHC going to be aware that they didn't throw that one, and it didn't land near them, so they're going to be confused. Maybe they know there's a snake in the grass. Another player from 4 Miracle Vibes goes down. IHC maybe looking to read into this. 8 eliminations, 4 Miracle Vibes are going to be bombed out. Nomi ladders up into 2nd place for Major Vibes. There's 3 players left for him to stand up against here. He's out in the open, goes for a spray, hits 1. Can he find a 2nd as well? IHC, can
hold on
again? No way they get 1v3 2 games in a row. Nomi still has a nade. Zeol down the hill. Godless looking to try.
Oh, that's good.
Good line, and we'll be able to tag onto Zeol. The blue zone's there. It might tick him away. Doesn't have any more nades though in hand. Godless is across the way, and a much healthier health bar there. Zeol gets the heal with the challenge. Nomi hits the deck, and he will go down. IHC, do not let it happen again. They were close, but they will find the chicken dinner this time around. And a big game for the bubble, a big game for 4 Miracle Vibes, a big game coming through from Major Pride. Chaos all around.
Good game for Demorte as well. And we can't even forget, well, I mean, with so much happening, did D Plus's game have a big impact as well still? Or does it not? I think it got negated because 4 Miracle Vibes and Major Pride picked up massive points, and D Plus needed them to get like a 0. So much happened. And oh wow, what a game. And like you called it, almost lost, maybe might have lost another 1v3. If that nade connected, it was very, very much in the realm of possibility. But IHC, Zio, the MVP, they get a second place. They should have got back-to-back chicken dinners, but they get a second, and now this one, they get that first place finish.
Tell you that Zio, maybe he did best on that team, but he is not the MVP of this match. That has to be Nomi for Major Pride. Surviving for so long as a solo. I think there were like 12 teams when Major Pride went down to 1 player. They lost that scrap on the Western Edge. He just goes off on his own, turns tail, and just sits in the middle, and DRS just guard him out for the rest of the game. He was able to pick up those eliminations towards the end as well. And I feel like this might put BTR out of the top 3 for this game going into Miramar.
I don't even know. I can't wait to see the leaderboards. And you can't forget Nomi. He was taking shots at Influence Rage too, so it's not like he went to center and did absolutely nothing. He knew what he could take advantage of, and he still fired off shots and got 1 or 2 points potentially onto Influence Rage. So Nomi, the standout player, we see him spring up big in these fights, but even as a solo, as a snake, he could play that style too.
So many moving parts in that match. I cannot wait for the standings, and for that, we're going to have to go for the desk.
I feel like Nomi there just kind of overshadowed and made you forget about everything else that happened in that match. We cannot forget about D+. Was that 13 eliminations they ended up having there, just dominating so many teams, making their own run for the top 3. But Nomi, wow. Honestly, just, like I said when we were watching the match, I was hoping we had cut to a camera shot of him just chilling, feet up on the desk, just laid back, just waiting for his time to shine. But still, him performing, IHC performing, Miracle performing, D+ performing. This was probably one of the craziest matches we've had so far in this group.
And it's what they said just now, John and Zute, that because both Major Pride and Miracle in their own ways had a good run, this actually puts Bigatron in the danger zone. But a great win for IHC as well, 20 points. We'll see what that does for the bubble for the current positioning on that bottom 5. We could see Vampire in a really scary position right now going into these last 2 rounds.
And I think they will be, because the Muertes has been able to outpoint them, and you can see that right there, being able to get 9 more points. And when we end up going to Miramar, if depending on how the overall is, it could be scary for Vampire. But I mean, ISC being able to step up whenever they needed to. D+, as you guys were mentioning, with the 13 elims, I was actually hoping that they'll be able to secure some placement points too, because I think if that team would have been able to even survive a little bit longer on the circle with the confidence that they were playing with, it would have been a lot more than 13 elims. Probably would have been closer to 20.
Yeah. Listen, that run by D+, still, despite being overshadowed because of how it affects the overall leaderboard, was still something really, really exciting to see. It might be too late at this point, too little too late, but it gives me more confidence for them going into the survival zone, that they are figuring out how they want to approach this game, this PMGC.
There you have it. Bigatron, they've been knocked out of the top 3 with only 2 matches left to go, but they're only 1 point behind as Miracle get themselves back into the top 3. You see D+ at 137. I mean, 137 to 163, yeah, it's possible. Realistic, probably not. But as we head down towards the second half of the leaderboard, 1 point, technically 2, separates Demorte and Vampire, and IHC has been able to get themselves up to 13th place here, tying Demorte. It's getting spicy, gentlemen. There's a lot of movement that can still happen here, and a lot of teams who still technically aren't safe.
And for Vampire Esports, going into Miramar, that's not one of their strongest maps. They've been able to average about a 9th place finish and only averaging about 3 elims. And with the way that they've been playing today, I don't see them being able to outperform that. With the Muerte, they have been able to pop off. And then IHC being able to put like the cherry on top for their Sunday here to set it up, possibly going to 11th place. Anything can happen going to Miramar.
Yeah, and especially as we saw as well, the gold border actually wasn't just Vampire and DMR and IHC. It also included Sem9 because those two in the 12th and 13th place are only 9 points behind Sem9. So it's possible that we see both Demurte and IHC make it into that and throw Vampire and Sem9 into the elimination zone. So these last 2 rounds, so much stuff can still happen at the top, at the bottom, and the teams in the middle, they are just trying to hold on to that survival.
You know what? I want to get to these next games, so before we can finally throw it to break and make that happen, I'm going to remind you guys once again about PUBG Mobile being nominated as the best esports game by the Game Awards. You guys can vote for them, and it ends on December 7th, so make sure you get your vote in so we can be the one. And remember, take your screenshot, send it over to Seven, and he's going to do a random giveaway to one lucky person for the Infinix GT10 Pro, our official smartphone here at PMGC 2023. So make sure you guys send those on over to him. Where can they find you, Seven? What's your socials?
At the 7WG, there's no giveaway though.
I was gonna say you could have just stopped. They're like, yeah, there's no socials, but you had to plug it, of course, and then say there's no giveaway.
At KMBD3Ms. At KMBDTV on Instagram.
I thought it was DJ Cammy.
Well, Tony K there, I don't know if you guys can see that on your screen. He was looking like death. He was like, what's happening with us right now? They're on the verge of not even having a chance to make it into the Grand Finals in the survival stage, and they need to make something happen in these next 2 games. And Seven, you've already pointed out before, but remind us once again, if people are just joining us, Vampire, what's the performance been like on Miramar so far?
For Miramar, it's been a 9th place finish in about, I think it was 3 elims that I was able to say earlier. Yeah, 3 elims average. And then for Demurte, 9th place finish as well, and averaging a lot lower elims. But not only that fight, right? There is a fight towards the 1st place with Weibo and then 4 Miracles. And then on top of that, Major Pride. For Weibo, they've been able to outperform in a big way in regards to what 4 Miracle has been able to do. Usually they average about 2 elims and only not even a placement point. Weibo has been able to average almost 5 elims and at least 3 placement points. But not only that, Major Pride, they're waking up. And they've gotten a chicken dinner too in Miramar before, so anything can happen.
We have to remember the upside for Weibo at the moment. There's no one in the lobby named Faker. Let's go over to our commentators to drop us into our first Miramar of the day. It's penultimate match overall. John and Zute, take us in.
I can't believe you're dropping spoilers, Jason. Goodness me, I haven't watched it yet. Oh well, we are focused on PMGC here. Weibo certainly in the lead right now, but certainly not comfortably. We'll have to wait and see what they're able to do in these last 2 matches. But that bubble spot is starting to look dangerous. Which bubble spot am I talking about, Zute? In fact, I'm talking about both. That's what I'm talking about.
That's crazy that both bubble spots looking dangerous, and not just dangerous, just like one team dangerous passing you up, like on the other end of things in 11th place, 2 teams looking to pass you up. I'm looking at Demurte with 106, IHC now also with 106, and Vampire sitting at 107. Typically, you worry about maybe one team breathing down your neck, but now you have 2 teams breathing down your neck. Ooh, that's not a good feeling for the side of Vampire.
You've got Genesis as well, DRS, who are 91 and 90 points behind that, right? So that's 16 and 17 points behind you as well, which is a single chicken dinner, and that has got to be weighing pretty heavily on you. Genesis have already got their chicken dinner, DRS yet to do so, but the fact that Vampire are here at this point, with 2 matches left to play on the bubble, you'd ask anybody how their group is going to go. Maybe some people would have said, okay, maybe they're not going to get top 3, but that'll be comfortable. Maybe a 6th place, something like that. It is not something that someone would have said to say, oh, I think they're going to be competing for that 11th spot right at the end of the day. It's going to be really, really close for them, and it's got to be weighing heavily.
And I don't think, actually, you might have been able to guess it. You know, BTR, after an amazing day 1, you might have been like, oh, they could drop out of top 3. But on the very last day, just now dropping out of the top 3 with 2 games left to go, I didn't know it was going to be this much of a nail biter, as it looks like we are getting another remake. Look at BTR right now, man. They are contemplating a lot of things. It's you take a screenshot of that, it's one of those moments where it's like, how did I even end up here? How did we end up here, man? Like,
I'll tell you how.
Yeah.
Subbing out Superboy, aka Yuhai. It's not gone well today, I would say.
It might have not been intentional. Like, who knows? Maybe he might have got sick or something. Yeah, we don't know.
We are waiting on that information. We know as much as you guys do. So it is really unfortunate. I think that they have had to take that on board and play, to be fair, some quite decent matches, I would say, from that perspective. They've had some decent engagements. It hasn't been all doom and gloom, but still just not being that Bigatron that we've seen in the first few days.
It's also because all the teams that were looking to pass them up have all shown up today at this very last day.
True.
Weibo Gaming, the team in 4th, that wasn't really a threat to BTR because, you know, it's more so a 2nd, 3rd looking to pass them up and ladder them up, and then Weibo Gaming might come up and ladder you up. But Weibo Gaming starts off the day so strong, they ladder up past everyone, shoots into 1st place. Major Pride fall out of 1st place, but then they come back in strong in the form of Nomi in the match we just saw to get so many points that now you are knocked out of that place. And it's not just Nomi, it's also 4 Miracle Vibes that very last match who got a lot of points towards the end. So it's the perfect whirlwind of disaster for BTR to find themselves sitting outside of the top 3, albeit by just 1 point, but still not in the top 3 coming into the last 2 games. Not a good feeling.
Definitely not. You want to be in that gold top 3 to get that direct qualification spot. That's what's up for grabs in the top 3 positions. The direct qualification to the Grand Finals over in Türkiye later on in next month in December. We're going to be looking out that way, and they do want to be joining them there. As I said before, especially when you've been so closely fighting for this top spot, getting out in 4th, going to the survival stage is a massive blow. We saw it last year with Gladiators. They were at the top going into the final day, and then it just slipped and slipped and slipped. They went in 4th. They had to go to the survival stage. People were confident in their performance, right? They were saying, you know what, this is probably a team that's very likely to be able to make it through the survival stage, to be able to get to that last chance and get into that top 5. They didn't make it. They didn't make it through in the end. They had to drop out, and BTR, they're going to be hoping that that's not them this time around. Brute Force seemingly in good spirits right now. They're looking safe for the survival stage themselves. Not the ideal spot. They want to get top 3, but they're a little bit of a ways off, especially with the bonanza of a performance we saw from a lot of those teams to the top in the last match.
Yeah, I think Brute Force coming into today were just more so their main goal is secure their safety, and they did. I don't think they were really expecting to shoot for top 3, so the fact that they could have had that chance but didn't get another great game in a row, they're okay with that. They look like they're in high spirits. BTR, on the other hand, not looking like they're in high spirits right now given the situation. And you mentioned the side of Gaming Gladiators, right? They were 1st place all throughout the week, coming into day 4, and they drop out of 1st place. Then they couldn't make it past survival stage. You have to consider the mental effect, right? For BTR, if they don't make top 3 now, how devastated they're going to be. And I don't know if you can maybe pull back from something like that and start from scratch again and try and make it into like the top 5 during survivals.
It will be tough, but they have to put their best foot forwards, get into Miramar, get into the sand, dig in, dig deep, take everyone to task. For Miracle Vibes, not out of the woods just yet. It is still very much actually a four-way engagement for that top spot, for those top 3 positions, because Weibo Gaming, sure, they were able to lead out, but last match wasn't as strong, and everybody else was able to close that gap somewhat. A 9-point difference between Bigatron in 4th and Weibo Gaming in 1st, so still very doable. And that's to say nothing of the proximity of the lower end of the bubble. 11th place 107, 2 teams on 106. It is so tightly packed down there on the tables. You've also got Sem9, as they were talking about on the desk, Sem9, maybe even Team Queso having to worry. I said if you can get over that 130-point barrier towards the end of the day, you're going to be happy. Right now, we're looking at that barrier be around that 6th place mark with 137 for D+, and their previous performance. Rook on 129, sitting in 7th.
Well, we're on to Miramar now. Very southern playing path, skewed south to southeast pretty much. You just saw on the average points, this is Major Pride's best, most consistent map compared to the other teams in here. So if things still bode the same, Major Pride might be laddering up a little bit more from 3rd place back into 1st place potentially. We'll see very soon how this one plays out. Of course, we've had so many of these maps. Surely some of these teams have altered certain rotations, certain positioning to get a better footing and do a bit better than usual, and maybe, you know, take Major Pride down a notch. We'll see if that's the case though, as we are heading into Miramar. Teams are dropping out. No real contestants just yet, but with such a skewed playing path, I do expect some casualties early on.
See if there's any of those vehicle hot drops. A lot of teams over Picardo right now. There's Bigatron, I think there's Genesis. Brute Force are close to De Muerte. Certainly Prepod's close to Malloy. On the inside, he's got 2 weapons, an AK and a pump-action shotgun on the back. Malloy's managed to find an M16 though, so it is a full-on duel right now. No armor, no helmet for Prepod. He steps up the stairs, actually thinks better of it, ducks outside. There is backup fairly close by for Brute Force. See if they can get on in. So maybe you just want to delay this fight for a little bit longer.
Yeah, that definitely does seem to be Prepod's thinking right now. He backs up, creates quite a distance with his reinforcements coming in. He does not need to engage this and get knocked and thirsted. Gets close again. That kind of gives Malloy a chance right now to go for the 1v1, and Malloy should.
He needs to take it.
Yeah, I don't know what Malloy's doing just standing still, but he's just, maybe he's trying to go for the 1v3 here, but yeah, it's not going to happen. And that is one of the teams that really needs every player alive. De Muerte sitting in 12th place, 106 to Vampire's 11th place. That's a qualification spot of 107. Vampire is going to see that, and they're going to be happy with it.
I mean, they'll be happy with that, but there's so much more to worry about. IHC, who have been dragging themselves up over the course of today. 2 consecutive strong games. By all rights, they should have won the game before last over on Erangel, but it was Weibo, it was Gap specifically from Weibo Gaming to be able to take a massive 1v3 against them. They should have been able to get even more points, and they are thanking their lucky stars right now on the Vampire camp to be able to have seen that, right? Because if Weibo Gaming don't take down IHC in that spot, that's another 1 elimination point and another 4 placement points for IHC, right? So you end up seeing a 5-point swing, which would see Vampire down just in 12th place.
Yep. They would be knocked out of the top 11 if that were the case. But because that is not the case, Weibo Gaming sweeps up into 1st place. So, like, no matter how you cut it, things are changing drastically on majorly on both ends, top or the lower half of the rankings. And I think that's just what's so special about this group too. Usually the group of death, right? When you label a group the group of death, it's because they have like the most hard-hitting teams, like the scariest teams, and they just eat everyone up. But this group of death, it's a strong group all the way through and through. That's why we are seeing this neck-and-neck race no matter where you look at the leaderboards, the top or the bottom.
I think with the exclusion of Beano Storm, who I will say have put up a valiant effort, but they are on 58 points and are definitely not going to make it. 15th upwards, they all have a chance. They absolutely can still change everything here. Even DRS can make that jump. It is so tightly packed here. a really, really linear table. There is that drop off from 4th to 5th, but from 5th all the way down to 15th, there is so much volatility.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like if this tournament were to be dragged out another 2 to 3 days, we would see major shuffles every single match all throughout the way too. So this is definitely a very, very competitive group. So many teams had a chance to shine, and then sometimes they'd fail a little bit, but they still maintain their positioning to some degree. Like, we can't forget about Team Queso. We called them out, or I particularly called them out. Started off really poor, and then out of nowhere, one day shot all the way up to maybe around 6th place, and potentially had a chance at top 3, but they've fallen down, but another team has taken their spot. It's just been a wild roller coaster of a ride for this group.
Certainly has. Teams have been flying up and down those tables. Team Queso, though, despite that performance, are still at risk. I mean, there is potential for 3 teams to jump up on over them. It could be, you know, Demuerte, Vampire, Sem9 all push up over Team Queso's points scored. So they definitely need to be keeping it together. Can Big Milo find those cheeky little off angles, right? Are they going to be able to get a couple of points each match? Because that's what I was saying. 4 teams around the bubble earlier, right? If you can get 4 points a match, that might be enough. But with only 2 matches left to play, maybe you can't even rely on that anymore. You have to go a little bit more out for broke, especially if you're a team like Demuerte or IHC.
See what happens. A lot of teams have started to rotate into this first zone towards that southern side. A little centralized south, though, so it's not too far south and it's not too far to either direction of the map. Pulls a little bit to the west, as you can see teams rotating in more so from the eastern side. This zone is interesting in the fact that the northern half and the southern half is kind of cut in half perfectly. South half, of course, with a lot of high ground, mountainous terrains. Northern half, a lot more flat grounds, but with many more strong compounds to be taken up with. So let's see where this zone is going to take us as we are slowly heading into stage number 2.
Bino Storm playing quite a strong position on the southwest point, west of Los Leones. Just beneath Vampire now, we saw that rotation come through. Bigatron making their way down from the north, trying to get on towards Chumacera. As time goes on, fairly uncontested on their rotation right now. IHC over in Monte Nuevo. They're actually turning around to go back up north and break out to the west here. So potentially actually swinging down the west coast. Not entirely sure actually what they're doing because they seem to have changed their mind yet again.
Yeah, it's a lot of options coming in from the northern side. And I think with the way things have played out today so far for BTR, not too surprised if they're a little bit hesitant on their decisions now, which is not a good sign, especially coming into the last 2 games. So, BTR, man, might be a different story if Superboy, aka U-High Boy, was here. But for whatever reason, he is not here with the team. So they will have to carry that torch for him, make it into that top 3. I don't think anyone wants to watch them go to survival and then potentially be knocked out. They have so many fans. All the fans, too. I can't even imagine how many of them are just biting their fingernails right now.
Second stage about to show up on our screens. A lot of teams committing to that central area around Chumacera as the circle pops. And it goes up north, so keeps Chumacera in, but BTR with a chance here on the north side.
Yeah, big circle shift right there. Many of the team's previous center, if they are willing, just move a little bit more and you can easily find the new center. I do see Bino Storm doing that, and right alongside them, Vampire. Hopefully they don't stop to take an engagement. Both teams just keep driving in. You'll find better positions for the both of you two. Looks like Bino Storm did stop, though, to take some shots. That caused one of Vampire to stop, but they realized, no, we need to keep it going. We have a chance here. And Divine getting caught out, trying to get an angle onto Vampire by Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming at that church position, the best position in this zone, in my opinion. Can they confirm that point, though? I think Divine's going to get stolen away. That point might just go to Vampire, a much-needed point for Vampire.
That is a big, big pickup. We know the bubble is so tight, so every single point matters here. Vampire, as you say, stealing that away from the Weibo oversight in the Longhouse. And Vampire now have that Longhouse under control, have the east side of that compound under control, and not too many teams super close by. Bigatron playing out to their west with Weibo on the oversight. Getting into this Vampire compound is going to be really tough for pretty much everybody.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, all the compounds around center, it's going to be tough to get to. Just pathing alone to that area, you're going to have to go through Weibo Gaming. And on the west side, BTR is playing that same compound we saw the other day where they managed to survive for a very long time. So they are very experienced in holding that spot. I don't imagine they're going to lose that spot anytime soon. They're just to the west of the center of the zone. For Miracle Vibes, pretty much dead center. Had a very strong compound on the flat grounds too. So, I mean, every compound around the center is a strong compound. And that means it's going to be tough for anybody to break in if the circle shifts away.
Weibo. 2 shots with a Mini 14. Out their way. Look at the helmet damage there. He's been in a little bit of a scrap. I think that might have been from Divine earlier on where they took on the shots towards Beano Storm. Either way, still has the helmet, so it's good for 1 shot, but maybe not much more than that.
Yeah, no, he just switched it for a fresh level 1, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's got the armory down there at the bottom of the stairs. Probably gonna be taking more shots too with more level 1 helmets to spare. I think I caught another one near the bottom of that floor. As Circle 2 now closing, everybody's pretty much in the zone. Minus Rook, are they in the zone? I don't know. They're always so far up in the north. No, they're not. Yeah, they're still in the zone. So everyone in the zone besides Rook, and on the west side. Got one more team coming in, but the circle's about to shift once again.
Maybe a DRS scrap with Rook on the northern side. DRS, remember, still, if they get a big chicken dinner, could ladder up, but it's looking a little bit less and less likely with the circle shifting away from them. They're going to have to cross open ground. We're over to Chumacera, so potentially another urban finish. Remember, we had 2 Los Leones circles yesterday. Are we going over to Chumacera this time around? Major Pride going to have to figure out where to regroup on in the middle of it.
Yeah, a lot of options there. In urban environments, always hard to prioritize where to play exactly. But one thing's for sure, they need to group up. You cannot play split in an urban environment. Brute Force edging in onto the west side. Taking some shots here. I do think that might be from IHC on the high ground. They will lose that vehicle more than likely, or at least the wheels. Teams yet to rotate in here with that new circle shift is mainly DRS and Rook on the north. Everyone else close by. Team Queso actually on the southeast being gate-kept by multiple teams. So Queso is going to have a tough way in.
Rook caterpillaring back together with Pusher and Default over through Picardo at the moment. They do have a couple of stims. I'm imagining some bandages in the back pocket as well. So they'll be looking to try and heal that one up. Maybe grabbing a little bit more loot in the meantime. See if the rest of them can regroup for Rook, because I'm only seeing 2 of them on the minimap right now. I don't know where the other 2 are. I have to wait and see as to where they make their appearance. Influence Rage playing on the south side of the road. They've got that hillside to their north, which is going to give them really good protection from teams like Genesis, from Vampire, maybe even DRS later on. And not many teams are going to push all the way to this edge, but Miracle Vibes might just have the sightlines.
A lot of crisscrossing sightlines for many of these teams. So if any one of them gets crashed, there could be another team nearby waiting to third party. Influence Rage will readjust his position just a little bit, not to take so much damage once again. You see their HP part is going back up. Brute Force making a little more headway now onto that western side, no longer at that compound. But they are taking a lot of damage from IHC. IHC Alex also receiving a lot himself.
Rook rotating again, trying to stay out late. Past curfew, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. So 4 of their team are going to actually get across the road. They've moved around DRS now, who are across the way. They're actually going to get up into a couple of the divot there, but have been spotted. Genfos for BTR. At one point added back onto the tally, and Major Pride now drawn level with. Remember, it is a 1-point difference. They are dead even on the chicken dinners right now. Major Pride and BTR both having achieved 2 chicken dinners. the elims currently going the way of BTR, which means that Major Pride, I believe, would win the tiebreaker with those placement points on 61 to 53.
Oh, he finds the run over driving around there. He could even confirm that point. IHC. Oh no, that's actually brute force losing a player right there. Crazy wild rotation out of Rook, but they went for it. Lose 2 members, and can they find more? He's going up the hill. He's probably going to try and shoot into the urban environment and hope a compound is open. Wheels might have been shot out over the top. No, he's going to keep going. Hops out the buggy, and he finds a compound for himself. This is a little bit off-center as his teammate gets blown up, not able to continue much further. Rook with 4 players coming in very late, only 1 managing to survive.
Nade in from Major Pride to Demuerte. 2 teams in crucial positions on the tables right now, and the push goes well to start off with for Major Pride. They have isolated Demuerte on in. Another knock sent over, but Dino goes down. The MG3 is there on the top floor. It's difficult to deal with. Major Pride on 3. Demuerte have picked up a point, but they are not going to be able to jump over with Vampire if they don't find more than this. And Vampire will need to go down pretty soon as well. 2 players on the ground floor and a 3rd player for backup. They really know that they cannot misstep now. Major Pride have added a point to their total, and they want 2 more. Corker starting to bleed out, but he's in the zone. Can Furia get him back up because the nade is being launched down the stairs? Might just put the cat amongst the pigeons for Major Pride.
Furia. Oh, that nade's good.
Ooh.
He readjusted to a different room, hoping to throw the side of Major Pride off, but they track those footsteps right in there. Major Pride take that fight. They pick up a couple more points, much needed points too, as they are on that 3rd place position. They do lose 1 member though. But with 3 up at a decent spot, I think they're happy with it. Weibo Gaming, the 1st place team, trying to breach onto D+. This is a different D+ team. They are much stronger, more powerful than before. And actually, Weibo Gaming did a 3-1 split push. Not sure what the plan was there, but that's a big mistake.
Suzuki's not with them, and I don't think he can get back in. They had that church, they had that high ground, they left it. They had to move a little bit further west, or they thought so, certainly. And now, D+ have taken them all the way down. A Vampire are here to peek over the ridgeline. Soup with the challenge over to Tony K, but he's able to make it work for them now. And Vampire pick up another point. They take down Weibo. The chase is on at the top. A point given to Vampire. It's still going this way, that way. Its chaos continues.
And Weibo Gaming's biggest weakness are these 3-1s. We saw it the other day against Queso. They lost the 4v2 because they had 1 player back once again. Another 3-1. I guess sometimes it works really well for them, but sometimes it is disaster. And currently in 1st place, I think they need to play a bit more safe to maintain that. That's not the case here. They're out. They only have 1 more game left to go. In 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, all alive, looking for that 1st place position.
Major Pride trying to figure out their way out. They're sitting on the low tier of Chumacera, which is kind of in this valley, surrounded on all sides. There luckily isn't really a team overlooking from that northwest side. Brute Force are actually down in the ditch that sits over there. IHC have better sightlines over to that ridge, so they can't really push up, which is fortunate for Major Pride. The teams out to their east, Team Queso, also sit in that valley, but SCM9 have oversight onto their rotation. So if the circle pushes them off, Major Pride might be able to move, but it's not going to do that. In fact, it's going to center onto Major Pride.
Could be a huge game for Major Pride. For Miracle Vibes, also in a great position on that northeast. It is pretty much a little bit of a higher ground overlooking towards the center of the zone, so that gives them a lot of sightlines advantages on the next shift should it go away from them. DRS fighting for their tournament lives here, coming in from the northeast. They have a long ways to go and a lot of fighting to be had.
Genesis clashing with Influence Rage, who have managed to put up a point on the board. Today, it hasn't been spectacular from Influence Rage, but it might have been enough. It might have met that barrier. They're up to 127 points now, and they're looking a little bit safer. The teams further down still scrapping it back and forth. Shots over to SCM9 from 4 Miracle Vibes to try and add points to their total in the meantime. Major Pride have managed to earn 4 eliminations on their total, which puts them just 2 points behind 4 Miracle Vibes.
They picked 1 point up from Queso, bumping 3 up to 4. So Queso down to the 2-man. Vampire, they're going to try and thread a needle here on this rotation, driving past D+, past the sightlines of some of the 4 Miracle Vibes players, and straight into the compound. Papi Potro The solo holding this, and yeah, he's going to try and eject as fast as he can. Tony K trying to cut him off. Tony K actually tried to cut him off and continue past the road. What a mad lad. Wow. He is going to pull back, though. The rest of his team probably like, no. There's a different team across the way. We can't just keep going. So they'll get into the zone safely. They'll keep all four up. And I think at this compound, they could keep their vehicles alive, too, for another quick, short rotation if needed.
Tony K looking like a little bit of a mad dog there, just chasing on. He's like, you get out of here. Oh, this is our compound now. Rah, rah, rah, rah, rah. Just chasing him down, you know. You got to go for it. Biting them ankles. So what he's going to find over to Potro with only 2 players alive for Team K, so they do just have to regroup. Major Pride, I think, took a knock there, and in fact, are down to 3 as well in their central position.
Circle closing in. DRS slowly but surely making their way closer, but they are making their way closer to a very point-hungry BTR team. BTR, we saw them play this position last time, so they are very familiar with the ins and outs, the weaknesses, how much to give up, how much to take, and they've given DRS the false sense of security at that compound. Now it's a nade heaven for the side of BTR. They should be able to get at least 1, if not 2 knocks just with nades alone there.
Rules backs Genfos off the ridgeline. IHC have angles as well, so DRS very much in a difficult position here. Caught against a rock and a hard place for their tournament lives, really, at this stage. Gianti goes down on the off angle. BTR looking to farm up these points, get another knock over on to Rules in the vehicle. Can IHC steal these points away? Remember, IHC crucially need as many points as they can get as well. Delta on the inside looking to hold off now against this BTR push, but as the last player for DRS will fall down and they go out. IHC pick up one of those points, but really, very much more importantly, BTR picking up the points as well. 4 eliminations now onto this north side tally.
Both of these teams, like you mentioned, really need the points. One to ladder up into top 3, the other to try and ladder up into top 11. It is absolutely wild how many teams' lives are at stake here at different capacities. IHC throws a fadeaway nade. I don't think he's really expecting to do much with that one. Even if he gets a knock, that's a tough push to make across the open. And the zone close by to both teams. So I think they realize some damage needs to be made onto either one of them if they want a safer passage in.
If IHC can't make this crossing, Brute Force might have the best spot in this circle. They are currently guarding out IHC's rotation. You go down to the southeast, BTR spot you. You go down to the southwest, Brute Force holds you out. If Brute Force can hold this high ground above the Chumacero location, they have such great sightlines out towards the rest of it, but getting up that ridge that sits to the left-hand side of your screen is so difficult.
It definitely is. BTR is starting to mount their rotation right now. I think they're going to just try and play on the close zone, use the deflades. Alex finds a knock onto mine, though, so that's the opening. Brute Force now with only 2 players and a lot of different angles that IHC is pounding them in on. They could find the next knock, the much-needed one. Demo drives up close. Damage is done, too, from distance. This should be a surefire win for Demo. Yeah, he gets that 1v1. Only 1 player left of Brute Force. IHC is securing their location. But hold on, look at this. Sem9, all the way from the south, sending one of their players, I think, to third party.
Depp is actually looking to maybe put a bit of a crunch on. They've realized that this is a really strong ridgeline into the circle. It's their main breakout. They don't want to go down in where they've seen all these other teams maneuver. It's their only rotation, but Depp gets spotted, and Seoul keeps it together. IHC making the break right now for the roster to try and keep them on up.
Oh,
Vampire
okay, they went
going on into the scrap with D+ as well. They are going to take a back foot, and Schweppes is not.
Yeah, BTR popped up with 5 eliminations. I thought it said they were eliminated. That's my mistake. Vampire now taking the fight with D+. D+ crashing in. Vampire getting the points, converting the points. And D+ now forced to scurry away. I nearly had a heart attack when I saw that BTR symbol pop up. That's just them picking up to 5. Now 6 eliminations. They're still all alive with 4. Sorry to startle any BTR fans out there.
Oh my goodness, look how many eliminations are on the bubble as well. 5 for Major Pride, 6 for BTR, 4 for Vampire, and IHC with 4 as well. It is so down to the wire. We're probably going to be going into this last game with so many questions, but we're still yet to conclude this one. Zute, as Brute Force go down and Bigatron pick up a 7th elimination point. They are dead level with Major Pride, but they've just jumped over. Did you see that? The table swap for Major Pride to jump up over for Miracle Vibes.
This is too much math for me to keep track of. I'm just going to do my job and see what I see on the screen and forget the numbers. BTR now controlling that northern side just a little bit more. IHC still has a foothold up there in the form of, I think that might be Demo on that northern half.
Yes.
One of the players of IHC, as BTR is desperately trying to hold him out. Satar actually gets a little bit of that zone. That makes him a lot more comfortable. But hold on. East from the backline sides, slowly scooching around, finds an angle onto Satar, and he had the zone for the BTR team.
Angle for Zyol on this ridgeline as well. The blue zone going to move in about 25 seconds. Can BTR hold it down? They still have that knock for Satalis, and he is kind of isolated for the time being. Boysil yet to make that break, yet to make that cross. Sure, you have safety, but for how much longer? Demo does spot it, does get the flush.
BTR, I think they are going to have to concede this one, but that does force them into a more risky rotation here. They're going to have to go back to the spot that Satar went down at, and maybe with the zone closing a little bit more, it is more isolated, but Zyol has something else to say about it. Steps a little bit too far ahead. They forgot to account for the fact that there's two back there. One player playing anchor. Great job out of BTR to keep one back. Almost a sacrificial play for Gen Force, but a much needed one.
Trying to fight for this high ground position. IHC take the shots over towards Genfos, and now it's just Lapar left standing for BTR in a bit of a turn of events here that I don't think you would have called. IHC playing with 2 though, as Zyol is down, a little bit exposed and can't really go for these bold peaks to get this flush. Demo is close. He's pushing up. He's right close to Lapar. Neither of them have really got the HP to be going for this, but Lapar might just flank around the side. The res is being enacted by IHC, and they're looking to close this gap between Vampire and look, they've already leapfrogged. Vampire are alive and in the zone, so maybe they can go a little bit further, but at the moment, IHC ahead. They have Lapar to go in against. The DPS is there, and it takes 2 of them very, very low, but it will not be enough. BTR down, and they are below everybody else still. The top 3 stays the same.
That is crazy. And where was this IHC all tournament long? That was BTR they just dismantled in a very convincing fashion. It was a tough fight too, a lot of angles to consider, and IHC played that masterfully. This IHC team really turning up to make it into that survival stage.
Vampire, the only team with 4 players alive, I believe, at the moment, on the eastern side at a crucial juncture. Looks like 4 Miracle Vibes might have spotted Schweppes on the outside there. Needs to be very, very careful. Might even invest some smoke to get back for the rest of the team. I don't think you can hold this off angle for too much longer. For Miracle Vibes going to be pushed up towards IHC though in the meantime, and Schweppes does regroup.
Schweppes makes the regroup. How many of their 4 players can make it in? And don't forget, we still have Major Pride that's been in here this whole time. Racked up to 7 eliminations, a 3v2. They've been on fire. They could maybe take these 2 out. Vampire hop in, almost crossing. Fully intact. Stone gets knocked. Might get reset there. Major Pride pushes in. 3v2. This is good. They already got the opening. It is all down to Kenny.
Spray down with the UMP hopping back and forth. The fire to close the doorway for now. It will burn through, but they'll put a nade in as well, and Kenny stays on the outside, just gets away from the building. Sem9 trying to survive. They are close enough to the bubble to be very, very worried when the time comes. In the meantime, though, Vampire on the outside getting lit up, getting torn to pieces as they try and cross. They are shredded. I don't know how many players they have remaining, but it can't be that many. I think it's just Ravenclaw.
Just the one. Vampire down to the solo. Still 7 teams, 6 teams now as Ravenclaw gets blown up from a vehicle explosion. We're down to the last 6, and I think 4 Miracle Vibes are about to go out here on that northern side. IHC has a crunch in on that low ground, and you can see Demo pushing down in the background. IHC up to 10 eliminations.
That is a massive game for IHC. This is, if they can, well, they already have had a good game here. This is the 3rd back-to-back solid performance from IHC to claim the 11th place spot. They might even be able to jump up over Sem9. If Sem9 go down right here, IHC have a chance to get even further. They have 3 players alive. Only Major Pride on the inside have that contest. This is the ridgeline that I was talking about that had so much strength before that IHC have now been able to claim.
Yeah, and this is circle number 9. We're going down to the absolute nothing. Aichi is most likely going to have to leave that ridge line first before the team's a little bit more central, but the team's more central is still focused on one another as Kenny's still alive. They're going to deal with him now. We're down to the top 4. Major Pride, I think, have the most central position, and coming down from that high ground is not going to be easy. If anything, it might just be sure death if they have no vehicles to drive in on. But even then, this is going to be a full send. Falling in, out of the sky, stopping short, Major Pride hopping in and out. Yeah, there was not much that they could do, but the fight rages on.
Rook is still in with Pusher, and getting a knock means that it's only 2 players active for Major Pride. A spray for Pusher, finds a second, gets across. The blue zone won't crunch him, and Nomi wasn't quite there in time. Can he get this first aid off before the blue zone tags him? I don't think he can. He has to make the break now. Has to get the spray, has to land this, but against an MG3, what can you do? Potro puts him down and adds the point to the Team Queso tally. 10 eliminations and only 1 player on the inside. Team Queso looking to put a chicken dinner on the board here, but you've got that inside man, you've got that DBS, and Nomi knows how to play these final circles with the DBS. He's got 14 rounds, doesn't have anything to reload, drops the smoke on the outside. Team Queso have the inside track here. The blue zone pushes Nomi out. The smoke there to cover his approach down the corridor, but Potro sprays it down, and Team Queso get the chicken dinner.
Great Molotovs out of Queso there to deny all the options of leaving. And Nomi, he did his best throwing down the smokes, but Queso playing it slow, playing it quiet. You saw them, just kind of split up near the very center, and they picked the compounds correctly and just played it correctly to the very end for a big chicken. And will we see that T-pose once again? We've seen it twice. Not this time. No. They're gonna zen out. You can see one of the players like, hey man, that's not what we agreed on. We got a T-pose on them. I think Queso's really happy with that win too. They weren't absolutely safe, but now I think with that win, they're pretty safe. But what a wild game. So many maths to do, right? Like,
Mate,
yeah.
There's so many moving parts here. I think Major Pride might have actually been able to claim top spot there. It's going to be close, certainly. Vampire getting a lot done, but will it be enough? Because IHC got even more out of that game, and they were so close right towards the end. A really big shakeup. I think BTR just still outside as they got cut out of that circle a little bit earlier. Weibo Gaming may be at risk now. There's so much that happened there. You're right, there is many math to do, Zute.
Much maths to consider. Not my job, above my pay grade, but I did call it out while we were behind the scenes. I told you, if there was one team in the bottom 5 currently, and that was 2 matches ago, I was like, I asked you who would it be, and I said I'd like to see IHC make it to the survival because I think they have a lot more to prove. I think they're a much better team than how well they've done so far, and come out the last day, they are playing like a completely different team. They're playing like a team that knows how to play the game at a high level.
Not to say that they didn't before, right? Zute, right? But no,
they were terrible.
They weren't performing. They absolutely weren't. And the thing we've criticized them for was losing players early on. They were able to keep it together a little bit later into this match, get quite deep into it. But what a shake-up for those final tables. Weibo going down early, Vampire getting a lot done, but IHC outperforming them. Big games from Major Pride as well. Goodness me, Ness, what do you make of it?
See, this is what we love about competitive PUBG Mobile. So many teams in contention, so much mass to do. But it's obviously coming down to crunch time for all of these teams. Some of them looking safe to obviously make it into our survival stage. Some of them not too safe as Vampire fallen out of top 11. Whereas at the top of the leaderboard, as obviously John and Zute hinted at, Major Pride, I think, taking that first place back, and Weibo falling out of top 3 as they were leading in first place. It's getting tough here for all these teams, but you know what? As viewers, we love it, right, Cameron?
Oh yeah, and it's going down to the wire. There was a couple of teams in the middle there, looking at like 6th through 9th, 10th or so that are relatively safe, but right on those bubbles, both of them. This last game is going to be so impactful here. Queso with a nice win here, 18 points total, but our attention is going to be on Major Pride, on IHC, For Miracle with 7, and then Weibo with 0 down there at the bottom.
7. Are you alive?
Jason.
Are you here? Are you noticing what we're currently seeing?
Yep. Vampire Esports, first of all, outside of top 11. And then on top of that, Weibo they had a great first half performance today, and then the second half, they got a 13th place, only 2 elims, and then in this last one, not being able to get any points as well. It's going to be tough for them, and I actually didn't think nobody was going to be able to pass Weibo in regards to the first place. And then on top of that, you have BTR at least being able to put up some good points there in that last Miramar. Anybody can get kicked out of top 3, honestly, going into this next match. Major Pride, though, with that performance, right, you can see right there, being able to have 179 points. I feel like they are a team that's going to be safer. But for 4MV, for Weibo, BTR, anything can happen between those teams.
Yeah, those 3 teams, I mean, technically Major Pride if you really want to get into the maths, but I don't want to. I'd say, though, Team K, Brute Force, Dam1, or D+, I should say, Rook, Influence Rage, probably pretty safe. I think as we look down towards the bottom of the leaderboards, though, you got Sem9, still possible for them to come out of this one. IHC, the results they had, the 10 eliminations, able to get themselves to 11th place and an 8-point buffer up against Vampire. But unfortunately, Demorte, they've had so many chances today to overtake Vampire, to get themselves into 11th place, but they have floundered, unfortunately. And right now, Vampire, the pressure is all on them. They need 8 points, and IHC to get 0 to get back into this.
Okay, Demorte, it's not done for them just yet. I actually personally would have included them in the gold lining here on this ranking because they're not that far behind. It is very possible for them to jump both Vampire and IHC, and then maybe even throw Sem9 in the mix if IHC continues to perform well as well, because it's not, they have a harder job than perhaps Vampire, IHC, or Sem9, but it's certainly possible for them. However, looking at this graphic, Sem9 up here on top Miramar performers does make it a bit trickier.
Yeah, and I don't think they weren't just going to be able to actually pull an outlier performance. They've been able to get a chicken dinners. They've been able to get up to, like, I think it's 10 elims. That's the max they've been able to get. For them to try to do that here in the last match, I don't think it's going to happen, especially with some of the other teams that are fighting towards the top. I think the strong teams towards the top are going to be taking a huge pile of the points on this one, and it's going to make it even closer for that top 11. I don't think Vampire Esports is going to make it.
Like I said at the start of the day, right, I didn't think Vampire would get top 3. Well, obviously before we came on air. But I didn't think they'd be outside top 11. But with the way they're going, it's rough, man. Like, it seems like PMWI, it seems like it has to be an invitational for them to dominate it. And Cameron, I guess you can kind of be happy about that, as you alluded to on day 1.
Yeah, I can give the lore about the mythological creature that is their namesake on why that joke should have been delivered better. It's whatever, it's fine. We're moving on. Anyway, what I'm actually caring more about here as we go into the last game, and again, one final game. It's 2 points difference between 3rd and 4th place. Only 4 points above that for 4MV in 2nd, then Major Pride only 4 more points above that. We could see Major Pride falling out of the top 3. How close it all is, I think that's very unlikely considering they're the best Miramar performers of this entire top 4 bunch. But I'm just illustrating the fact that, like, we're seeing these top 4, like, it's musical chairs here. Every single game, things are swapping around. It could be anyone's time to go, not home, but, like, to the survival stage there.
And I think if we have to go based on those performances from Miramar, I think the one that's much danger is going to be 4MV. They need to be careful with how they start the game here.
Well, we're going to drop in to our last match of Group Yellow. At the end of this game, we're finally going to see which 3 teams are going to be going through to the Grand Finals and which teams will have to play throughout the survival stage. Let's go for the last time back to our commentators of John Allen and Zute.
So many teams stepping into these groups, but only 9 of them will be making their way directly to the Grand Finals in Türkiye. Of course, we've already decided 6 of those teams: Loops, Alpha 7, Stalwart, Noxshim Red Force, STE 628, and Morph X have all made their way already from groups green and red. But we need 3 more. Who will be able to cut out that top 3 remains to be seen, and with 1 match to go, it is very, very close.
Extremely close right now. We saw the leaderboards right now, and with this last match coming up, I'll just say it now, there's a lot more maths to be done once again, and I'm not going to try and do any of it. So I think
I got
we should,
you, don't worry.
I think we should just wait, build the suspense, Just pretend you can't do maths either, John. Please give me something.
That's not something I can do for you, I'm afraid. I'm far too invested in the results of this tournament. Goodness me. It has been down to the wire all the way, really. I mean, all the way since the start, it's been a close fight to see who's in those top 3. And the bubble has just been heating up over the last day and a half or so as well, as Vampire sits in 12th. They look to chase IHC in 11th.
The bubble has been heating up, and the bubble is about to pop on the last and very final game of the week of this group, Group Yellow. Definitely by far, I have to say, the most fun, entertaining, and competitive group. The group of death for a reason. We finally get a good playing path, it seems like, for the last match. These teams will have some sense of normalcy at the start of the game. The first circle, we might even see a fairly normal circle too, along with it.
Straight down the middle. Give everyone a fair chance at their last crack of this tournament, potentially. Certainly for 5 of these teams. We won't be seeing them again at PMGC. Maybe not until next year, if they can make it. Until then, Weibo dropping out over the middle, over Picardo. They jump out of the plane. Potential scraps. I'm keeping my eye out for early teams dropping together. BTR a little bit split right now, leaving Boysil further southeast of the rest of the team, but should be fairly chill. No one else really that nearby at this stage. Major Pride down southeast. The circle goes up northwest. I don't think we've seen many circles up here this tournament.
No. It's been south every single time actually on Miramar. I'm running back all the images of what we cast. It's been south every time in some shape or form. So this is finally a more northern circle. Good for BTR as they are close by, and they do that split drop, so it's a quick loot cycle for them. They should be able to rotate wherever they want to in that first zone very quickly. This is finally a different zone for many of these teams to play with. A Major Pride all the way down in the southeast. They're going to have a much tougher time navigating this one, trying to retain their top 1 position currently.
We're looking at 4 teams for the top bubble. And down towards the end, Zute, I mean, we're kind of even looking up towards 10th place, down towards 13th there, right? So we're looking at 4 teams to potentially change it up, to go for a little bit of a shuffle. Demuerte a little bit more of an outside chance, it's fair to say, but they can have a strong performance. They can have a good game. They've already got a chicken dinner this tournament, so we'll see if they can repeat that to try and make their bid for that top 11 spot, which means that we're looking at 9 teams out of this lobby. That's over half that could really change things up, that could change absolutely everything about the way we look at this table, the way we're looking at these scores.
John, the match hasn't even started yet, and you're bombarding me with maths. Please.
It's
I
true.
already told you earlier. Save the maths, man. My brain cannot compute. Right? I'm just here for the ride. Right now, I'm here right along with the viewers, just like, man, this is fun. This is exciting. No maths for me. I just want to see the craziness ensue. But, I mean, you're right. This does set the stage for a lot of possibilities, a lot at stake for so many teams. And we finally get a circle, too, that none of these teams have really played in against each other. So that's another X factor to consider now.
Demuerte taking up La Cobreria. Normally, they play against the Gladiators back in Europe, who take up this position. The Crater Field outpost for Milky Way, a direct mirror of what Tixie does on that roster, and in general, what a lot of teams will do when playing this area. So they'll look to regroup down to the south and potentially control the fields out that direction, unless they want to stop teams from rotating in behind them. Potential for DRS to rotate up to that north side and try and get in amongst Demuerte. But there is a big potential here for Demuerte to get a good shift on Zone 2.
That is very true. Demuerte will have that northern side pretty much all for themselves. I don't imagine any other teams is going to, not too many anyways, is going to look to wrap north for an entryway in, because with this type of zone, east to west rotations are very easy. A lot of roadways to go through. There's some more dangerous pathings to be had along the roadways simply because of some strong positions. But I've seen it done before. It is not too difficult. So if you want a fast shot in, you don't need to wrap for safety. You can kind of straight shot it in, at least for this first zone, before it gets too crowded. One of the teams looking to do that is Genesis. BTR already set up dead center right at the roadside compound south of El Pozo. They aren't going to go for that high mountaintop as Brute Force has already secured a player up there.
Nobody stepping too close to one another right now. You can almost smell the tension across this Miramar. Every single team just wanted to keep it together. Teams in the middle, probably the most relaxed about this. The three-way tie, by the way, from 5th down to 7th on 139 points. Team Queso, Brute Force, and D+. They're looking to tiebreak. That is a tiebreaker worth about $2,000, I believe. Each position will ladder you up an extra K. Rook looking to try and jump up a little bit. It's very, very close. So I'm looking at 5th down to 9th. Very volatile, but very safe in terms of getting to those survival stages to have another shot into that last chance.
Yeah, it's crazy that everyone's chewing their nails besides 5th to 9th. They're the most relaxed. They're the ones that's going to just chill and have fun this match. Pretty much everyone else is just like, oh man, the nerves are running high. See Weibo Gaming rotating there. Weibo Gaming looting from Picado, actually not able to make use of that position for a fast rotation. That's typically what Picado allows you to do on this map, but with the way the zone shifted, the way the plane path started from north down south, just works out in a way where they have to be a little bit more careful. Here comes Queso coming in from the south here, rotating up. Might actually cut ahead of Weibo Gaming right there as they're very close to nearing each other. And on the north side, we do have a few teams wrapping in from the north. I mean, this is De Muerte. They started off here, but Influence Rage wrapping north, DRS, a little bit more on that northern side, and Rook, of course, coming in late on the north.
They aren't going to take control of that high ground. Influence Rage and DRS taking that away from them. Weibo on the southeast side, very much in danger. It's been up and down all the way, a yo-yo for the top 4 spots. And Weibo, they made a massive climb to get back into the midst of it all. It looked like we had our 3 decided at the start of today, but Weibo changed that song. They rewrote it, and now they're in that 3rd place, but only 2 points ahead of BTR. If they go down early, BTR has a window.
Yeah, it might get rewritten again back to the save state of the start, where BTR is in the top 3 and Weibo Gaming is not. And what's even crazier, and this math I can compute, is that if BTR last game did 3 more points better, we would see Weibo Gaming go from 1st to 4th in a single match on the very last day. Usually, you know, day 1, that's normal. Points are way more volatile. But coming into the last game of the very last day, that could have been the case where they dropped from 1st to 4th. That's just beyond me.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy, and there's still potential for that to happen this match, right? Major Pride could very well drop out if BTR put up numbers, if the rest of those top 3 go in.
Oh, the fact you just said that. Oh, God.
I know. Look,
and Major Pride are coming in from the far southeast, way out. Okay,
and what if,
you said
if everybody in the lobby puts up numbers? What if everybody in the lobby puts up numbers? There we go. It's everybody's on an even footing. Okay, right, we're back to normalcy. Goodness me.
No, you said it. You said it, John. I did it.
I did say it. You're right. I did. Hey, I'm just happy EU's here to play, right? Major Pride right now at the top. Probably not going to be able to hold on to it, but I'm hoping that they can hold on to that top 3 spot. As Southeast shifts away from the teams near El Pozo, back over towards San Martin and Picado, and the hill that Vampire sit on.
Yeah, a good circle for Major Pride, by the way, because they were coming in from the hard south, so that southeastern shift, definitely a sigh of relief out of them, because John did put that bad juju energy out there that, hey, you guys could maybe even get knocked out of top 3, even though you're in 1st place right now. D+ loses a player. IHC, okay. They are in 11th place. They get another point lead, a bit more of a padding against the side of Vampire.
7-9 still also a team that could potentially drop out if IHC and Vampire surpass them. Maybe even De Muerte could jump up and over them, but would be a little bit more unlikely. Vampire sat 9 points behind them. With the circle that they've got right now, I mean, they're probably in one of the better spots to try and make this happen. 7-9, not really close to the circle at all. In fact, they are currently not on my map, so I'm not entirely sure where they're actually coming from. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to make it through. BTR just lost a player.
I think they're in the southeast, actually, even way deeper in the blue behind Major Pride. I caught a glimpse of it in the previous zone. So they'll be wrapping in from that southeast, right behind Major Pride, most likely. Genesis here taking some shots out. Taking a look at the map. Weibo Gaming dead center at Power Grid. That is the central position. They're playing a little bit of a split right now. Weibo Gaming, I think, just aim for top 3. Don't do anything crazy. You don't need to be #1 in my books. Just get that top 3.
But BTR losing that player, right, in 4th place, brings them
That is
down to
massive.
3 on the western side. They tried to push through and couldn't quite find the terrain. Going down, I believe, to... I'm not entirely sure. I think it might be Team Queso there on the western side. And that is a really, really big hill for them to climb now. Trying to get around that high ground that Prepod sits in is going to be really tricky.
Yeah, BTR looking very dangerous now. Down to 3, and this is a difficult zone to rotate in on. They already lost 1. Sem9, oh, Tam getting into a little vehicular accident, knocks himself out. Maybe he could get revived if there's a teammate close by. But BTR down to 3. That is rough. Sem9 Tam, this is, I don't know if he's got teammates close by. Oh yeah, Macau is making that mad dash back towards him. I couldn't tell if he was driving away or to him, but he will get revived.
Okay, they're getting some healing on board. Sem9 still out on the southeast side. They're making their break for that push. But in the meantime, Rook are in a fight with Influence Rage. These are 2 teams kind of sat in the middle of the tables, which means these points kind of wipe each other out. They kind of don't have an impact on the overall dynamic of the tournament. Sure, their placings can change up, but these points not going to go to the crucial teams.
Yeah. Fight is going in favor of Influence Rage right now, it seems. The only team that really could do something about it, that needs to on the north side, is DRS. But they're in a nice position, which I don't think they want to go for any type of third party. But based on the points, I think DRS should be looking for every third party they can. 92 is a tad bit low to catch up. They need a massive game with the chicken dinner. And DRS, they're not proactive enough. I think it looks like they're just ready to pack their bags and go home almost.
Maybe. They've already booked their tickets home from Kuala Lumpur at this stage. But there is a knock. There is a shot going on through, out to the eastern side. Influence Rage playing with just the 1 now. Loran trying to keep his team together here, but Rook might have other ideas. Rami is close enough for a nade to maybe put a spoiler on things if he gets close by, but Rami making that dash now, making that push close. Still only Florin is there. There's a nade in hand for him. DBS popping the shot, hits the dirt once, twice, tags Rami the 3rd, and the 4th time as well to keep Influence Rage in. Federal crawls close, needs to get res, but there's still 4 players on Influence Rage's roster.
DRS, what are you guys doing? You need a third party that. Nothing to lose, right? And he even got a knock. And they hear all these shots. I mean, sure, in the elimination feed, it's kind of hidden. And maybe they might think it's like elsewhere on the map. But you get a knock, you heard all that shooting, and you don't go for the third party when you have nothing else to lose. This is the invite team, too, out of Nepal. A little bit disappointed right there that they didn't try to do something there.
They could have got a little bit more done, maybe. You're right. But I mean, it's almost a 30-point match. It would be a record-breaking game for DRS to be able to make this one work. It is still possible, but we'll see what they can do. That's BTR taking another knock from up into the north side. Could we be deciding our top 3 right here and now, early on?
Not like this. I want it a bit closer of a race. But Weibo Gaming, they're definitely happy about this. They're ecstatic. BTR was their only real challenge, and as soon as that player gets confirmed, Weibo Gaming, the comms will go out within their camp. Hey, BTR down to 2. We're looking pretty good here.
And they've got a point as well. They're 3 points ahead with BTR on 2 on an outside position. They just need to hold out for Weibo on that southwest side. IHC, Team Queso, and 4Miracle Vibes, though, are right next door to this power grid, to the power grid area, pushing up from the southwest side. All of those teams got to look to try and move in. And Major Pride as well are right there. So Weibo Gaming still not out of the woods just yet.
It is a sad day to be a BTR fan right now. I'll say that much. I can't imagine what the chat's like for the BTR fans. Still with 2 up. It's not done until it's done. But it is looking quite grim for the side of BTR. Maybe if they get this circle blast here, hard to the northwest. It's close. But none of the compounds are in zone, and they have a 4-man on their north and a 4-man on their south to cut through. And even if they drive further into zone, they have a 4-man of DRS to kind of sneak under. Yikes.
IHC, 3 points right now, 123 total on the western side. Cut out by so many teams on their flanks, they have a tough time ahead of them, but they could rack up a lot of eliminations. BTR trying to make this push forwards. This could be the last we see of BTR trying to make their bid for the top 3 because the vehicle's starting to smoke. And Genesis have the sidelines. They need to get this res. Do they have cover? There's a tiny little dip here, and they might just have to hop out and hope. Will they find any sort of sanctuary? Because one of their players very, very low. Not just yet, but Slim looking for the angle. Can't quite find it. There's still 2, but they've gotten a little bit more central. I just wonder how much further they can go. The vehicle's all burnt out.
Zone bless them, please. That drive there was the most Valorant effort I've ever seen out of a team trying to survive, break into the top 3, and they got pretty deep in, honestly. If they get zone blessed there, it's not that crazy because they are central, like you mentioned, just a little bit more north. And that's a great obscure spot to be in. So let's see if it plays out their way. Down on the southwest, though, this is where all the action's happening. Yeah, IHC picking up mass. This IHC team, man, this is the IHC that I knew of way back in the days. Where have they been all tournament long? Showing up in the very final day? Well, hey, the final day is where it's going to really count. And turning up with 5 points, 4 players still up, looking very strong.
For Miracle Vibes, looking to slow down Team Queso, but 2 players of their own means that Doc really doesn't want to get knocked. I'm surprised that IHC have managed to keep this pace up. I mean, they've had 3 back-to-back good performances, right? They're looking for a 4th as well. This would be a miraculous run for IHC to be able to break in and claim that spot. They started today on 63 points, Zute. They have almost doubled their point score in one single day. They are 1 point off achieving that record. They're having a similar sort of day to what Bigatron were able to do in day 1. It is, to not understate this, incredible and unheard of to see something like this turn up right at the end.
They are doing in 1 day what they managed to do in 3. So that is, yeah, sure, they started off the day with only, 62 points, but that is, I like that comparison to Bigatron. They're having almost as big of a day as Bigatron did in the first day, so they are really popping off. I mean, this IHC team, they've come a long way over the years, and I'm glad to see that they're not just going to bow out right now.
They certainly don't want to give up without a fight, and they are fighting. 70 points was the Bigatron total for day number 1. In this one, right now, 62 is the tally for IHC on today's matches. Mongolian team, and potentially the 3rd Mongolian team to have a chance to make it to the finals, because 4MV and STE already making that barrier gap, trying to be that 3rd name in the rotation. And Mongolia certainly a region that people pay attention to and will continue to do so. But I'm still looking at Vampire. Can they make it happen? Sem9 haven't had as much of an impact as IHC here. If they go down, they could be the bubble that Vampire are looking to push onto.
With this new circle shift, I'm suddenly looking back at BTR and Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming have IHC and Major Pride surrounding them, both with 4-mans. And this zone shifted in a way where the close edge is going to be heavily contested. Weibo Gaming could go out right now with only 2 elimination points. BTR, sure, they haven't picked up any points, but they're in the zone. And if they're in this zone, they could get the next one, and placement points could be coming in, because they are in a very obscure spot. They might not even be found until way later.
They do need to profit on this match, though. They were 2 points behind with the 2 eliminations that Weibo have. That puts them 4 behind, so they will need to ladder up pretty late into this game and try and stay alive for a long, long time. They don't have a vehicle there, remember, as well, so unless a team crashes them and they wipe them, gonna have a tough time getting out of there. Weibo lose another player. Gap down on the outside. Major Pride starting to move on through, and IHC want more blood, as if it could get any better for this team's totals.
IHC playing like it's day number 1, and they have everything to win, trying to make it into the top 3. This team just playing perfectly right now, getting the knocks, putting the pressure, getting close, adding more pressure. Maybe they will commit into here. I don't think so. Committing here would be very dangerous, as Weibo Gaming do have the UMPs, the DBSs, and a 3rd party close by from Major Pride. Ever so imminent.
all of those teams looking for that bubble. All on 2 players remaining. Actually, Weibo did get that rest, so they're up to 3. But remember, 4 Miracle Vibes only have 2 players, and they are just ahead of this engagement right now. As a shot from Demo puts another player from Weibo down in the dirt for now. Another knock over to the back line as well. The spray's coming through. IHC just farming up those points wherever they can. 7 eliminations. They are looking to challenge and keep their pace, keep up the momentum into this final match. They're up to 64 points on the day. Weibo Gaming go down. They are on that bubble mark, 174. Can BTR make it happen?
So I asked for it earlier, but maybe I'm regretting it. I'll be honest, more of a Weibo Gaming fan than BTR, but still with BTR's day 1 performance, I'll be just as happy with BTR making it on up there, because that means we still get to see Weibo Gaming. It's not the end for them, even if they don't secure that top 3. But man, this is a nail-biter of a game. Vampire in 12 with a great position. They're going to be looking to pass up Sem9, most likely, not IHC. And Vampire with 4 in a great position. Sem9 a little bit further to the northeast with 4, but they're in the urban environment, so if they lose that zone, Sem9 could go out way earlier than the side of Vampire.
We'll have to wait and see. IHC just stretching out their legs right now. Major Pride take a lick from the north side, making it a little bit more difficult to move on forwards. We've already decided 2 of the teams making it forwards, remember. It's not fully locked in just yet, but it will be Major Pride. And of course, for Miracle Vibes, both of them on the south side right now, making that top 3 spot. It's just a question of Bigatron or Weibo. Weibo right now win the tiebreaker. So Bigatron need that 174 to be able to get in to that 3rd place spot. IHC finally being cut down out in the open, but they've already put up a lot of numbers this match. SCM9 might struggle now as they're right on the edge of this compound.
IHC down to just the 1. Genesis rolling in here. Major Pride will also look to do the same. 4 Miracle Vibes right in front with 2. Very close by to Ziol from IHC. How long can these duos and solos last here? There's also the big push out of Sem9 that have to be made on the northeast. And Bigatron, they're not in that new zone that popped up. They're forced out into the open. A lot of shots to be had here. No knocks, no points. And Influence Rage, they know there's players down there now.
They should do. Boy still might have the off angle. Lepar gets run down, unfortunately. Lil Boy across the way, and now it's up to Boysil. How much further can he go here? Because he is on his own. There is no way. Actually, with Influence Rage, leaving a player out the back there, that bleed out could go to BTR and add a point to their total, which could be really, really important. They need 5 points. And so that could bring it down to 4.
That could bring it down to 4. He needed that one, though. He almost got that player in the buggy. But he's going to be able to get into zone and stay alive, I think. No one really has sight. No, actually, DRS. Actually, no, the hill. The hill is good. The hill blocks the view. He's going to live to fight on. And they let Boysil survive. And he gets that 1 point. That's massive for BTR.
Unless someone steals it away from the BTR tallies, we're still waiting on that bleed out to come through. Wasn't able to get that res. That's Major Pride out, and they are now with 4 eliminations, maybe being chased by 4 Miracle Vibes, but I feel like with only the 1 player to go in, we might have decided our top spot. And hey, Zute, I don't think I would have expected it, but EU able to take a top spot in the group of death.
Yeah, it's, I mean, the way the Major Pride team has been playing, the decision-making. Uh-oh, hold that thought. He is spotted. But Genesis is playing a split. The other 3 members contesting the south side, and they need all 3 players there, maybe even 4 there to contest. Yeah, just as I say that, the Genesis player gives that up, doesn't want to worry about it. More of the major fighting's on the south side, so BTR, they catch a break. He gets spotted, but the only player to know of his existence is focused elsewhere.
And because he was outside of the zone on that high ground, he had to reposition, right?
Yeah.
He had to make a choice, and Ichi doesn't want to risk it. Doesn't want to go for that one. Bigatron on a mission right now to take out Weibo, team from China. Moving forwards, SCM9 now with a chance. They've got 1 point found, but they get cut across on that crossing. Trying to fight off against DRS on the inside. This is good news for Vampire, but the more points that SCM9 are able to get, the harder it becomes for Vampire to survive. They haven't got any eliminations themselves just yet. The circle shifts away, and SM9 are going to have to leave now. It's over to D+ as well.
I think BTR is good in that zone. He just needs to crawl up a little bit more. He won't get into more sightlines of any more enemy players. Unless if someone looks towards his way and goes out of their way to clear out the backside, placement points are going to come into effect. BTR didn't get that elim point, by the way. They're still sitting at 0 elimination points.
Well, that is unfortunate for that one to have been stolen away. That might have gone over to Genesis. I mean, they've got 9 eliminations right now, Zute. They are still on 100 points, which means that they are 22 points, actually, with the elimination short of that mark. So very unlikely that they can make it, but they've stolen that point away and could have a big impact on the top 3. Crossing from SM9, and Vampire have an angle. Stoned lights them up, but it's Killer to open through. Vampire not happy that they won't get the point, but happy that it's going over to SM9 because that is the mark still. 122. They need 10 more points this match for Vampire to be able to claim that 11th spot, that last spot in towards the survival stage.
They get the zone, too, in a very strong position. They don't get the elims here. They could get the placement still. Tim was knocked by Vampire. He did get revived. Desperately trying to get the points. And he does get knocked, but to who? No, it is DRS to take that one.
Vampire having these points just drafted on over to the DRS players. Although 3 players trying to get up the stairs there, making it really quite tricky to get on through. DRS struggling against SM9. SM9 have started to lose players now, and Stoned picks up a point. 2 eliminations for the Vampires, and they find Killer as well. Maybe a 3rd added onto that tally. SM9 caught on the inside. This is brilliant news, but how much value can be extracted for SM9? They've got 2 points themselves, and another knock goes out their way. SM9 now trapped on the inside. 3 points apiece for both of these 2 rosters, but SM9 in much more of a poor position, and Vampire close it down. They add those points as well. That actually came through from somewhere else, I'm not entirely sure, but Vampire now on the chase. 10 points needed more than what they have right now to be able to close it down.
Winning with 4 players, with so many other teams weakened right now. D+, the only other strong team with 3. Vampire, they're feeling it. They can very well do this. BTR, he's forced to move way too close to D+. With that new zone shift, he didn't get a knock. He gives away his position. D+, they're going to leave him be.
Remember, Weibo win the tiebreaker against BTR at the moment. 3 chicken dinners to 2, which means that it needs to be a clean victory coming through for BTR. A really, really close sport game, but the taps are there. They know he's in, and this might be it. BTR going down here would mean that Weibo are able to take that 3rd place spot, but a couple places more and maybe things could change.
4th?
A nade over from Tony K to BNS, and that might help the tallies. Megatron, are they going to be right on the cusp here? Because they are the top 4 teams now. If Vampire can clean out Federal first, if they can find another player onto D+, there's a chance.
Oh no, he's running in the open. He has to. Blue zone's closing. Federal doesn't have to move. He's still alive, 1 HP, and he is out. He is done for. Is that enough? 4th place. Points will have to be tallied. BTR, what a run. It's not over either way, though. But Vampire, can they get the 10 points? They still need that 10. With the placements coming in, with 4 elimination points, they're looking good. D+, oh, they're not aware. Federal is spotted, though. Shots have to be made. Federal is out. We're down to the top 2. D+ versus Vampire.
Vampire need that little bit more. They need to win this fight. I think if against D+, they need to find these points here. A really close match for this roster. It is nail-biting. Vampire, PMWI champions, 2 years in a row. On the cusp of being eliminated, have their chance. They have their shot. The circle has given them their wish. But against D+, who have been playing strong today, there's no smokes, however, in the D+ bank. There's little utility, and Vampire have an area closer to the center of this circle.
Yeah. Vampire, they need to be careful not to smoke out too much of their own vision. I don't know if they are aware of the fact that they have center control. D+ has to push out first, but they're blocking all vision of that happening. Maybe Vampire want to go aggressive first and sweep in onto one of their sides. It looks like that might be the case as they're all mounting up to the right-hand side.
As fueling with these shots, burning on that ridgeline. The smokes breaking out into the roadside there. A lot of Molotov power, and in comes the rally. Vampire going all in on one play. Sweeps over the first, and it's now D+ to try and hold it out. It's going 1-for-1. Oh, South there, and they're lighting him up. Vampire are falling in the face of it, and Stoned is there to try and hold it down. The last player alive for Vampire against Nobu at the backline. He's low, he makes the cross. It's a 1-versus-1 for their tournament lives. He's trying to play in the strength for Vampire. He has got that first aid. It's ticking away. A nade for Nobu. For D+ display spoiler. He's got an ankle. It's out wide, but no! Vampire are shut down. Have they done enough? And second place with the eliminations. It's all up to the tables. Do they know? Have they made it? It's all up to this. It's right down to the wire, and D+ take the chicken dinner, but it's all eyes on Vampire.
How many points did Vampire confirm at the end? I think I caught him confirming 1. That was it. I don't know if that's enough. But either way, I might be too harsh. They didn't have to push. No one on their team spotted out the fact that they had the advantage. D+ had to push out of the ridgeline first, and they had a small hill to work with. If Vampire don't make it in here, Sertani's gonna have a mouthful with the team. That was a throw by the Vampire team. If they didn't make it in here.
That was so close. I don't know if they were able to pick up those flashes. It certainly would have been a good idea to in a 1-versus-1 to be able to pick up those points, but Vampire need everything they can get in order to make that bubble. They might have that chance, but it could have all just been thrown away right there and then on a 3-player in a vehicle crash, no one playing backstop, no one playing that off angle. They had a chance, and Vampire potentially throwing it away. Also, BTR, could it be that that single point taken away from them after they got the knock is going to be crucial up to the top spot? There are 2 bubble questions that we have right now. We need to go to the desk in order to find out the final standings, but it is so close. I'm looking at all of this, and frankly, I don't really care about what else is happening. It is on Vampire and Bigatron. The 2 chases, have they been denied? Have either of them been allowed in, Sute?
I don't know. That's a maths question. And
you did say.
I am not going to partake in maths here, but I'll tell you this much. I was entertained. You were entertained. The crowd was entertained. I think everyone viewing this was entertained, but it will have to come down to the points and the maths, and we'll let the desk cover that one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have done the maths. I have tallied everything up. And the answer to whether Bigatron made it into the Grand Finals and Vampire made it into the survival stage is... Oh, I'm actually being told we can't reveal that yet. All right, instead we're going to talk about this game here, gentlemen. Seven and Cameron, this was a game for the ages. A lot of moving parts, a lot of teams on the cusp of potentially qualifying into the next stage, whether it be the survival or Grand Finals. But I don't know. I wasn't keeping track of the maths. I didn't want to know the maths until we get to that final graphic of our overalls.
Where to start? I mean, Weibo, a team that has been very consistent in regards to their performances when it comes down to Miramar. They weren't able to put up a performance here, even though that was a team fighting for that first place. 4MV as well, a team that has been inconsistent, being able to at least secure some points. But then it comes down to Vampire Esports. I was very against, as we were watching the game, of how they were just sitting out. They were just being very patient. It kind of ended up working out for them, but I feel like they really needed that chicken dinner. D+ though, finally, we got a chance to see their final form there towards the end with those 17 points, but is it enough for BTR? Zero Illims, dude. Yeah, oh man.
Imagine Boysil coming in, Cameron, for U-High, and it all comes down to him to get them into the Grand Finals.
Right?
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Like, 0 eliminations, trying to salvage that one out, snake that one out. How many teams were left when it was just down to Boysil? It was like 12 teams, and he was able to crawl it out to 4th place. That is more than you could expect, and still, I don't know if it was enough. But that just shows how, like, this whole group was a scrappy group. This final game, it stayed scrappy all the way to the very end.
Yeah, and I have to give some props there for IFC because they were sending it to a lot of teams that were winning those gunfights and those 8 points, especially with the lead that they had to start off. Oh, I thought we were going to see the overall right there.
Yeah,
to start off on Vampire.
This whole time you guys are talking, I'm like, I don't know what graphics coming up next. I don't know if it's going to be overalls. I don't know what we're going to.
But yeah, for IHC, they kind of took their future into their hands by being able to just look for those points themselves, making sure they secure the gap to Vampire Esports, and ultimately, I think IHC is definitely going to be safe.
Yeah.
Well, it was IHC and it was Major Pride who really punished Weibo there in that compound, right? Because you got a knock from Major Pride as IHC went for the push, and that potentially could be what keeps Weibo out of the Grand Finals right now, Cameron.
Yeah, honestly. Weibo just falling apart, just collapsing there, getting surrounded on too many angles, too many sides, but here it is over rankings! Weibo just barely holding on to third place. BTR tie-break loss there in fourth, and Vampire Esports, because they were not able to get the win. They did not have the eliminations from that compound, from the low ground compound to the center of the zone. They needed that win against D+, and that 4-man send just did not work out, and they're going home.
Wow. Well, one upside for Weibo right now, there is no SKT in the Grand Finals, so maybe they'll have a chance this time here. Sorry, T1. SKT was from my time, way back in the day. And Vampire,
1800
points short. Okay, I'm not that old. And then even John informed me, IHC getting 75 points on the day, more than Bigatron got day one.
Yeah, kind of goes with what I'm talking about with their performance, taking their future into their own hands. And from Vampire Esports, you can see the player there at the end of the match too, trying to secure those elims, and it just wasn't enough. Vampire Esports, that I feel like that's one of the biggest shockers right there. A team that a lot of people, including myself, expected them to do good here in PMGC, expected them to kind of redeem themselves from the awful PMGC that they had last year, and then continue and not being able to put up performances here, and that's it. They're going to go home. Now back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I do want to quickly shout out Genesis from not just this round. They had a really good round. I think they got like 15 or so points, right? But just from this day overall, Genesis had a couple of really good matches. Unfortunately, it was too little too late, even with this final round. We actually saw 3 of their members there on the top gunslingers, the top 4 only being overtaken by 1 member from IHC. It's just unfortunate that like we didn't see any of that from them the first couple of days, and just the points were not going to be there unless they just ran away with both Miramars in a row. But still, you know, want to give a little bit of a shout.
Yeah, honestly, I think really happy with the way this group played out, and I think it's the perfect way to end our like group stage, since we still have the survival stage, obviously the last chance to come up here. But we've definitely seen some unforgettable matches and unforgettable moments throughout this one. Thinking about Nomi back a couple of matches ago, just sitting chilling in the middle of DRS as well. I mean, you think about that individual play, obviously it wasn't all individual in the whole scheme of things, but hey, Major Pride take first place out of this, and Europe, you know, can kind of be proud because they have a team here with a really good chance to take home some really high placings in the Grand Finals.
They do, and for that, I kind of want to give some props to Weibo, because this team, even though the second half of this day was absolutely awful, they were able to do just enough on that first half to just kind of maintain themselves there within the first place. At one point, they were first place, and I myself was saying, okay, if they continue to play like this, I don't see anybody being able to pass them, especially with what I was thinking that they were going to be able to do here on Miramar in the last 2 matches. They were not able to do that, so big props to them for being able to come out hot and making sure they took their future into their own hands.
Yeah. And going into the survival stage, I know this is a bit of recency bias, but recency bias is the same thing as like looking at a team's form throughout the groups. Going into the survival stage, I actually think the 3 biggest threats are obviously going to be Bigatron, but I think IHC and even D+ from the most recent performances looking like better, feeling themselves. The chemistry is more there. The communications, I assume, are going to be more there. They're going to be really big threats going into the survival.
Well, we can't forget though, Cameron, this is a completely different spiel, right? Because we're going to have, if I'm not mistaken, like 24 teams playing in this one, and you have to adjust your applications for every single time. But what I am hearing is we do have an interview coming up on the stage with Naomi, previously known as, coming in from Major Pride here to talk us about this event.
The team that's shown us the most consistency, the team that shows us despite other teams holding on to the first and second place, they can manage to come up on top. Here with me, I have Major Pride, Naomi, how to pronounce it?
Naomi.
Naomi, nice to meet you, Naomi. And with me, our winner for Group Yellow for this week. And honestly, I'm not surprised that you made it here. How are you feeling right now, making it at the top here of the Group of Death?
Наоми, прежде всего, поздравляю тебя. Мы очень рады тебя здесь видеть. Мы рады видеть тебя на первом месте. Как ты чувствуешь себя? Как ты чувствуешь себя на вершине со своей командой?
Чувствуем себя прекрасно и просто отлично.
Очень рады находиться здесь. Очень рады, что вы получилось выиграть группу. Дальше больше.
So first of all, we feel great, we feel wonderful and amazing and happy, and we are so pleased to be here. Yeah, and we're pleased to be on the top of this group. Yeah, and we're going forward to the Turkey.
Going forward to Turkey, and honestly, if only you guys could hear the cheers that came through from his teammates just now, that was just so incredible to hear how much spirit and pride they have for their team. So let's talk a little bit about the toughest thing that you endured this week. Obviously, we know that PTR was on the top 1 spot for most of the week. Now, what was the hardest thing that Major Pride faced?
Что было самым сложным для Major Pride? С чем вы столкнулись самым сложным в течение этой недели? Мы знали, что BTR были на вершине, но вы смогли пройти сквозь них. Так что расскажите нам.
Ну, в принципе, вся неделя была сложная. Ожидали от игр то, что не получится такие легкие проходные, как это было на других стадиях, которые были отборочные в PMGC. В принципе, ну, адаптацию просто хорошо провели. Особо ничего сложного не было, только выдался тяжелый очень последний день. Были тяжелые зоны, тяжелые игры, но по итогу получилось забрать свои поинты и выиграть группу.
So the last day was really complicated for us. We got through challenges, but you know, it wasn't as easy as previous qualification, but we did good. We could adapt to this game. We could adapt to our opponent's game style, and we did well.
And you guys definitely did. Top of the scoreboard at the end of the day, and the points are just so very close. Now, final question. Out of all the teams that have qualified into survival stage, can you name me 3 teams you hope to see make it through and why?
Из всех команд, которые прошли в Survival Stage, ты можешь назвать 3 команды, которых ты бы хотел увидеть дальше, и почему?
Ну, я назову 4 команды. Это Брутфорсы, Рухи, МД и ГГшки. Просто побольше команд из СНГ увидеть. Было бы прикольно с ними еще раз встретиться и увидеться в Турции.
I will name 4 teams. Okay, it's Mad Bulls, it's GGs, it's Rooks, and it's Brute Force, because they're our brothers. They're from Commonwealth countries, and it would be fun to participate with them.
And there we have it. We can see that they are very, very excited to be together and compete together. Thank you so much, Naomi, for coming up here, and congratulations on making it up at the top spot once again. And now we have our top teams that's going straight to Turkey. And now leaves our final few to find next week. The survival stage, the actual do or die moment. We say goodbye to a few teams this week, but for the rest of the teams who will be competing, it is a very, very nail-biting moment. Some of the teams are favorites, and also some of the superstars teams on top. And for the underdog story, well, I'm curious to see whether or not it will continue all the way in Turkey. Anyways, this is the final day and also the closing for Group Yellow this week. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and listening to the interview. Gonna toss it back to our panelists to end the night. Good night, everyone. I'll see you next week.
All I can think about when Tash says good night is Seven and Cameron over there saying good morning, considering the time they have to wake up to do the show. But our MVP here, going to be Nomi, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. This guy has played so phenomenally within his team, but I think the most impressive part is the off angles we've been talking about every single time that we've seen him play.
Not only just the off angles, I think the survival time that we're currently not able to see here, what he was able to do earlier, you were saying too, he was the only one alive earlier in the match. In one of the matches, he was able to survive, get those placement points for his team as well. If it wouldn't have been for that, it could have been a completely different story here for Major Pride, but overall, Nomi, I mean, you can see him top elims and top damage.
Yeah, just his ability to play those off angles and be the closer of a bunch of these situations is really, really strong. Usually, that offside, when it's a 3-1 split, that individual solo player can be their make or break moment. In fact, that was something criticized for Weibo on the commentary team earlier on. But Nomi, every single time, knows how to play that position, rarely ever gets knocked as a solo, and has those off angles to close the rounds. And even when he's the one up left, gets something out of it. Clutch player, just brings so much to the table, and Major Pride should be very glad that he is on their squad.
Well, there we go. Our team's going straight through to the Grand Finals. You have Major Pride, For Miracle Vibes, and Weibo Gaming. But of course, it's not the end of the day. It's not the end of the tournament for these other 8 teams making it through into the survival stage. Some of them coming a little bit closer than the others when it came to getting straight through to the Grand Finals. But unfortunately, they're still going to at least have, or I should say, fortunately, they're still at least going to have that second chance to get there here. And as we look at these teams, I think IHC, with the performance they put on today, as you mentioned before, with 75 points on the day, they have shown their true potential. But it just gets so much more difficult going forward. You're going against, obviously, still really strong teams with the bottom 5 from each group taken out now, so the lobby technically gets only stronger. But it's going to be even harder considering the amount of drop locations they're going to have to switch with having a group system, having to bring teams in and teams out. You're going to have to prove your adaptability if you want to be able to succeed.
Looking here at the Grand Finals, man, the 9 teams that have already qualified, God, just looking at all on the same page, it's actually hitting me how strong already the lineup is looking.
Yep, we got 2 Brazilian teams, 2 Chinese teams already coming through, you know, proven to be which of the regions can be the strongest. Honestly, I think for me, like seeing Loops Alpha 7, like we've covered them throughout the entire year when it came to the Americas regionals. I think we have some high expectations for these teams, but then again, we know their weaknesses. We know how slow teams like Alpha 7 can start events. We know how strong some teams like even Stalwart Esports here coming in from Group Green can be.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to win the Grand Finals, but one thing I do know, I'm excited to see who's going to get there and who's going to come out on top and be the one.
And I'm excited to see survival stage because just look, we're talking about groups of death. We're talking about what's going to happen here between those league stage. Well, now we got a chance to see it, and then we're going to be going towards survival stage and a lot of hungry teams. I'm going to be looking at Group Green. I mean, they have Prestige there. And then if we go to Group Red, you have Inco, a team that has been here before. Maybe they'll be able to use the experience that they got from this last year, so they don't have to actually end up going to last chance. And a surprise team that I'm going to be looking at to seeing how they perform, No Surprise and Hyper. I want to see if they'll be able to even do a little bit more research. Remember, their full roster from what we've seen in the past is not there. Are they going to have enough, or are teams just going to be picking on them?
Yeah. I mean, that is, again, a little bit of bias here because of how familiar we are with Hyper, but the fact that they're coming in with essentially feels like an entirely new roster because of the sub situation. The fact that they are even in survival stage to begin with was, I'll be honest, a little bit of a shock.
Enigma Galaxy, my eyes are returned towards them, and Coups, obviously, I mean, we saw the performance they had in Group Red. They were so close to be able to pull it off, but they still have that second chance here. I mean, looking down towards Gladiators as well, we have to talk about them. They're the only special invited team to make it into this part, at least, as we did see DRS unfortunately fall by the wayside. But for me, Gladiators, they have a lot to prove because they have been looking, not great.
Say it.
Not trying to be PC here. Not great.
I agree with you. I mean, it's a team that was barely able to make it in from talking to some of the people that were actually doing week 1, especially with Hot Jukes. He was saying if it wouldn't have been for the match that they had in the last day, they probably wouldn't have made it in. And it comes down to, okay, you can't be relying on just one match. I feel like a lot of these teams that were able to make it even from our group, they had a lot of ups and downs. We need to start seeing a little bit more consistency. Bigatron, definitely one of them. We've been talking about how Bigatron has been able to just kind of save face by after day 1, after just being able to put up a good performance. And boy, that ended up backfiring for them. And then if we go to some of the other teams, right? FaZe, remember FaZe during Group Red? That was one team that actually ended up surprising this game because they started off awfully, but then they started getting hot.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the real struggle for teams going into the survival stage, right? Is that we saw how long it took a couple of different teams to realize what the meta was of this current lobby. Bigatron took full advantage of that on day 1. They got a whole number of points while teams are playing a little more slow. But now that it's a new lobby, so things are kind of reset. But then again, teams are also, you know, hopefully more aware that they need to or should want to start faster. So it's always interesting when lobbies like this get shuffled around to see what the start looks like. If anyone is going to be able to take a lead, what sort of lead is it? And how does that maintain itself going through the rest of the stage?
Man, I'm just looking forward to hot drops, honestly. With having the groups rotate, it is going to be ridiculous. You're never going to feel safe, and hopefully the claims you make over on socials are going to be enough for you to maintain your position. But before we end off the show here, I got to remind you guys once again about our official smartphone sponsor provider here at PMGC 2023, the Infinix GT10 Pro. You guys can pick one up and dominate the lobby because you know what? It was born for you. It was made for you. So go out and put in the work. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to round out our entire group stage. We still have the survival stage to kick off. However, we're going to be having a 2-day break until then, which means Wednesday is we're going to be back at the same time to kick off our survival stage to find out which teams advance through into our last chance and, of course, into the grand finals thereafter. Hope you guys have a good 2 days off, and we'll see you Wednesday for the continuation of PMGC.